saw just this way, sparks coming in between those trees, possibly a transformer that blew, but definitely scary stuff out here. So if you are saying, you know what, stir crazy, I want to go look and see what's going on, it's just not safe to do that because you never know what could happen once you leave your home, and it's really best to shelter in place to get out of it. Now the rain is starting to pour even harder now. The wind has let up just for a little bit since I've been out today, and I've been out since about noon. The wind has been coming in spurts here and there, nothing that lasts too long, but when you do get that wind gust, it's a very strong and very heavy wind gust. This is the hardest of the rain that I have seen fall today, and also the most consistent rain I've seen fall today. And that's understandable because we are still hours away from landfall with this storm here, and it is still picking up the steam and moving in our direction. So again, the big warning here is that if you plan on going out, don't do it. I was over near the Courtney Campbell Causeway on Bayshore Boulevard in Clearwater earlier. When I was there, it was around 2 o'clock. The roads had already started to flood. On the other side of this bridge right here in some of these communities, the roads were flooding. I was there. I saw people doing their last minute preps, putting up things like flood walls and the sandbags and proofing their homes as best as possible, saying that as they sat there and they continued to watch these conditions, they said they had to do as much as possible to protect their homes. And this is definitely going to be a storm that everyone, it's better if you have not evacuated, stay put. Again though, this bridge right here, it's closed down. You can't get to the beaches in the island, but if you do want to come off of it, you still have a little bit of a chance to do so. I'm Jada Williams reporting in Indian Rocks Beach.
All right, Jada, thank you. We want to go right over to meteorologist Jason Adams, who has some warnings for us. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, we got a new tornado warning, and then we're going to get it over to Dennis for the very latest on what the hurricane is doing. Possible tornado coming out of Port Charlotte. I've said this 4 times already today. Exact same setup where we're getting near the Charlotte Harbor area, water spouts that are developing here and moving on shore, and then these are heading into DeSoto and Hardee counties where we do have a warning for both. So southwestern Hardee from Wauchula southwest, and then Arcadia west, basically 17 west of the county line here in Manatee and Sarasota counties. This is where this possible tornado is going to be moving. So again, it's right now not in these counties. You can see the rotation showing up over Port Charlotte. Let me remove the warning here really quickly, show you exactly what I'm talking about. You got the blue and the green right next to each other. Winds going north and winds going south right next to each other, indicating spin. So this is what's going to be moving into southwestern DeSoto and Hardee counties over the next 15 to 20 minutes. The storm itself is moving really quickly. We're talking about possibly up to 70 miles per hour, the storm movement. So let me see what time this warning is set to expire. It is set to expire coming up here at 7:45. So I'll watch it as it comes out of DeSoto or out of Charlotte County and heads north into DeSoto and Hardee counties. It does include eastern Manatee and Sarasota County, but this will likely stay to the east of these areas. So that's what we're looking at here at the latest on our latest tornado warning. Do we have any new information on the storm itself, Dennis? Have you seen anything come in yet from the National Hurricane Center?
The last check I saw was still 125.
Okay.
And moving to the northeast at about 23 miles an hour. So we did the math, and I mean, basic math skills. This moves on shore, landfall around 11 o'clock tonight in the Big Bend area. Now, it's Jason, we were just kind of looking at it. So what we did is literally just drew a straight line. Right now, the center of the eye is pretty much due south of Tallahassee. Now, if this were moving due north, that would be maybe a little bit of a bigger issue, but it's moving north-northeast. So it's moving a little bit east of due north.
This is a tornado warning.
The problem is it could end up in the western eye wall. Remember, we were measuring just how wide the eye is, and it was about 40 miles when it was weaker. Now that it's got stronger, remember we used the old analogy of the figure skater, the spinner, and then, you know, the arms come in and it gets faster. Well, that's what's happening, and so the eye has contracted. So the eye now probably is closer to maybe 20 miles wide. So on the west side of the eye is the western eye wall. For Hurricane 101, you've got your eye, and then you have the eye wall, which is right around the eye. Almost always, the strongest winds are in that eye wall. And then what happens is the farther out you go, the weaker the storm gets. So right now, hurricane force winds extend 60 miles out from the center. In other words, sustained hurricane winds, winds blowing for a minute at 74 or more miles an hour, they extend 60 miles out. Right now, we are quite a bit farther out than that, closer to 80 or 90. So it's the main reason why we are not going to get sustained hurricane force winds in our area. It's too far away. And we've known this for a couple of days, really. But you're still getting wind gusts to 60 to 65. And some of that wind is still kicking in, and Pinellas is now getting the next round of very, very heavy rain coming in with the next band. And with this rain, you're getting very gusty winds. But the bigger concern, and we're not going to write off the rain concern because we're so wet, we're so saturated after this summer, it doesn't take as much for us to flood. So there's that. But this is not Debbie. Debbie was a slow-moving, massive rainmaker, and most of the flooding, dare I say almost all of the flooding that we showed you, especially in Manatee and Sarasota County, was from just too much rain. There was no place for the rain to go. It was a slow-moving system. This is the complete opposite, literally opposite. This is a very fast-moving system, so it doesn't have time to dump as much rain on our area as Debbie did. And there's what I was saying. I mean, if you look at the eye, it's about 90 miles from the coast of Pinellas or Pasco County, and it is moving this way. A couple of things. We're not seeing quite the lightning right now in it, so at least it's not getting any stronger that we can see. But I do think it's going to maintain that Cat 4 status right on into landfall, which is what the Hurricane Center was forecasting yesterday, if you remember. But again, my point is, now that the center, that the eye, is actually west of Spring Hill, I mean, Hernando County, right? There's your east-west line. So south of that line, now the winds are coming onshore. And now it gets real in terms of the flooding. What we've seen is significant. What we are going to see is even more significant. But I want to stress this again. 90% of the people watching us right now are probably not on the water or associated with the water, whether it's the bay or a river or a lake, Lake Tarpon, or, you know, areas of the Gulf itself. So the overwhelming majority of people who are watching, you will not be dealing with surge. But a lot of people ask me, I don't understand the concept of surge. It's real simple. Debbie was flooding because of rainwater. This is flooding not because of rainwater, but just because this big storm is just pushing this water in. And when that water goes into an area like the bay, it feeds in, it hits the end, and then it rises. When it hits the Gulf, or rather the coastline of the Gulf, and the base gets less shallow, right, or more shallow rather, as it rises, the water pushes up, the water rises. So that surge of 12 to 15 feet, the farther north you go, goes because of the geography of this area. It's like a bowl. It's literally an upside-down bowl if you look at it, right? So when that water is pushed into the bowl, what happens? It rises when it hits the edge. And that's why we have just a massive surge concern, because you have a big storm. It's now coming up at high tide. Granted, the tide is a little lower. The high tide is a little lower than it was a few days ago, about a foot lower, which is good. But we are still looking at just a really bad situation for coastal areas. If you flooded with Idalia, you're probably going to flood more with this storm. If you flooded with Ada, you're probably going to flood more. Maybe not in the same spots, but Jason and I were looking at some of the numbers, the record flooding. And Jason, isn't it safe to say that most of our computer model forecast for the rise of surge are greater than a lot of the records that we've seen recorded for, you know, however many years?
I think the only thing we have in comparison to what we may see out of this is the 1921 Tarpon Springs hurricane.
Right.
Obviously, we had nothing to measure what that height was back then, but that's the only time we've had a direct landfall over the last 120 years or so.
And that's an interesting point, because that was a direct landfall, as Jason just said. This won't be. This thing's 100 and something miles away from us, more than that by landfall time. So the only time in recorded history that we're showing, based on the numbers that we think are going to happen and that the models are all over, are showing us that the only time we had something rival it is when we had a direct Cat 3 or 4 hurricane make landfall in Tarpon Springs. The last major hurricane to hit us, 1921. So that shows you just how big this is. And while areas, east of the bay, east of the Gulf, away from the rivers and whatnot are not going to flood, the folks who do are looking at unprecedented. And here's the first one I've not seen, Jason. Look at the last report in St. Pete.
There you go.
St. Pete with a gust of 76 miles an hour, hurricane force. Now, not sustained. And remember, sustained is 60 seconds or longer, but that's the highest gust I've seen. And that is certainly that next band that we were just showing you that's coming in. So, and you'll be able to see it perfectly here. So there's the one we had about an hour ago, and there's the next one. It's coming in right now. Storm is pulling away, so it's going to take some of that wind along with it. And it won't take long, more than an hour or two, for the winds to really start to subside in our area. So that's the good news. From south, you're already seeing the winds begin to subside. And then to north, that's going to continue because, again, this is going to be making landfall in about 3 or 4 hours. No changes to the advisories. Everything's the same. No changes to the track. Maybe, again, maybe a little bit. I mean, you can even see it. I mean, it always happens. I remember Wendy and I were talking about this on the set a couple of days ago. For whatever reason, when a storm comes in from this angle, at the very end, it has a little bit of a turn to the right. Not a hook like Charlie. I mean, not a big hook, but just a little bit of a bump to the right, which is why we were saying Taylor County earlier today seemed like a pretty good estimate for where landfall would eventually occur. If it's western Taylor, then Tallahassee still could be in that eye wall. But the margin of error, the cone of uncertainty, there it is. I mean, it's going to be somewhere in that area. I don't think it's going to be west, obviously. This is the official NHC track, and it's already a little bit east of that. It's already there. So I'm inclined to think right about here, west of Perry, so not Adalia Part 2 exactly, but pretty close, because I believe Adalia had 130. In fact, pretty sure Adalia was at 130 mile an hour Cat 4 when it made landfall. And this one is pretty darn close with the exact same wind speed. So it could very well be 2 years in a row that from areas around Steinhatchee, back to Keaton Beach, areas north up around Perry and west of Perry, looking at it again. But ultimately, for our area, this is what we're going to be worried most about. This will be the most memorable part of this storm. I mean, a nightmare in a sense, because if we're looking at flooding, which we were seeing during daylight hours, and now all of a sudden we're expecting to add another 2 to 4 feet, maybe more in some spots, especially in Hernando and Citrus, and then all of a sudden it's even hard to fathom the 15 to 20 foot potential surge. I was talking to Wendy about that. That's like 4 Wendy's stacked up on each other. So I mean, this is a serious height of 20 feet, and then you have the waves on top of it. It isn't so you get what I'm saying here. I mean, this is just not a good situation, and it's unfortunately the price of living in paradise, I guess, in Florida. We do have to deal with these from time to time. And tonight is the night. By tomorrow, this is gone. I mean, the water will take a little while to recede, but not as long as it does with freshwater flooding. Freshwater flooding takes longer to recede than surge does. Typically, surge goes away pretty quickly after the storm leaves and the winds go in the opposite direction. Jason, what do you got about those winds?
Yeah, so the winds, like you said, now showing at 70 miles per hour. So we're getting consistent gusts here in St. Pete, down from 76 to 70. Clearwater Beach, also another spot that has a hurricane force gust now right at 74 miles per hour. So this next band coming in is the band that's now going past that 60 to 70 mile per hour point that we've been seeing through the bulk of the afternoon. Now we're starting to get those gusts over 70 miles per hour. So going county by county, trying to highlight some of these areas with the strongest gusts. Brooksville so far in Hernando County at 53 miles per hour. Avon Park all the way in Highlands County, even farther away from the center. We talked about how expansive this field, this wind field is of this system. I mean, look at it like a wingspan of a big jet. This thing is massive compared to what we usually see in all the previous systems, except for tropical or Hurricane Irma. That one came through with similar conditions with that wide wind field. Avon Park, 51 mile per hour wind gusts. Here in Tampa, at Tampa International Airport, a gust of 64 miles per hour. MacDill Air Force Base, 56. We've got Manatee County, 68 mile per hour gust at SRQ Airport. So that accounts for Sarasota and Bradenton. Pinellas County, like I'd mentioned a second ago, 70-mile-per-hour gusts at Albert Whitted, 76 a few minutes ago, and now we're looking at Clearwater Beach 74, Crystal Beach 63, Seminole 61, Largo 50-mile-per-hour gust for you, and in Polk County pushing 60 in Mulberry. We're at 53 in Lakeland, 50 in Lakeland, and in Sarasota 69-mile-per-hour wind gust here at Venice. Now at Egmont Channel, this of course the channel between Egmont, Passage Key, of course Fort DeSoto and Anna Maria Island. That's an offshore wind gust on the water. Has hit 81 miles per hour. So those are the type of winds now coming into Pinellas County. 80+ mile per hour offshore winds translating to 70 mile per hour winds onshore, of course, once we get in interaction with friction here from the land area. So clearly we're in the thick of it. Still looking at 60+ mile per hour gusts even in Mayaca City and Arcadia. Current gust in Tampa at 46, but again topping out at Tampa International Airport at 64 so far. We've had some tornado warnings. Looking back over the last 15 minutes to see if this one has expired, and it looks like they're still continuing it here for those of you in Hardee and DeSoto counties. Let me zoom into this area, take a look inside the storm and see what I'm looking at as far as if we're seeing decent rotation. Let me stop the radar loop and turn the velocity scan on, and yes, just to the west here, those of you in Arcadia about to cross over Highway 72. This is the area of concern for possible tornadoes. So it's where the green and the blue come together. The brighter the colors, the more strong or the stronger the winds would be in this possible tornado. Right next to each other like that, you've got spin, you've got rotation. The blue winds going to the north, the green winds going to the south. When they're right next to each other in what we call a couplet, that is what we're seeing here on the radar right now. Let me switch it over to the debris signature. I'm not seeing any debris tracker picking up anything, so some good news there. If we saw debris, you would see a blue circle here just to the south of Highway 72. Not to say that we do not have a tornado in progress, but we are looking at least no debris showing up on the radar currently. So there's the cell. It will stay west of those of you here in Arcadia. Again, the movement off to the north roughly at about 60 miles per hour. Let me pull up the warning and see what the speeds are currently with this one. Warning goes until 7:45, and while it does include a section of Manatee and Sarasota County, it's literally right at the county line, but the cell is not going to impact those of you here in Manatee or Sarasota County. So yes, moving to the north at 60 miles per hour, so within 5 minutes, it's going to be past us here in Arcadia, but this does extend into sections of Hardee County. So once we get to Highway 70 and then into Hardee County up 661 and 663, these are areas that if you're in these locations, make sure you're treating this as we do have a tornado in progress. You never know within these supercells, within these hurricanes, because they're typically rain wrapped. It's not like you can go out and see it and plus the sun is set or it's about to set. We of course now we have nocturnal tornado potential, and that of course is a little more scary. So definitely treat this as if this is a tornado. If you're trying to figure out what to do, you've never been in this situation before, turn your TV all the way up. That way you can continue to hear us speak, and then you'll want to go to the most interior portion of your house, lowest level of your house. So an interior bathroom or a closet, something without windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside winds that this possible tornado could be bringing. Of course, you're trying to protect yourself from debris, and your walls of your home will do that. That's why you want to get into the middlemost portion of your home. I want to go back to St. Pete, though, because even though we're not getting tornado warnings, we're getting 76 mile per hour wind gusts. Look at this band that is just locked in place right now here over St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Largo, Kenneth City, Lealman, back west to Indian Rocks Beach, Reddington Shores, Treasure Island, Madeira Beach, and even St. Pete Beach. You all are getting in on the action here. Look at how fast this is coming in off of the Gulf, too. And remember, this is coming in off of the Gulf where we've had 80+ mile per hour winds at some of our maritime sites that are out there taking observations here for the offshore waters. So that's what it looks like here for those of you currently in the St. Pete area, where again 76, 74 mile per hour wind gusts are showing up in Tampa. Light rain at this point, but coming in off of Old Tampa Bay here across the Courtney Campbell and the Howard Franklin. This next wave is coming in. Could see gusts continually over 60 for you. A little bit of a break in Riverview and Bradenton right now, or Brandon, I should say. But this cell down to the south from Apollo Beach east to Waimama is moving north and east as well. 60 mile per hour winds are likely within this batch. Anywhere you see these red cells here on the radar, that's the strongest downdraft, the strongest area where we have all the rain that's developed in the clouds that's coming down to the surface. Gravity and downwinds are working to pull these winds that are stronger aloft down to the surface. So within any of these individual bands, that's the best opportunity for you to get those 60 to 75 mile per hour winds that we're seeing out there right now. There goes the eye, like Dennis said, also wanting to point out what he said as well a second ago. If you draw a line straight south from Tallahassee down to the eye, Notice that the eye is not moving due north at this point. It's still on that north-northeasterly trajectory, which would hopefully keep the worst of the storm to the east. Of course, you don't want to see it anywhere, but in Tallahassee, you've got a city of 200,000 people right there. You'll want to try and avoid that at all costs, of course. It's the capital city. It's a the tree canopy there, if you've never been along I-10, it's some of the most densely populated forest that we have here in the Sunshine State, and it's all pine and oak trees, that extremely tall ones, because this area for decades has missed out on significant storms. You go back to, I believe it was 2016, they had Hurricane Hermine. It was a Category 1. Tallahassee was without power for 3 weeks from a Category 1 hurricane. For our parts of the area, it's usually a week or two for a Category 1 worst case scenario. So that's what we're hopefully trying to avoid. Hopefully we can get some weakening as it moves on shore, but like Dennis said, the environment's just there for this to at least maintain its intensity as it continues to move off to the north and east. Some tornado warnings also up in Georgia, but right now there's tornado warnings to the south. I'm not seeing anything that's too concerning with them at this point. Dennis?
Hey, Jason, I want to mention something to you. So I was just talking to my in-laws. Live in Siesta Key, all right? They've been there for 20 years. They have 3 inches of water in their house, and they've never even had water up to their garage before.
Wow.
So that kind of, and remember, that's south. So what happens with the flow, all of this flooding, all of this surge goes from south to north. So Siesta Key, you know, just to the south of Sarasota, if you're now picking up 2-3 inches of water in your house and you've never had water before, and that's not the worst of it. I mean, there's going to be, that water's going to continue to rise. I mean, folks, this is just a sign of what we can expect for the next 6 hours. I mean, emergency management doesn't order a mandatory evacuation for Zone A for just no reason. I mean, they realize what a headache it is for folks to have to pick up and go. But when we're now hearing reports, and like I said, I mentioned this a couple hours ago, a buddy of mine, a guy who used to work actually here, a producer, a meteorologist locally, he lived locally, he now travels the world literally for meteorology stuff. He texted me about 3 or 4 hours ago saying he truly believes that this is going to be the worst flooding, worst surge that we have seen in decades. So if you didn't believe this was an issue, you better start believing now. And I don't really know at this point what else you can really do, right? I mean, it's now almost 8 o'clock, and this is going to start really rolling in more so between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. It's too late to evacuate, but the next 4 to 5 hours, again, this is only for people who live on the water or with access to a canal or a river or a lake that feeds into the bay or the Gulf. This is not rainwater. So if you're at home thinking, oh my heavens, I'm going to flood, I'm going to run into the surge, and you live in eastern Hillsborough County or Polk County or eastern Pasco, you're not. Totally different setup, nothing to do with rain. This is 100% Gulf water, salt water being pushed in, and unfortunately, it's just starting. This is going to continue for another solid 6 hours. So, Jason, what kind of wind gusts are you actually showing that we've seen over the last couple of hours?
Yeah, so this I haven't updated yet. I was actually just about to update it, but 76-mile-per-hour wind gusts in St. Pete is the top one so far. We've had 69-mile-per-hour winds in Venice. That has not been topped since that was posted earlier. 68 at SRQ Airport. We've had 74-mile-per-hour wind gust at Clearwater Beach. By the way, I was just looking at the tide gauge for Clearwater Beach, and Clearwater Beach is now in moderate flood stage with the surge coming on shore here in Clearwater Beach. Let me pull that up and actually, yeah, so moderate flood stage starts between 2.5 and 5 feet. The threshold, I believe, is 3.5 feet to 6 feet-ish, and it looks like we've hit 3 feet now in Clearwater Beach, which means we have moderate flooding ongoing. We'll likely start to see parts of the island having overwash here at Clearwater Beach from the Gulf to the Bay side as we continue to see this flood stage rising. I don't recall us going to moderate flood stage with Clearwater with Idalia last year. So we could already be exceeding what we had with Idalia. And it's all because, again, when we look at this hurricane, it's all about your latitude in reference to where the eye is. And now the eye is offshore of the nature coast. So here at Clearwater Beach, St. Pete Beach, Sarasota, Siesta Key, down south to Nokomis, this is where our winds are now turning back off of the Gulf. And we've passed low tide, which means the tide is working back into working with these winds to allow us to see these winds really begin to push this water back on shore. I believe you said Gulfport is the camera that we have. Let's go ahead and pull that camera up. My goodness. Dennis, take a peek at this, buddy. This is Gulfport now. When we showed you this earlier, there was about 2 to 4 foot of surge, and I think this is clearly significantly higher than that right now here. This is at the Gulfport Casino, correct?
Yeah.
That's where this camera is. So, yes, unfortunately, it looks like these surge totals are coming to fruition. That was a 5 to 8 foot worst case scenario surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And I obviously can't tell you how deep it is right here, but we could see parts of the street earlier. We can't see any of the street now. So I would imagine that we're looking at, we're seeing some of the stairs on the building across the street. Those stairs now are starting to get overlapped by some of the waves.
I'm trying to look what time high tide is for Gulfport.
I believe it's right after midnight. So we're like,
We've got 4 more hours of this water rise.
Yeah. Guys, go ahead and pull up Nadine's mic. There we go.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but Pinellas County not too long ago said that if the water starts to get into your home, shut off your electricity and gas, climb to the highest point possible, and make sure you have an escape route if you can. But they put that out because obviously it's too late. You can't get out of this.
Right.
And they also said that crews will not be coming out to you when it's unsafe. And we know all of the bridges in Pinellas County are now closed. All of the causeways to the barrier islands are closed. And you're getting a live look now at what was it? Reasonable worst case scenario in Gulfport, and we're looking at the storm surge. And I think, Dennis, you were looking at high tide?
Yeah, I'm looking at the tide level here. Gulfport, right now, the tide level, based on what time it is right now, is at about 1/2 foot. It's going to rise to 1.9 feet by midnight, 12:22 to be exact. So you're already going to get another 1.5 foot rise from the tide, just the regular tide, in addition to that onshore flow. Man,
This happened in like 2 hours, guys. I mean, it was...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and we've got
inland, but the fast forward speed will allow strong, damaging winds, especially in gusts, to penetrate well inland across the southeastern United States, including over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 60 miles, 95 kilometers from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend outward up to 310 miles, 500 kilometers. A weather station at Venice Municipal Airport recently reported a sustained wind of 46 miles per hour, 74 kilometers/h, with a gust of 69 miles per hour, 111 kilometers/h. Another observation near Venice Beach reported a sustained wind of 51 miles per hour, 82 kilometers/h, with a gust to 66 miles per hour, 106 kilometers/h. The estimated minimum central pressure based on data from the Air Force Hurricane Hunters is 951 millibars, 28.09 inches. What minor flooding is forecast? Where? Nancy Creek at Rickenbacker Drive at Atlanta. When? Until late tomorrow morning. Impacts: at 12.0 feet, moderate flooding occurs. Widespread flooding of residential yards and property occurs upstream and downstream from the gauge on Rickenbacker Drive. The water will begin to enter crawl spaces and walkout basements of homes on East Powderhorn Road and Hitching Post Trail around 1.5 miles upstream, along Rickenbacker Way near the gauge, and outbuildings on Fairfield Drive around 2 miles downstream. Additional details: at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time Thursday, the stage was 4.5 feet. Forecast: the river will rise above flood stage this evening to 11.6 feet late this evening. It will then fall below flood stage to 10.7 feet just after midnight tonight. It will rise above flood stage again late tonight to 11.9 feet tomorrow morning. It will then fall below flood stage again late tomorrow morning. Flood stage is 11 feet. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood. Flash flood warning remains in effect until 9:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time this evening for southwestern Butts, northwestern Monroe, southeastern Fayette, Henry, Lamar, Pike, Spalding, and Upson counties. At 6:25 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar indicated. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Griffin, McDonough, Thomaston, Barnesville, Zebulon, Stockbridge, Hampton, Locust Grove, Milner, Brooks, Jenkinsburg, Yadesville, Williamson, Orchard Hill, Meonsville, Sunnyside, Eldora, East Griffin, The Rock and Lincoln Park. Turn around. Do not drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Flash flood warning remains in effect until 9:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time this evening for Clayton, DeKalb, northeastern Fayette, central Fulton, southwestern Gwinnett and northwestern Henry counties. At 6:26 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 0.5 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar indicated. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Atlanta, Decatur, Fayetteville, Jonesboro, Peachtree Corners, City of South Fulton, Sandy Springs, Roswell, Dunwoody, East Point, Duluth, Stockbridge, Union City, Forest Park, Riverdale, College Park, Lilburn, Chandley, Norcross and Doraville. Turn around. Do not drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Here is the official forecast from your National Weather Service for the Atlanta listening area. Tonight, very windy. Showers. A chance of thunderstorms, mainly this evening. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Near steady temperature around 70. East winds 15 to 20 miles an hour, increasing to northeast 40 to 45 miles an hour after midnight. Gusts up to 70 miles an hour. Chance of rain near 100%. Friday, strong winds. Mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then partly sunny in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-70s. Southwest winds 50 to 55 miles an hour, becoming south and diminishing to 20 to 25 miles an hour in the afternoon. Gusts up to 75 miles an hour. Chance of rain 30%. Friday night, partly cloudy. A slight chance of showers in the evening. Lows in the lower 60s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Gusts up to 25 miles an hour in the evening. Saturday, mostly sunny. A slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Southwest winds 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 60s. Light southwest winds. And now the extended forecast. Sunday and Sunday night, partly cloudy. Highs in the upper 70s. Lows in the lower 60s. Monday and Monday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Tuesday and Tuesday night, mostly clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows in the lower 60s. Wednesday and Wednesday night, clear. Highs in the lower 80s. Lows around 60. Thursday and Thursday night, mostly clear. Highs around 80. Lows around 60. For more detailed weather, water, and climate information, please visit our website at weather.gov/Atlanta. What? Flooding caused by excessive rainfall continues to be possible. Where? Portions of central, east central, north central, northeast, northwest, southeast, and west central Georgia, including the following areas: in central Georgia: Baldwin, Bibb, Bleckley, Butts, Crawford, Crisp, Dodge, Dooley, Houston, Jasper, Jones, Lawrence, Monroe, Montgomery, Peach, Pulaski, Putnam, Telfair, Twiggs, Wheeler, Wilcox, and Wilkinson. In east central Georgia: Emmanuel, Glasscock, Greene, Hancock, Jefferson, Johnson, Tolliver, Trutland, Warren, Washington, and Wilkes. In north central Georgia: Barrow, Cherokee, Clayton, Cobb, Dawson, DeKalb, Douglas, Fannin, Fayette, Forsyth, Gilmer, Gwinnett, Hall, Henry, Lumpkin, Morgan, Newton, North Fulton, Pickens, Rockdale, South Fulton, Union, and Walton. In northeast Georgia: Banks, Clark, Jackson, Madison, Oconee, Oglethorpe, Townsend, White. In northwest Georgia: Bartow, Carroll, Catoosa, Chattooga, Dade, Floyd, Gordon, Harrelson, Murray, Paulding, Polk, Walker, and Whitfield. In southeast Georgia: Toombs. In west central Georgia: Chattahoochee, Coweta, Harris, Hurd, Limar, Macon, Marion, Meriwether, Muskogee, Pike, Schley, Spalding, Stewart, Sumter, Talbot, Taylor, Troop, Upson, and Webster. When, through Friday afternoon. Impacts: excessive runoff may result in flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations. Creeks and streams may rise out of their banks. Flooding may occur in poor drainage and urban areas. Additional details: areas of heavy rainfall will continue across much of north and central Georgia through early Friday, which will likely lead to areas of flash flooding. Additional widespread torrential rainfall is expected to overspread the area today as Hurricane Helene approaches. Storm total rainfall of 4 to 10 inches with locally higher amounts are expected through Friday. Widespread flooding is expected with significant flash flooding and moderate to major river flooding possible. http://www.weather.gov/safety/flood monitor later forecasts and be alert for possible flood warnings. Those living in areas prone to flooding should be prepared to take action should flooding develop. Helene to bring unprecedented wind and flooding impacts to north and central Georgia through Friday's situation overview. Hurricane Helene, currently southwest of the Florida Peninsula, will accelerate northward over the eastern Gulf of Mexico today. Helene is forecast to become a major hurricane before making landfall along the Big Bend of Florida on this evening. Due to the intensity and fast-forward motion, unprecedented wind and flooding impacts, rivaling or exceeding those of Hurricanes Opal 1995, Irma 2017, and Michael 2018, are expected across the north and central Georgia. Several areas have already received 2 to 4 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. Additional rainfall amounts of 4 to 8 inches, with localized amounts over 10 inches, are expected. The highest amounts will occur over a wide swath paralleling I-85 into northeast and east central Georgia. Widespread flooding is expected with significant flash flooding and moderate to major river flooding possible. Tropical storm and hurricane force wind gusts, potentially exceeding 80 miles per hour, are expected to begin across the southern portion of the forecast area on this evening, then quickly spread north overnight into Friday morning. Hurricane force wind gusts will be possible for some locations, including the Atlanta metro extending eastward towards Athens and in the higher terrain of the northeast Georgia mountains. Outside of these locations, tropical storm force wind gusts are expected all the way up to the border with Tennessee and North Carolina. Given the saturated soils, widespread downing of
David Hutton in the Command Center. I want to give you an update now on the very latest on what's going on. We'll have the very latest on the track of the storm with a new advisory that has just came in just a few moments. But first, I want to get you updated on the very latest tornado warnings. The tornado warning remains in effect until 8:15 for DeSoto County. A few moments ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Charlotte County Airport, and it is moving to the north at 40. Again, that's a tornado warning for DeSoto County. This is in Florida. Tornado warning for Florida, Hardy County and DeSoto counties until 8:15. And again, the very latest tornado warnings are in Florida at the moment. We're going to continue with this isolated tornado threat throughout the evening and into the overnight hours, unfortunately. This is just in. 911 services have been suspended now in Sunset Beach, Florida. Again, 911 services suspended in Sunset Beach, Florida. Right now, we're looking at Mean Helene, even given the nickname because it's such a monster, 500 miles wide. And we're still waiting for the 8 p.m. advisory that is coming in any second now. And as we do that, we're going to find that, as you see live there on your screen, you're seeing pictures from Tampa in the right corner. We'll go to that in just a second. But the rest of the picture shows the radar, and we're seeing this big storm out in the Gulf headed in the next few hours, headed straight for the Perry, Tallahassee areas of Florida along the Big Bend here. Already seen some light rain there, and showers extend all the way up into Georgia. We have flood warnings here in the Atlanta area that will continue throughout this evening. We've already received 4 inches of rain in Atlanta over the last 24 hours, and Helene hasn't even got here yet with its brunt of the storm. So it's likely that we will see those 6 to 12 inch totals when it's all said and done over the next 24 hours across north and central Georgia. And those higher totals, 12 inches, a foot of rain, is possible in the northeast Georgia mountains, where we may actually see, believe it or not, landslides. And we don't tell you this information to scare you. We're just trying to give you the facts, and it's up to you to make decisions that you need to make to protect your life, family, pets, and property. Of course, you want to check on your neighbors, especially if they're elderly. Someone may be living by themselves. You want to make sure, be a kind neighbor, and check on the people around you as well. Really, any preparations should be completed by now, especially in Florida. The storm is coming in, and it's just hours away from landfall. And again, it's already hitting the western side of Florida, in particular the Tampa area here. Although not at the moment, but the surrounding areas such as Clearwater, getting in on some heavy rain and wind. Lakeland, Florida, about to get in on that as well. And again, this is such a wide storm. This is the eastern half of Helene. You can see it's right there off the coast of just due northwest of Tampa now. And precipitation's headed up toward Ocala and Gainesville. Next, some light rain there now, but the heavy rain will be moving in the next few hours. Of course, you see it's always the right or the eastern side of the storm that's the worst, the dirty side as we call it. Over here on the left side, of course, the radar only goes out so far into the ocean. We're at the Tampa radar, but typically the left side is less dangerous. All the tornadoes today so far have been in western Florida, southern Georgia, and in the Charleston area. We had a tornado warning earlier. We don't have any reports of damage, but we are getting word now of 400,000 people without power in Florida as a result of Hurricane Helene. Again, almost 500,000 people without power already, and the storm has not even made landfall yet in the state of Florida. So we're going to switch over for a few moments before we go to Tampa, and they're continuing local coverage there, to hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. He's on Fox Weather right now with the very latest on this very dangerous storm.
Here is not the eye or the center that we track down at the surface of the ocean. So it's the surface center that actually defines what the center of the hurricane is. So that's why you see the line there going to the north, and the eye, apparent eye on the satellite, a little to the right. Yes, it has been wobbling a little bit, but not as much as it looked like. 130-mile-an-hour winds is the latest estimate. Another Hurricane Hunter plane is on the way there, so we should have more data coming up here in the next hour or so. 942, the pressure continues to go down. So 942, now we're getting into real serious territory. I mean, Hurricane Sandy was giant and all, it was 944, and I thought, wow, that's a mind-blowingly low pressure for that wind speed. So 940 or something like that would support higher winds than 130. So we'll see if this organizes. The fact that it's a little tilted might keep it from intensifying too much, and that energy might spread out into this huge hurricane. All right, I just want to show you this because I know folks are looking at home and thinking, oh, is this deviating somehow? See, these clouds here are you see the kind of grayish white are very, very high in the atmosphere, and so that's the top of the storm, and it's just that the storm is tilted just very slightly. So those clouds are probably at 45 or 50,000 feet there, and the hurricane hunters are actually dropping instruments down to find out where the center is down there right at the surface. So anyway, it is on the same track. The question is exactly what's going to happen here, but it's a big storm. There's really no reason to think that, oh, this is good news for Tallahassee or bad news for anybody. This is bad news for everybody here in North Florida and, of course, along the coast. There's that radar, and we're still seeing lightning flashes out here in the eye. Sometimes lightning flashes indicate that there's still an intensification process going on, and the question is that eye going to shrink a little bit as it heads in this direction? And that would indicate strengthening, but we do see that it's not a closed eye wall, and that's again an indication that it might not have a pristine environment around it. So that tilt and the fact that we're not getting a closed eye wall with this kind of a low pressure might mean that. We'll see what happens here and see if it does close that off. It might be some dry air coming in here on the backside that is just eroding it just a little bit. Anything, of course, to help keep this down. But look at the scope of this, and I wanted to mention these outer bands. These outer bands, as you saw if you're watching Ian Oliver in St. Petersburg, under an outer band. These outer bands are where the tornadoes are because the wind's turning with height dramatically. You see one up here around the Charleston area. And when we look at the radar, if you're going to look at it at home, there's the eye wall, and then you can count the bands, and you say 1, 2, 3, 4. It's always a kind of approximate 5, 6, something like that. And each band closer to the eye has stronger winds on average. Also to do with where the strongest storms are, of course. But that's how you know how gusty it's going to be. So this band coming in here, which looks like it's going to move up the coast towards Cedar Key, Steinhatchee, up toward Keaton Beach and so forth. That one is going to be gustier than the ones that have been there before. And of course, this is where the strongest winds are, right near the center. All right, so notice the rain all up in here, and we're very, very fearful for a flood, a catastrophe up there in the upstate of South Carolina into western North Carolina and the Blue Ridge Mountains, and up there before this is over. And I wanted to just look at the Tampa situation right closely. So this band may or may not get to Tampa. Looks like things are letting up there for a moment. They're in between bands. That strong band that was in earlier has moved inland there just a little bit. All right, here's the latest wind gust. St. Petersburg, look, up to 67, 64 at the PIE airport. That's St. Petersburg Clearwater International. And 62 down here at Sarasota. The winds have finally switched now, so they're coming from the south. So that still is not the direction that drives the water into Tampa Bay and up against all those beaches there. But as we've always seen, the water is rising there dramatically. Up to 4 feet now above normal high tide, flooding in Fort Myers Beach, heading for moderate flood at Naples. That's at Naples Pier there, right along the beaches. 4.8 above normal high tide, Clearwater Beach. Look at all these going up now, heading for 4 feet. And that's because the tide is coming in. That is not because the storm is pushing the water in, Jane. So we have both things going on, and unfortunately, both are going to happen at the same time, right? The tide is just plain old tide coming in. And then when those winds turn around later on this evening, then the water is going to get pushed in behind the tide, and nominally midnight-ish in Tampa Bay.
And that comes even after Helene is well off to the north.
Well off to the north, because the wind direction then comes directly into the bay.
Right. Gosh, it is still just incredible to see the scope of this storm. There's so many different impacts that we're covering
what
here.
82 mile per hour.
82 mile per hour gusts in downtown St. Pete.
St. Pete, so is that at the airport there?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the Albert Whitted Airport, which is inside. So this is it. This is kind of where that tide gauge is there, more or less. It's on Tampa Bay. It's not on the beach side.
Right.
So it's on Tampa Bay, but on the other side of the peninsula where St. Petersburg is.
When you talk about those winds and the force of that, no surprise what Ian Oliver was showing us, how far that surge has already pushed its way in, and we're not even at the peak of what this could become when we look down the road in the next several hours.
Not to mention the power outages. By the way, inquiring minds want to know, why are power flashes aquamarine? It just turns out that nitrogen and oxygen in the air ionize and make that color. Mm-hmm. And so when you get a big arc in the power system, it ionizes the air.
Well, it is. It's an unsettling color to see.
It is.
Especially at night.
I remember seeing it in Miami many times in hurricanes, all the aquamarine flashes. It's kind of a nice color, but I mean, it's really sad.
It tells you that unfortunately hundreds of thousands,
things are happening.
Bad things are happening. Brian Norcross, thank you for your expertise as always. We're going to be here with you all night long on Fox Weather. Find out how to stream us. Go to foxweather.tv. Of course, have your charged up phone set on your Fox Weather app. You're looking at Fort Myers, Florida. Emergency personnel closing down, I believe, this road. I haven't seen any passage. They've already seen flooding reports on Fort Myers Beach itself. So we've been covering these stories up and down the coastline, and unfortunately we are going to continue to watch as a powerful Hurricane Helene barrels towards landfall in the dark of night. Keep it here on Fox Weather. We've got the latest information.
Yeah, that's a big power plant. Whoa. Are you seeing that? That was a massive power plant coming from.
Speaking of the aquamarine that Brian Norcross was just mentioning earlier, just about 30 minutes ago, we were talking with Ian Oliver there in St. Pete, where we've had 82 mile per hour wind gusts, power flashes, and the power is out. We are going to continue to follow this story very closely, bring you the latest live pictures of what everyone is experiencing there in St. Pete, but also to up and down the Florida coast and into Georgia and the Carolinas.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Go to inventhelp.com now and get free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today. Go to inventhelp.com for free information.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. That sedentary inactivity is terrible for your health. It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger, too.
Power-assisted exercise that frees your mind to enjoy your favorite seated activities. Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Plug it in, place your feet, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work. Loosen
period before we start seeing big improvements with this. So let me take a peek. I also want to hit on power outages. And looking at the statewide map, we're at 415,000 for the state. In Pinellas County, 120,000 without power. Hillsborough County, 46,000. Manatee and Sarasota, 35,000 and 47,000. Pasco County's numbers also now going up to 36,000. So again, statewide, which includes parts of the Nature Coast up to the Appalachia Bay, 415,000 without power. And the eye is very quickly moving to the north and northeast. So there's Tallahassee. If you draw a line straight south from Tallahassee, as far as a landfall goes for the city, there's the center of the city. Straight down here is where the eye is. And notice if the storm moves due north for the rest of its track, then the western eye wall will hit the city. If it stays on this track or continues that north-northeasterly component, the eye wall may miss Tallahassee and they may miss the 100+ mile/hour winds. They'll still get hurricane force winds, category 1 or maybe even 2 style, but it may avoid the 140, 130 mile/hour winds with it being a Cat 4 at this point. So we really got to see if this starts to nudge a little bit back more to the left. I don't think that'll be the case. I think at a minimum, Tallahassee's going to be really, really close to the eye wall coming on shore. Where the eye moves on shore is most likely going to be into Taylor County. So Lafayette, Wakulla, Taylor County. That's these 3 counties here from Sopchoppy over to Wakulla Beach and then over toward the Horseshoe Beach area, Keaton Beach, getting north of Cedar Key. That's the coastline. That's probably going to see this moving on shore as that center continues to move to the north-northeast. But again, the farther away it gets from us, we'll start to see these conditions improving, and those conditions will really start to improve after we get to our next high tide. But I think with that onshore wind and these strong tropical storm force winds that are persistent for hours and hours because of how large the wind field is with this storm, it's going to be a while before we start to get out of those tropical storm force winds. I want to see if I can find another map that would show that a little bit better for us. I don't know. I have 1,500 graphics in my show right now for hurricanes, so I'm trying to find it, but I don't see it. I'll maybe show that the next hit. But again, when you're talking about 300 miles, here's what we're talking about. So there's the center right now. We still have tropical storm force winds in the southern Gulf. So it's going to take this hurricane and the center getting way up here toward Atlanta for us to finally get out of those tropical storm force winds. The arrow stopped here at 282 miles to the south. We know that we're going to have several hours still even going towards sunrise before we start to see these conditions significantly improving. So that's the latest over here. Tornado warnings that we were tracking earlier have expired or they were canceled. I do not see any more active tornado warnings at this point. So again, we're just kind of waiting to see this make landfall. That's the next big step. And for those of you that are up north, like Dennis said, Crystal River down to Pine Island, down to Hernando Beach, down to Newport Richey, you are now going to see these winds accelerating up to 70 and 80 miles per hour, and your surge is going to really start to move back on shore. Notice most of the wind barbs are still south right now, but we're really seeing them more so out of the southwest. Once that happens for Crystal River, that's when your surge is going to start to really climb. And one last peek at the gusts, see if we got any updates on these. Yeah, still 79 showing up at Newport Richey. Look at the difference from Crystal River at 36 to 53 in Brooksville to Newport Richey at 79. I guarantee you that's probably because that band hasn't made it to Crystal River yet. That heavy rain band that's responsible for these strong gusts. We'll take a peek up north and exactly that. So there's the band that's producing 70+ mile per hour wind gusts now. It is moving into Citrus County, so we've got it over top of us in Brooksville, Beverly Hills, Hernando, Inverness, back west to Crystal River. It's over top of us in Sugar Mill Woods and Homosassa. Areas here from Chassahoowitzka north. This is also a region that we've got to watch the surge that could exceed 10 feet depending on exactly how this plays out over the next few hours. But you guys have not had those strong winds yet today. You're getting them now, and these bands are going to continue to move on shore. Look at the eye wall too, by the way, before I send it over to Wendy. We've got Crystal River right here. The eye wall is now 50 miles to our west, very, very close to the eye wall. The actual eye itself is, it just ran off the map there, 75 miles to your west. So again, you're a lot closer in Crystal River to the eye than we were here in Pinellas, Hillsborough County. So that's why the surge is going to be maximized in these areas that could potentially get up to over 10 feet. Wendy?
Thank you. We're going to take a look at, this is a live look at Gulfport, and as you can imagine, this has been flooded like a river for hours now. This is a live look. This is above the casino that's there, and it's just, this is, I mean, truly, it's whatever buildings are around there and the casino, I have to think, are just going to be completely full of water by the time the high surge comes, high tide comes in just a couple of hours. We also have a look at I-4, and apparently there's a crash. This is in Hillsborough County on I-4 West. We're told a sign fell on a vehicle there. We don't know about any fatalities or injuries, but this is on the ramp from 21st Street, and that's the on-ramp there, and it's now closed. Of course, crews on the scene evaluating exactly what happened, and again, if there are any injuries or fatalities, we'll keep you up to date on that. And now we want to look at Treasure Island. City leaders there now tell us the fire department will no longer respond to any calls for service on Sunset Beach. Look at the flooding and the surge there. Unbelievable. Crews say they will resume operations once conditions are deemed safe. These are the images from Treasure Island, and this was earlier this evening. As you can see, it's still light out and now it's dark. The water rising up towards people's homes, and over the past few hours, water has just continued to pour onto the streets, and of course, as the surge continues to build, it's only going to get worse. And here are some images from Treasure Island earlier again this evening. A lot of storm surge in that area as well. And we want to check out some of the power outages because they keep going up. As of 8:15 this evening, there are at least 117,000 Duke Energy customers in Pinellas County and another 18,000 plus in Pasco County without electricity right now. Further down the coast, Florida Power and Light, they're reporting more than 35,000 power outages in Sarasota County and another 31,000 in Manatee County. And we have new video coming in, and this is from our meteorologist, Greg D. Apparently he's already up. This is in Tampa Heights near Armature Works. The Hillsborough River, as you can see, they're flooding, and it's really, I mean, this is now hitting, I feel like, all of our counties, and it's only going to get worse as we head further into high tide in the next about 2.5 hours, 11 p.m. And on for many areas in our viewing capacity. We want to go to Jada Williams. I believe she is live for us at one of the beaches. Yes, Jada is in Indian Rocks Beach. Looks like things have calmed down a bit compared to when we've checked in with you before. Jada?
Yeah, things have calmed down just a little bit, but not really enough to say, things are getting better. I'm still here over at Indian Rocks Beach. I'm on the other side of the bridge, so I'm a little further away from where the beach actually is. Take a look right here. I'm at one of the businesses, and as you can see, they were prepared for this storm, ready to go. They have their hurricane shields up on the windows and the entrance just right beside it. I saw the roof come off of this building right here. Let me step out of the way and come over to this side. Pieces of that roof are now in the ground and they're tumbling by. You can see it going across right there across the street, and that's been happening since I've been out here. When we get those really big gusts of wind, it's blowing all of the debris like pieces of that roof and trees and things that have come down. You see cars that are turning around. The reason they're having to turn around is because, like I said, I'm by the bridge that gets you to Indian Rocks Beach, and right there, if you're trying to cross that bridge, you're not going to be able to do it. That's because Pinellas County deputies are stationed along the entire bridge, keeping you from going over it and getting into Indian Rocks Beach. It's the same with the bridges getting you to the other barrier islands and closer to the water here on in Pinellas County. Now, when we were over on the other side of the bridge earlier today, we had already started to see flooding. We decided that we wanted to come on this side for more safety. We made that decision probably around 6 o'clock or so. And to put it into perspective, we've been seeing flooding here around North Pinellas County since about 1 o'clock today when we got started. So conditions haven't been great all day long, even though, as you can tell now, they are starting to get stronger. I mean, look at how, I don't know if you can see it very well on the camera, but look at how the wind is whipping this rain around. As I mentioned, you know, we continue to get those really strong bursts of wind, and then it kind of tames down a little bit. So we're now adding the wind and the rain together. The really big thing right now is that Pinellas County officially has that shelter in place, and there are people, I've been on social media looking, a lot of people who are saying, oh, I finally decided to stop looking at the beach. When we were driving by earlier, there were a lot of people out there still looking. Pinellas County is saying that is not safe to do because we have that storm surge. That's a really, really big factor into this storm, and it's just not safe to do so. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, this right here is closed off, and it will remain closed off because as it's now dark, you also don't know what you may be driving into. As you can see, this truck right here has had to turn because you are not getting through. The only people who have been able to make it through over here are the ones who have the lights on their truck, law enforcement and other first responders. Reporting live, Jada Williams, ABC Action News.
Jada, thank you, and it's nice to hear that folks out there are heeding the warnings. I do want to mention, unfortunately, that breaking news. We talked about a crash in Hillsborough County on I-4 West. That is, in fact, a fatality. And if you're just joining us, we were told that a sign actually fell on top of a vehicle. This again is on I-4. The ramp from 21st Street on the west side, I believe, is now closed. Crews, of course, on the scene trying to clean up what happened. But in fact, the driver did die in that accident. We will try to give you more information as we get that I-4 area cleaned up. Meanwhile, we want to go to Pasco County now. Julie Solomon is in Hudson for us out there. Julie, I know we're entering the time where, of course, like many other counties, it's high alert. Really, you need to stay in place wherever you are. Do not evacuate because the fact that it's so dark out now, the flooding and the surge is rising, and you just don't know what you could be walking into or driving into.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Wendy. Luckily, we have a couple of light poles here. The electricity is still working out here, but the flagpoles in this area are just whipping around. The winds have really picked up from just a couple hours ago. Earlier today, we just saw some light rain, some of those bands, but now we're really getting hit with the brunt of it, and you can just see how the conditions have deteriorated. A lot of rain, obviously, as you can see, as Helene makes their way through the Tampa Bay area offshore. So if you take a look, you can see just how the wind has really picked up. This is Hudson Beach, so for people familiar with this area, it's right by the inn on the Gulf. And the locals here tell me that this area usually floods, especially with high tide and the storm surge. So storm surge was, you know, their big.
There is a storm coming, an event like the world has never seen before. The emerging event will have little to do with weather, but more about developing situations that were foreseen many years ago. We have always warned you during severe weather and news events that affected many. Now, Channel 1 Atlanta begins a new series to warn you about what's coming soon and make sure you are prepared. Join us on a new journey, as according to a recent survey, a lot of people believe we are living in the last days. Current news events show us now more than ever. In history, time is setting the stage for the coming storm. The new series, now playing only on Channel 1 Atlanta.
Again, a confirmed tornado on the ground in downtown Conyers. This is a very dangerous and life-threatening weather event. Get into the interior section of your house, away from windows or a basement if you have. And there's the debris right there in the Millstead area near the Rockdale Medical Center. Right. Channel 1 Atlanta.
See this. You said you have experience being in the fire department, so thoughts on this?
It's dangerous downtown. I definitely think the level's too far to be driving around.
Right.
But hopefully it clears up in the morning. We'll be out at the show and clear up, and everybody come out to the boat show.
Not quite what you had thought you would see on your, trip here for a conference, right?
Not at all. We'll make the best of it.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for speaking with us. Hopefully you guys are safe and
be safe
your
too.
power stays on, of course.
Thanks so much.
Of course. Now, speaking of power, there's just over 52,000 customers that are out of power just in this county of Hillsborough County. That's another thing to keep in mind. About an hour ago, I saw a transformer blow, excuse me, guys, the power, I saw a green glow in the sky, so I assume it was. Jane?
Brandy, it is. I mean, power is going out there in Tampa. I mean, just the way that these floodwaters have continued to come in, this is the surge pushing into Tampa Bay. I can't help but notice the sludge, too, that you're standing in. So all of that water pushing in, I mean, it's bringing with it things that you don't want in your backyard.
Yeah, that's right. It's just flowing in. I mean, at this point, I feel like we're one with the bay. You can see the water levels on the street behind me, but it's kind of matching up with the bay along that fence as well.
How have the wind gusts been for you? I mean, we've been watching them clock out, towards St. Pete Beach. We had an 82-mile-per-hour gust there. So those hurricane-force wind gusts, they're at the coast. Where you're standing, have you been feeling some pretty powerful gusts over the last hour or two?
Yeah, no, we definitely have. It's definitely on and off. I've been keeping an eye on some of the signs, some of them shaking a lot. So just trying to keep in mind not to stand behind them because we don't know if they might fly away. So the stop sign's just kind of shaking a bit. And obviously you have the palm trees off in the distance, just giving way a little bit. Obviously, it's not the worst that I've seen, but you come outside, it's pretty obvious that we are feeling the impacts from this hurricane, which is amazing because we are so far away from the center of it.
Yeah, it's incredible. We're nearing 5 feet of surge there in Clearwater Beach. Surge has been hovering around 3 to 4 feet there in the Tampa Bay. So Brandy, be safe out there. For now, you have power. We hope it stays on, and we're going to follow you and continue to check in as the night goes on. A look at some of the conditions out of Tallahassee, Florida, as they await really the brunt of this storm. And you can see the floodwaters already. The Panhandle has been dealing with flooding rains over the last several hours. And unfortunately, the worst is still to come for Florida's capital city. That's where we find Fox weather meteorologist Kiana Lewis. Kiana, how are things looking out there for you right now? I mean, the dark of night, we've been talking about this, ramping up. That's what the impacts are going to be when we look down the road the next few hours.
Absolutely. I mean, Jane, just a couple of minutes ago, we didn't have this rain that we have now. So it just speaks to the ebb and flow of how those outer bands are coming through, and then we may catch a bit of a break, and then they come through with a heavier downpour. And that's what we're getting now. Thankfully, the winds, while we'll have these gusts up to sometimes 25, near 30 miles per hour, they're not as significant as they are expected to be heading into later tonight. So that's certainly something that I think a lot of folks are taking advantage of at this hour. We know that going into the 9, 10, 11 o'clock hour, that's all going to change as we head closer and closer towards that landfall. I noticed that we had a little bit of a shift to the east. That makes all of the difference in terms of the center of the storm. So that's something that, of course, we're going to continue to watch as well. But in terms of the rain, those outer bands, the leading edge of Helene, certainly is making itself known here in Tallahassee, and I think a lot of folks are heeding to that. If you look at the streets, if you look behind me, notice that it almost is a ghost town at this point in time. So a lot of folks are definitely down as the sun has gone ahead and set, and they're setting themselves up for later tonight. I talked about last hour, if you didn't get that last little bit of juice in with your devices, now's the time to do so while we still have power. Notice all of the Spanish moss trees behind me are still lit up at this hour. It is expected to change going through tonight, so we are expecting a lot of these opportunities for power outages with these trees maybe tumbling down on power lines as we head into the later half of tonight in that landfall time frame. And of course, if you don't have your device charged up, or if you're not prepared to get the alerts from our Fox Weather app, you're setting yourself up for failure. So you want to make sure you're prepared for that while we still have that power tonight. As I mentioned, at this point in time, I think the one thing that's really making itself present here in Tallahassee is the heavy rain. Going into the next, say, hour or two, I wouldn't be surprised if those winds start picking up as quickly as the rain has been doing so far this evening, Jane.
Of course, Kiana, we're watching those bands too close for comfort in Tallahassee, and you're right. Power up those phones. And I think, too, going into tonight, make sure as you're going off to sleep, because you rest as one does, know where that safe place is inside your home in the case of those warnings. You don't want to be anywhere near windows, power not only going out, but trees falling. That's a big concern up in near Tallahassee. So we're going to be following you all night. Kiana Lewis, thank you for the report there in Tallahassee. All right, let's get you a big picture here to Tampa. We've been following along with the floodwaters and the surge in the Tampa Bay, out on St. Pete, Clearwater. I mean, this storm has so many impacts. There's phase 1, which is what we're going through right now along the coast, awaiting that landfall, which is going to come in about the next 2 to 3 hours as we look ahead into the early overnight time frame. But we're also watching these outer bands, and phase 2 is as Helene makes landfall and then races up through Georgia and into the Carolinas. We already had one confirmed tornado that was up in North Carolina. In fact, it's ongoing right now. That warning runs for another just under 10 minutes. That goes for Caswell County and Rockingham County. So you talk about how far-reaching those impacts are. That's almost on the Virginia border. We also have several tornado warnings in place right now across southeast Georgia and into the low country of South Carolina. But Brian, what jumps off the map to me here too are these flood warnings. We have numerous flood warnings, including flood warnings in Atlanta, biggest metro hub in the southeast, which is really going to take the brunt of Helene post landfall.
Well, so we have multiple things causing flooding, right? One is just continuous rain. And Atlanta, if you know Atlanta, it's a very hilly place. There are big rivers that come through Atlanta. The Chattahoochee River comes through Atlanta, where all the rain that falls in the mountains comes into the Chattahoochee River and then comes down through the city. And there is a history there of major flooding in Atlanta, in northeast Atlanta, where they have neighborhoods all around that river. So
here and evacuate, mandatory evacuations, keep safe.
You told me you were still being helped by the American Red Cross as we speak. You have kind of a temporary mobile home out there right now that you worry about losing over the course of the night. You think it's in a place where storm surge isn't a factor, but with the amount they're predicting now, you're just not sure. What is the mindset as you sit there in the lobby of this hotel, just kind of wondering what the night will bring?
Some fear and sadness. This is a hurricane of epic, catastrophic consequences. It's going to devastate my small rural fishing community. Everything I have in the whole world is nestled in a 38-foot camper. The thought of losing that and having to start over again, can't hardly wrap my head around it, Chad. I don't know.
You told me that you kind of put yourself in a mindset knowing that you're going to lose the camper. That way, if it is still there tomorrow, you know it's a welcome sight.
Right.
Is it kind of hard to get yourself in that mindset?
It is, but there's resiliency and strength. We're Horseshoe Beach strong. It's a mindset and something you have to muster up if you're a survivor. If you're going to conquer and overcome this, you have to get in an attitude of gratitude and thanksgiving and perseverance, and that's what we're made of in this rural fishing community. We're fighters.
Here at the Putnam Lodge, such a sense of community. We enjoyed some of your chocolate chip cookies with sea salt a few minutes ago. They were fantastic. But tell our viewers about the prayer circle you held here earlier this afternoon. A good number of people joined you. What did you pray for?
Strength, no loss of life, for the Lord's will to be done in our community. We prayed for the surrounding communities. We prayed for the state of Florida. It's going to be that epic of a storm. It's going to affect my whole state. Our God is good and He's faithful and He's going to protect us. I don't know the outcome, but God does. He held us in the palm of His hand during Hurricane Idalia through Hurricane Debbie, and He's got this. And Horseshoe Beach was founded on people of great, enormous strength, and we're resilient, and we'll put God first, and He'll carry us through like He has in the past.
Lisa, thank you so much. We're praying for you and Horseshoe Beach and really all of these communities along the Big Bend. But like you said, resilience is in your blood. And that's clear when you go to some of these places that were just devastated by Hurricane Idalia. They were laying sod in Horseshoe Beach a few weeks ago because they rebounded after Idalia. I'm sure they'll do much the same after Helene. And one more thing, because they are burning my ear up, the hurricane party behind me, I want to show you these fine folks out here. They're doing the right thing. They got out of harm's way. They could have easily stayed and, figured they could have weathered this storm. They chose not to do that. They chose safety. They are here hanging out tonight. Again, a hopeful mindset. Plenty of prayer, some laughs, some smiles, but there is that sense that when they go out tomorrow, whenever it's safe to do so, the home they live in might not be there. So you have to think about these people. It's devastating what they are up against, but Florida's strong. It was true after so many previous hurricanes, and I'm sure it'll be true after Helene. Send things back to you guys in the studio.
Chad Mills, live for us in Florida's Big Bend as they brace for this, and you hear the reverence and respect that she has for this storm, and knowing that those folks kind of got out of the way. I have a feeling that Helene is going to be one of those storms that we won't forget. It's going to be on the list of Ian and Charlie and Irma, and just thinking about those folks in the Big Bend.
Well, no doubt, especially as we're not even at high tide, and the surge that's coming is unprecedented. Our areas have never seen anything like it. So,
and that the footage that we're getting in already has been very eye-opening. Let's move now to Tampa, because our Anthony Hill is in downtown right now near the Amalie Arena. And Anthony, what are you seeing down there? Are you seeing flooding in downtown?
Yeah, we're seeing quite a bit of flooding, actually. I'm actually standing in standing water right now. I do want to tell you this, though. In our last live hit about an hour ago, we were on Davis Island. That's where we've been reporting all day long. And in that last live hit, I told you, we're on the tip of Davis Island at the airport. And I told you that so much water, the wind got so intense, it started to pick up water and bring it on land. And I said this was probably going to be our last live hit there as we were getting uncomfortable and we left. As we were driving around Davis Island, thankfully we got a tip saying that if you want to leave, you may want to do it right now because there's flooding that's accumulating on the bridge that connects Davis Island and Tampa, and that some of the smaller cars just couldn't make it, and so a lot of the cars are waiting on the other side. Thankfully, we were able to make it across, so we almost got stuck and stranded on Davis Island. As for conditions here, as I said, a lot of flooding in downtown Tampa. As you can imagine, the conditions here are similar to the conditions in much of the Bay Area. There's a lot of rain, not raining right now, but I'd expect it to rain in a few minutes as we have bands that come over us. So there is rain, there's a lot of wind, there is flooding. My boot is about I would say about 12 inches a foot. My boot is pretty much submerged in the water right now, just to give you some context. And this is not even the worst flooding that we've seen in Tampa. So, yeah, those are the conditions here in Tampa. Like I said, a lot of wind. And interestingly enough, our meteorologists have been reporting that we probably won't experience like constant wind. And that's true. That is true. We're experiencing more gusts. I don't know if you can hear it, but you know, every 5 seconds you'll hear a gust of wind that comes through. And I mean, you can see some damage. You can see trees that have been knocked down, leaves on the ground, things that you would expect when we have, you know, a storm of this magnitude coming by by the Bay Area. But those are the conditions right here, right now in downtown Tampa. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Anthony, thank you. And as the surge, of course, continues, we're going to see more of that, especially in Tampa and in South Tampa. It's an area that I've lived in for a long time, and the drainage issue there is already awful. And I have to say, because of the rain, the amount of rain we've had over the last couple of months, the ground is so saturated that any more rain and the surge is only going to get worse because there's nowhere for it to go. I mean, there really is nowhere to go. So, and speaking of South Tampa, we want to take a look at Bayshore Boulevard right now. And the flooding, again, we saw hours ago. I know conditions have deteriorated. And Rebecca Petit is standing by there. Rebecca, I don't know. It looks like you're on the ground now. We saw you up in a condo a couple hours ago.
That's right. So we're still along Bayshore Boulevard, but we've moved further down because the conditions have gotten worse. The water continues to creep into the neighborhood, so we had to move a little further down. Obviously, storm surge is the biggest concern here in Tampa when it comes to Hurricane Helene. And this is an evacuation zone, so many people have left, but also many people have decided to stay. And some longtime residents that I've spoken with earlier today, they tell me they've never seen it get this bad so quick.
So I've been in the neighborhood about 30 years, and this is the highest I've seen the water come up into the neighborhood so far, based on my 10-minute bike ride.
And as you can see, as I mentioned, the water continues to come into the neighborhood. All of that is storm surge. You can see the water. All day we've seen people come out here just curious to see the water and how it has come over the seawall. Many people have been riding their bikes, walking, driving, and even wakeboarding inside of this water. Obviously, that's very dangerous. We don't recommend that you do that. Now that the sun has gone down, a lot of people are staying inside. Officials continue to urge you to stay inside and off the roads if you don't have to be on the roads. For now, live on Bayshore Boulevard, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
Rebecca, and your cameraman kind of zoomed out behind you, and it looks like a river. I don't know where you are, but I'm seeing cars pass you, and it looks like they're having to go down a side street because that area right in front of you is impassable. How far down are you on Bayshore? Are you near Swan? Give us an idea of what street you're on. I know you said Bayshore Boulevard, but where's the cross street? How far south are you?
We are on Swan at this point. We've moved further down because the water continues to come down. So we are on Swan at this point. You can see people on their hoverboards, still very curious, just trying to take a look at how far the water has come down.
Oh, yeah, we see people on scooters there, too. And we just want to remind you, take this time to say that that water is not a fun area to play in, as we've talked about. This is not just water that, you know, comes from your sink or from the bay. This is mixed with fecal matter and bugs and snakes and anything and everything that comes from our sewer system. And it's just not something you should swim in or bike in or scooter in or more even just walk in, because if you have a cut on your foot or anywhere on your body and that water gets into that cut, it's a bacteria that I can't imagine would just give you a horrible infection. And it's just not a safe area to be in.
This looks like an optical illusion. I don't know. I mean, it looks like those are literally waves on Bayshore Boulevard there, and it's going in like two different directions. Rebecca, correct me if I'm wrong, are the lights flickering out there as well? Are you seeing kind of some power hits?
No, right now it seems that all the lights are still on. Everyone does have power at this moment, so that's good news.
Okay.
However, yeah, you can see those waves crashing. Definitely not safe to be out in that water. People are getting closer, but turn around once they realize how dangerous it is right now.
And can you tell us how many streets, obviously you guys have had to move a couple times, are flooded? Are there very few to get down now because so many of them are flooded as this surge continues to rise?
At this point, we have one light, one cross street with a traffic light where people are kind of stopping and turning around. And like I said, we're on Swan, and at this point, people are realizing that they can't go any further down than that. And so we're on Swan and Fielding at the moment, and once you hit that intersection, you're going to have to turn around.
Yeah, so I imagine Bayshore is shut down, not just to where Howard and Swan, that area always floods. That's very common. But even further down south the other way, where you're getting closer to the base, MacDill Air Force Base, Bay to Bay, Euclid, Gandy, that area I have to imagine is also starting to flood because, again, as we mentioned, the water has nowhere to go. The ground is so saturated, the surge is continuing to rise, and we're nowhere near high tide yet. So unfortunately, this will only get worse. All right. Well, you stay safe out there, Rebecca. Thank you for your latest report. We'll check back in with you in just a bit.
Let's go ahead and move to our northern counties as well. ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler is in downtown Crystal River right now. And this is really going to be also a part that's really going to take the brunt of it there. Eric, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, we're starting to see the worst conditions so far this evening. The rain has definitely picked up, and we're seeing the strongest wind gusts that we've felt so far. We're in the town square in Crystal River and Citrus Avenue that leads out to Kings Bay, and that's where we're going to be watching throughout the night as you see the hard rain coming down and the gusts of wind. Kings Bay is where we're going to be watching the storm surge potential. We've heard the predictions, 10 to 15 feet. Which, if that comes true, city leaders here, county leaders have said that would be catastrophic for this community. They have dealt with a lot of storm surge and flooding with Hurricane Idalia and then Hurricane Debbie more recently, but Idalia was really the bad one that flooded a lot of Crystal River, and it's taken so much time for people to recover, and now they really face what could be just a horrible storm surge that would do so much damage to so many homes down that area as I get pushed back a little bit by this wind. And this all is expected to hit maybe around midnight or so. That might be when we start to see it. And here where we are, these businesses, they've put sandbags, they've boarded up their windows, and this area has been cleared out for most of the day, as a lot of the area of Crystal River has. That's US 19 out there. We still see some people out on the roads, which at this point I would say is not a good idea. But it should be around midnight when we could start to see that storm surge. And obviously, if we start to see some water issues coming up here, we're going to move up to higher ground very quickly, because this is an area that could be underwater when we revisit here tomorrow morning. And a lot of it is because it's going to be happening at night in the dark, and it's going to be so difficult really to gauge just how severe it is until tomorrow morning. But people are still hoping that somehow it does not happen to the degree that is predicted, but at this point we just don't know. We're waiting to see what happens. Live in Crystal River, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. Well, as Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips and, of course, our meteorologist Jason Adams mentioned earlier, it's been a couple hours actually now that it is a Category 4, so I don't think that's going to go down anytime soon since it's still in the water. So stay safe out there, Eric. We want to go now into St. Petersburg. It's continued to flood there, Shore Acres in particular. It's a neighborhood that we know is prone to flooding, has been flooding for many years now.
Katie LeGrone has been there all day. Katie, I feel like you're getting higher and higher because you are running from that water. Tell us, what are you seeing out there, especially now that it's dark? I'm sure it's pretty eerie out there for you.
Yeah, it really is. And right now what we're seeing is when the street becomes a river. I mean, take a look behind me. I mean, I heard you talking to some of the other reporters where it almost looks like an illusion. And that's what we're dealing with here now on Shore Acres Boulevard. I mean, this is completely impassable. The entire road is just underwater right now. Homes that have been sandbagged up to the front door, the water is clearly creeping up there. So the idea that this is happening now some 4 or 5 hours away from high tide is pretty scary, pretty frightening. I want to just give you a little bit of a vantage point. So we're on sort of a platform here overlooking Shore Acres Boulevard. This is the parking lot of the recreation center. I can tell you we've been standing out here for about 25 minutes or so, and when we got out here and got situated, the flood or the puddles of water were sort of concentrated in this corner. And I said to my photographer, Matt, look, we'll show some of the water starting to creep in. Well, that was about 25 minutes ago, and look at this. This is what we're seeing. We're even talking about moving our van, which is parked in the parking lot here, to another section of this recreation center because the water is just spilling over into this parking lot at such a furiously fast pace that it's surprising us, quite frankly. This has always been the concern in this area, which, as you stated earlier, is prone to flooding. It's sort of a rinse and repeat kind of feeling out here where people talk about flooding here just on a typical rainy day, on a normal rainy day. And so the expectation, the fear was anywhere from 5 to 8 feet of water after that high tide around 1 o'clock this morning. And it appears, at least at this point, that that might come to fruition, and that's pretty scary for this area. I know that the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office already has their water rescue teams on standby. They are ready, they are preparing, and they are expecting to have to come in here, whether it's through the overnight hours, in the morning hours, early morning hours, to go ahead and help people get out of their homes because this water is rising so fast in this very flood-prone community already. That's the very latest here. We'll be out here, of course, for the next couple hours. As this water continues to rise, we are going to head to safer, higher ground because it's just coming in so furiously. Guys, back to you.
Katie, quick question. The homes that we see behind you, do you know if anyone's home right now? Did you talk to them?
So it doesn't appear like anybody is home, at least on these in these homes that specifically that I'm looking at on Shore Acres Boulevard. I can tell you that we have been in touch. We've been staying in touch with a homeowner who's right on the bay side of Shore Acres Boulevard. He decided to stay put. He's been sending me some videos. I just spoke with him, I guess about 40 or so minutes ago, and he said, yeah, the water is rising and it's rising very quickly. It's already crested his dock, well crested his dock, making its way into the backyard. He decided to stay put. Throughout the afternoon and the early evening, we had been talking to people. Some people stayed, some people leave. I mean, that's kind of the story in every community. For people who have stayed here, these are individuals, you know, who have been here for a while. They've gone through flooding. They've gone through pretty severe storms. I spoke to a couple of guys who moved in about 3 years ago, and they said after the 10 inches of rain last summer during Idalia, they decided to go ahead and evacuate today. For some perspective, guys, Idalia brought about 4 feet of storm surge to this area. The expectation again is that 8 feet will come with Hurricane Helene, and at least from the site right now, it looks
downwind are probably about 100 yards away, so at this point I'm fairly comfortable standing here as far as things flying around. It's just a big open field out there, so the wind has really nothing to be stopped by. As far as the rainfall totals, we hadn't had much rain until now. It was all east of us. Apalachicola, Panama City, 5 to 7 to 8 inches of rain. There have been flash flood warnings in that area most of today. We have not been under a flash flood warning. We're under a flash flood or a flood watch rather until tomorrow morning. This is moving very fast, upwards of close to 25 miles an hour. So once we get in the eye and then on the other side, the back side is not nearly as strong or wet as the front side. And I think it's going to be like we saw Debbie and Steenhatchee. The rain is going to shut down, and that's going to be pretty much it for the night, except the damage will have been done because those wind gusts are going to knock out the power. It'll be interesting, Jane, to see how long we keep power here in Perry. But they lost power in Debbie for a couple of days, but in Idalia last August, it was out for 7, 8, 9 days. A lot of trees came down. We're talking today with the mayor saying, well, those trees are down, but there's still other trees that were partially damaged. And with all this rain and even stronger winds by far versus Idalia, there's going to be a lot of power outages. And the power crews, as I talked to the mayor earlier at the airport, the power crews are going to be coming through the area after the storm blows by. So they're staging west of here, and they will come in after the storm goes by and set up at the airport. And we may actually be out there tomorrow, I'm not sure, but literally hundreds of crews. They're expecting 1,000 power crews in Perry alone to get the power back on. Jane?
Mike, we were doing some digging. The alarm that went off on your phone is an extreme wind warning for the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. So expecting those conditions to become dangerous, life-threatening over the next couple of hours. Really, truly, forget that. I mean, we're talking those impacts likely imminent when we're looking ahead towards, the next 30, 45 minutes. We could see that. I mean, the eye wall measuring what we're seeing right now, a good 40 miles from where you're standing.
Yeah, it has gone downhill very quickly in the past 30 minutes. Apologize for folks walking into the shot, but It's a definite downhill now, right into the eye wall and then into the eye. I think we're going to be in the eye by about 11:30 or so Eastern, if my math is right, about 2.5 hours. But in the
There we go. Good evening. This is David Dutton in the Channel 1 Atlanta Command Center with continuing coverage now of Hurricane Helene, as we've been bringing you since really much of the evening and late into the afternoon. We're going to continue our coverage all night long as much as we can to keep you ahead of this very dangerous and historic weather event. Hurricane Helene now has winds of 130 miles per hour, as you see at the top right-hand corner of your screen. And we're finding that the pressure it's really dropped. This is a very strong storm. The pressure is 27.82 inches of mercury. Very strong hurricane with a very tight eye that is coming in with the very latest information. We're going to have a new update from the Hurricane Center in just a couple of hours at 11 p.m. Sooner, if need be, if there's a dramatic change in the storm. We've had a couple of those today as well. And but first I want to get you over to the very latest tornado warnings that are coming in, and then we'll get you out to our coverage that we're going to be bringing you throughout the evening from local and national networks. First and foremost, here's the very latest tornado warnings. Just in, a new tornado warning has been issued now for Long County. This is in South Georgia. A new tornado warning for Georgia now, Long County, until 9:30. A few moments ago, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Tibbet, moving northwest at 50. So these are moving very small spin-up tornadoes, but of course they go over your neighborhood. It's a mess. So Long County and South Georgia tornado warning until 9:30. Some of the locations include Donald and Johns Creek. A tornado warning is in effect for Wheeler County in Georgia until 9:15. The storm is located near Almo, and it's moving to the northwest at 45. So again, these quick spin-up tornadoes are moving very quickly. You do not have much time to take shelter in the center part of your house, away from windows or a basement if you have one. You don't have much time to do that with these moving as fast as cars are going down the expressway. Tornadoes are extremely difficult to see and confirm at night. Do not wait till you see or hear the tornado. Take cover now. In South Carolina, a tornado warning remains in effect until 9:30 for Bullock, Candler, Evans, and Tattnall counties. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles to the north of Belleville, moving northwest at 50. So again, all these are moving very quickly. Also in South Carolina, a tornado warning continues until 9:15 for McIntosh County in South Carolina. The storm was near Cox, moving to the northwest at 40. Also in South Carolina, a tornado warning is in effect for Bryan, Chatham, and Liberty counties this is in southeastern Georgia. So this is Chatham County, which is the Savannah area, Bryan County, and Liberty counties in southeastern Georgia until 9:45. This is a recent tornado warning that is just coming in. A confirmed waterspout was just off the coast of St. Catharines, and it's moving inland northwest at 35. Again, a confirmed waterspout just off the coast there, St. Catharines. This is in southeastern Georgia near the Savannah area. Waterspout coming in to Bryan, Chatham, and Liberty counties in southeastern Georgia. Confirmed tornado until 9:45. Some of the locations in the path of this tornado on the ground include Pooler, Richmond Hill, which is in the Savannah area, Half Moon Landing, and St. Catharines Island, of course, is where the tornado is now. This includes highways Interstate 16, Interstate 95, between mile marker 79 and 98. Move to the interior section of the lowest floor of a built building away from windows. If you're outdoor in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest shelter. Protect yourself from flying debris. Tornadoes are difficult to observe at night. Take shelter now. Tornadoes from tropical storms and hurricanes can form and move very quickly. Take cover immediately. If you wait till you hear the tornado, it could be too late. Take action now to protect yourself. So again, this is a tornado, confirmed tornado in the Savannah, Georgia area right now for Bryan, Chatham, and Liberty counties until 9:45. That's the most urgent message I've seen in the last few moments. A tornado warning continues. This is for North Carolina out of Blacksburg, Virginia, for Caswell County in North Carolina. The storm was near Jericho, moving northwest at 25. Tornado warning continues for Glenn County in southeastern Georgia until 9:15. And in South Carolina, Chatham, Beaufort, and Jasper until 9:15. So there are really numerous tornado warnings right now, in particular the South Carolina area. And again, a tornado warning continues to 9:15 for Chatham, Beaufort, and Jasper counties. At 9:04, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over the Isle of Hope, moving northwest at 45. That's an update. And locations impacted with this storm, they're not calling it a confirmed tornado anymore, but downtown and midtown Savannah is in the path of the storm. So if you live in Savannah, Georgia, you need to take shelter immediately. A tornado is headed your way. Again, downtown and midtown Savannah. Hunter Army Airfield is in the path of this storm, along with I-16, I-95, and I-516. So again, this is an urgent message for Savannah, Georgia. Take shelter immediately. A tornado is headed your way. We're continuing to scan for the very latest tornado warnings. We have an update out of Caswell, North Carolina. A tornado warning for central Caswell County will expire at 9:15. The storm has weakened. And again, if you just joined us, we have a tornado headed for downtown Savannah, Georgia. If you live in Savannah, Georgia, you need to take shelter immediately. This is a life-threatening event. Remain calm, but you need to get in the center part of your house away from windows, and you need to get into the basement if you have one. If you're running into a flooding situation there, you need to get as low as you can to get away from the tornado. But if you have floodwaters coming into your home, get it. It's kind of a balancing act. Get as high as you can and as low as you can. You have to balance it out. If you're in a tornado situation at the moment and a flooding situation, if water is actually coming into your house. So we got a lot going on tonight. This is a 500-mile wide storm that is coming into the southeast tonight. A very precedented weather event that is occurring right now. Maybe one of the strongest storms we've seen in years in the southeast and in Florida, and especially in Georgia. All 159 counties in Georgia are currently under a state of an emergency. Numerous counties in Florida as well. And of course, we've been telling you about this storm for over a week here, and unfortunately, it is now a Category 4 hurricane with winds over 130 miles an hour as it approaches the coastline right now. It should make landfall in the Florida Panhandle here over the next couple of hours. Now here in Atlanta, if you're joining us from Atlanta, which is where we are, and want to get a local update, they're expecting the worst of the weather to come in between roughly midnight and 10 a.m. Of course, during the overnight hours. The main threat in Georgia will be the high wind and the flooding. Significant flooding is is expected, and the possibility of major severe flooding from the northeast Georgia mountains through central Georgia down into southwestern Georgia. The threat in Georgia, and particularly metro Atlanta, for the tornadoes will be just east of downtown Atlanta. There is a chance of a couple of tornadoes around here, but again, mainly just east of downtown Atlanta, in places like Athens, Eatonton, maybe Griffin, over to Fayetteville, and as close as maybe Decatur, before all this is said and done. So we will keep you updated, and we can see that between the overnight hours through 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're going to stay with you as long as we can throughout the overnight hours, and be with you at least now until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We may have to come and go for a few minutes here and there, but we're going to stay with you as much as possible throughout the overnight hours until early Friday morning. Now, that's the very latest. Again, we're going to be with you throughout the night, giving you the very latest information. We have this is just coming in now, a new tornado warning coming in now for Florida. This is out of Jacksonville until 9:30. Pardon me, it's for Georgia, out of Jacksonville. For southeastern Georgia's Glenn County. At 9:12, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near the Country Club Estates, or near Dock Junction, moving to the northwest at 55 miles per hour. So these little quick spin ups are really hauling it tonight, again, going as fast as cars going down the interstate or down the highway. But they are really moving, so you do not have any time to take shelter. You need to take shelter now. Don't wait. And again, get to the lowest part of your home, the center part of your house, away from windows. If you're experiencing flooding for some reason coming into your home right now, you'll have to do that balancing act, or you go to the lowest part of your home, but the highest, to stay away from the water during the tornado event, which they usually last about 30 minutes. We're expecting winds in excess of 40 to 60 miles per hour in metropolitan Atlanta area tonight. Gusts could be 70 east of here, and we're going to have some pretty strong winds, of course, along the coast, 80 miles per hour, with gusts up to 130 in the Big Bend area of Florida. Storm surge up to 20 feet. That is unsurvivable. If you're along the coast at the Big Bend, it is unsurvivable. The water will rise 20 feet up into the air, and this is an unprecedented event of its own. There's so many things happening tonight that's just off the charts. It's unbelievable. We had an enhanced risk for a tornado today in southeastern Georgia, which is actually even rare for a hurricane. Usually there are 1s and 2s, but this was a 3. So this is a very strong storm that is coming in, and as long as you're prepared, you should be safe, remain calm, and we'll get through the night. Then in the meantime, again, we're going to be here throughout the night. It's 9:17 Eastern Time. We're live from Atlanta with continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene here on Channel 1 Atlanta. Coming up next, we're going to take you over to Fox Weather, and then in just a few moments, we're going to join our local affiliates in Tallahassee, Florida, for continuing coverage there.
For the hurricane.
Yeah, Mark, we're looking at some of your cameras right now, and it really is striking to me. I mean, I feel like the idea of storm surge is already such a hard concept to really wrap your head around. But this is the real truth. This is what puts it into perspective of why you need to be away from the coast in scenarios and in storms like this. I mean, the waves are breaking onshore and then pushing. I mean, there's the seawall right there, and you have waves that are lapping up over the shores and over the road.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to just get higher and higher, especially up in the Big Bend area, potentially 20 feet. And then on top of that, that wave action, and you're going to start getting structures that are bulldozed and tremendous amounts of vegetative debris. And unfortunately, a bunch of animals are going to get swept up into that. And this is really going to be painful for people to see tomorrow at first light. A generational hurricane here for the Big Bend area of Florida. And then, as you all have been talking about so well, it's going to move into the southeast from there.
You really talk about the magnitude, generational hurricane for the Big Bend of Florida. You've been through a number of big storms. Ian was one that for Florida is, of course, remembered, and we're still picking up the pieces from the surge there in Fort Myers Beach. Up to 20 feet of surge in the Big Bend. When you look at Helene on a broad scale, for what you've seen in your experiences, what are you most concerned with? Which impact? Is it the surge? Is it the wind? Because we already have extreme wind warnings up for places like Perry, Florida, that could see winds over 130 miles an hour.
Yeah, so the biggest concern is the storm surge, because you just can't survive that kind of force of water and all the different stuff that's in it. Now that it's nighttime, that makes it even more horrifying. And we can't predict exactly where those peak values are going to happen. And so that's the number one concern. And then the next thing is the threat of incredible flooding in parts of western North Carolina and the vicinity of the upstate South Carolina, where the high risk is for flooding. A high risk of flash flooding should get the exact same attention.
Related spots, and most of those winds will stay very elevated, but it increases the possibility that we could see some 100+ mile per hour gusts along the Taylor County coast. So if you've still got power, don't count on it lasting much longer, because this is moving about 25 miles per hour. All right, let's go. We're widening back out. There's another view as that center continues to race off toward the northeast. The worst of it, as far as the bands of rain, have moved on past Tampa, but those are still rotating up our way. And there is a tornado watch that's in effect. We're starting to see that possibility for some of these storms out here now as they start to rotate around this center. We've already seen some of those across parts of southwest Georgia, and that is still a possibility. But when you're talking about an area with 75 to 100+ mile an hour winds, that's basically just a big tornado that's coming our way. So moving into coastal Jefferson and Taylor counties in particular during the next hour. But you're really going to start, and we're going to check out the winds here in just a moment to see what they're doing over toward Alligator Point. The future cast, we're not going to see any significant changes. What's important is that it's a large system. Yes, extreme southwest Georgia, western Big Bend, you will get some tropical storm force wind gusts, you will get some power outages, and still an outside shot over southwest Georgia for an isolated tornado. But the area from Cairo to Tallahassee to Crawfordville and points east, that's where we'll see the worst. And then kind of separate the coast, because the coast, you may not get the worst of the winds, but that water is still going to pile up. Now let's talk about those winds. Starting to see them gust higher up our way. So not as high down over the Gulf waters to our south, but Clearwater Beach, you say, well, the worst of it has gone by. Gusting to 67 miles per hour right now. That's going to cause some damage. Locally, the winds are still running around 15 to 25 miles per hour. But now we're starting to see those continued gusts. They've been pretty consistent, about 45 to 50 miles per hour from Alligator Point to Apalachicola. Perry now up to 39 miles per hour. So that's tropical storm strength. And this is just the start of it as it moves off toward the northeast. Still tracking what we expect. Those 65, 75, 95 mile an hour winds will come inland as we get 10 to 11 to 12 across the Big Bend counties, especially the eastern half of the Big Bend. Tallahassee, Thomasville, Monticello, you could still see some wind gusts in that 70 to 75 mile per hour range. They're more likely the farther east you go and could exceed 100 miles per hour from Mayo to Live Oak, and could get pretty close to that. This may be underdone from Valdosta to Homerville, but I think this is reasonable to expect 75 to 85 or 90 mile per hour gusts in some spots across parts of South Georgia. And then as we get beyond around 3 o'clock, it's still windy, but it will get better, and it'll be a slow process, but it will continue to get better and better overnight. So I'll wrap up this part, but just to remind everybody that the center, this is when everything starts to go downhill. Hopefully everybody's in a good, safe place, especially if you are in Taylor County. If you waited it out, I hope you're in a good, sturdy place. And if you're watching on TV, watching us on the stream, listening on the radio, we will stay with you and guide you through this. But this is the unfortunate part, when the worst of it gets ready to move on shore. And unfortunately, it's not going to weaken much. It will once it hits the coast, but it's moving so quickly that that weakening trend will be slow compared to that forward speed. So that's it for now. Let's toss it on back to Abby and Ava.
Well, Mike, that's what a lot of people I've been looking on Facebook have been saying is like, oh, I don't really, it's just kind of some rain and it's just kind of this. And it feels like we have been dealing with this for a very long time. But as you were saying, the time, I mean, things are going to increase rapidly when it comes to things deteriorating and the conditions just falling apart and the winds picking up.
Well, and it's human nature. We want it to be over quickly. Yes. And so we're kind of like, when's it going to start so that it can be over?
Yeah.
But yes, it's literally just been the prelude. It's just the workup to all of it. This is the main event that's coming in right now and will be for the next few hours.
Absolutely. You definitely need to make sure that you are prepared if you have stayed there. I was watching the interview with Kevin Guthrie from earlier at the state EOC talking about if you've decided to stay and you start hearing snapping and popping and things like that. He said that is trees and limbs falling down and you need to make sure that you get yourself to the interior part of your house just like you would with a tornado.
That's the cue.
And make sure that you have a mattress or something to kind of put over you in case something would fall to kind of, shield that and to shield yourself.
That's right. Absolutely. Have to be aware.
Absolutely. Okay, of course, Madison County soon be feeling Helene's wrath. We want to bring in now Lee Bassford, the Madison County Emergency Manager. She is joining us live on the phone. Thank you for taking the time, ma'am. We feel for you guys. We're thinking about you guys. We know you have a shelter there. We know you've had mandatory evacuations for things like RVs and mobile homes. Do you feel like people took that seriously and evacuated?
Well, I'll say this. We have around 400 people in our shelter currently. So I hope that they have heeded our warnings over the last week, and a lot of our residents chose to get out of the path of the storm.
All right. Well,
and go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's going to be a difficult few hours ahead. What are you expecting to see?
Well, we're currently under an extreme wind warning, and citizens should understand this is likely to be a wind event like our county has never experienced before. So they should treat it like a tornado warning, find shelter in the innermost portion of the home, prepare to ride out the storm, and to take care of the families.
And is there, we are getting down to that time where Helene is about to make landfall. For any of the people in your area who may be watching or listening, do you have any last advice for them before the storm makes its way to Madison County?
Same thing, just to get to the safest portion of their home when the winds start picking up. We advise all residents to please stay off the roadways after the wind subsides so that our first responders can do their jobs and get to the citizens that need help. So we, again, just emphasize to please stay off the roadways after the storm.
All right. Lee Bassford with the Madison County Emergency Management. Thank you so much, ma'am. Stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you for having me.
Panama City also feeling some impacts from Helene. To keep you on gauze with our sister station WJHG visited the Emergency Operations Center and spoke with our Congressman Neil Dunn.
Yes, I'm standing here with Congressman Neil Dunn here at the Bay County Emergency Operations Center preparing for Hurricane Helene. No, we are kind of out of the cone, Mr. Dunn.
Bay County's out of the cone, but 10 of my 16 counties in my district are under mandatory evacuation orders.
Now, we're not unfamiliar with big storms. With Michael coming through 6 years ago, kind of talking about what we're doing to prepare for Helene here.
So I'm really proud of the efforts that Florida has made over the years to prepare itself for this kind of disaster. And, this is years of effort on the part of the emergency operations staff in all the counties. So every county in the state has one of these emergency operations centers. And they're all networked. We just got off a call with all of them. And everybody reported their needs and their preparations, and it was a great report. It was good news. Everybody's bunkered down, ready to go. There are some people who haven't responded to the mandatory evacuation. Please, if you're in one of those counties, listen to your EOC, Emergency Operations Center. They are there to help you and save your life.
I understand. Now, from my understanding, since we are out of the cone, we've been through this before. We're going to help the people outside. How do we plan on helping these counties who might potentially be hit by this hurricane?
So it's worth remembering when we had Michael hit here, right here, we got a lot of help from our neighbors. And our neighbors are going to need our help tomorrow. And we should be there for them. And we're talking about marshaling together the food, the water, the generators, all the things that keep civilization operational. So we're here to help each other, county to county. And together, locked together, we make a great system.
850 strong.
850 strong.
Neighbors helping neighbors.
Thank you, Keith.
Reporting live here in Bay County, DeKevion Goss, News Channel 7.
All right. Well, again, earlier this week, our anchor Zach Dahlheimer also talked with Congressman Dunn. Again, was talking about the money for FEMA, because a lot of there's talk of FEMA doesn't have the money, and people worried obviously about what's going to happen to us, in the storm's aftermath. He did say, Congress is coming together to make sure that there is funding for those recovery efforts, and we'll have much more of that in the days and weeks to come.
Yeah, put a lot of people at ease.
Yes. Absolutely.
Hurricane Helene strengthened to a Category 4 forecast to hit the Big Bend tonight with winds at least 130 miles per hour. You can see these powerful waves there crashing onto docks in Clearwater, Florida and Pinellas County, and one dock has already been taken out.
All right, and again, strong winds and waves hitting the Howard Franklin Bridge. Oh my gosh, this is in the Tampa area. Everyone knows this bridge. This is a very famous bridge, and those people should not be on that bridge.
No, not at all.
That is just crazy right there. You can see the waves just crashing in there. This is an example of what you do not do.
Yeah, it's very unsettling to see people actually driving on the bridge.
All right. Well, the landfall for Hurricane Helene continuing to move closer. We need to be preparing. The Category 4 storm is expected to make landfall very, very soon. We know that trees will be down, power lines will be down, knocked out, potentially, destruction to property. Not catching people by surprise here, though. It really does seem that a lot of you out there, all of us, we're taking this very seriously.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a fast-moving storm. It just kind of appeared almost, but we have been talking about it for a while, and I think it seems like everyone's really been invested in being prepared. It seems like, just in terms of shelters and people getting advance warning that you need to leave or mandatory evacuations, that sort of thing. So we've been tracking Hurricane Helene for several days, and thanks to our meteorologists and the hurricane hunters.
Our primary mission is to take the coordinates that the National Hurricane Center gives us and to find the exact center of the storm.
It's vital to have these assets in the storm continuously as it's approached the United States to really get the proper forecast correct.
And the hurricane hunters are able to track everything from wind speed and direction to pressure and temperatures. It's unbelievable to think they actually fly in the eye of this
They are
hurricane.
some brave men and women, that is for sure. All right. Well, we can hear that the rain is starting to pick up over the roof of the WCTV studios. And so we want to send things out to meteorologist Josh Green. He is out live in front of our studios. He has been holding an umbrella for the past couple of live hits. Let's see if that's happening now. Josh, are you still holding that umbrella? He is not.
Oh, okay.
Yes. No more umbrella, Ava and Abby. I tried to use the umbrella, and here it is. that was because of about a 30 to 35 mile per hour wind gust. So what that tells me is that it is time to be off of the roadways in Leon County. Thank you so much, Ryan Kelly, for handing me said umbrella. Yes, that means that we're starting to see some of those close to, if not tropical storm force wind gusts. Now, those are the shorter bursts of wind. When you talk about sustained winds, those have to last for about 2 minutes. So we're not at tropical storm force sustained winds yet here in Tallahassee. That's where I'm standing right now on the northeast side of town. But over the next hour or two, that's when those tropical storm force wind gusts will turn into sustained winds. That's when we're going to start to notice a few more of those power outages all across Leon County. And we're looking at major Hurricane Helene making landfall now within the next hour or two. And what that means is if you are in Leon County, if you're in Tallahassee, and you're wondering when's the worst of the storm going to get to me, that's going to be happening at around 11 and 12, all right, 11 p.m. and midnight, and it's going to continue till about 1 a.m., and that's when conditions will finally start to improve a little bit and will considerably improve as we head into early Friday morning. So again, my key messages from this report is that it is time to be off the roadways in Leon County. We do have those tropical storm force wind gusts that are arriving here in Tallahassee, and yes, the rain is coming down. Conditions are only going to continue to worsen over the next couple of hours. So I'll be sure to give you another report as some of those closer bands of gusty winds and rain start to get a little bit closer into the town of the capital city.
All right, I know everyone is kind of like anxious and there's kind of a feeling in the air, so I just want to provide a little bit of comedic levity here. Josh, you showed us that umbrella. That was my umbrella. You borrowed that umbrella from me. Just saying, you owe me an umbrella. Just saying. I know.
No.
I know.
Don't
Thanks,
worry,
buddy.
Don't worry. I've got 2 more that I'm going to pay you back double.
Ah, thank you, buddy. Okay, thank you for being out there, everybody. Just needed to lighten the mood just a little bit.
We needed it.
Just a little bit. All right. Ava and I are going to step off. We're going to get ourselves some food, get some coffee. But after that, Julie and Jacob are going to come back. But in the meantime, we're going to send things over to meteorologist Cameron Aaron. He's got the very latest on what's going on with Helene. Cam, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Abby and Ava, thank you guys so much. We are awaiting the new update from the National Hurricane Center in less than 30 minutes. But at this point, Hurricane Helene, still a strong Category 4 hurricane. Those winds of 140 miles per hour, the pressure down to 941 millibars. Pushing off to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. So we are expecting a landfall pretty soon in the Big Bend of Florida. And this will continue racing off to the northeast over the next several hours. So again, if you live further inland in South Georgia, this is still a big issue for you as well, as we are tracking the potential for Category 1, possibly a Category 2 hurricane as far north as South Georgia. Also want to point this out, just because you live outside the cone, in the Panhandle, in the Peninsula, or anywhere east or west of that center of circulation, because Helene is so large, we are expecting impacts outside the cone. Those hurricane force gusts, they extend upwards of 60 miles away from the center of circulation. So again, we are tracking big impacts as Helene comes ashore. Let's talk about what's going on at this hour. This is a close-up of Hurricane Helene. This is the eye. This is the eye wall. Check out how much lightning has developed over the past couple of radar scans, especially on the western and northwestern side of the eye wall. So again, as this comes ashore in Taylor County, possibly close to Jefferson County, this is the worst part of the storm. So a heads up in Perry, a heads up in Keaton Beach, in Steinhatchee, in southern Jefferson County. This is the worst part of the eye wall. It will continue racing off to the northeast over the next couple of minutes there. A few of those approximate arrival times of that eye wall. We're talking Steinhatchee 9:40, Shady Grove 10:18, talking about Lamont at 10:29, possibly as far north and east as Madison at 10:46. So about 1 hour away, close to the I-10 corridor. And again, this is going to be a system that will have to take its time to weaken because it's moving so quickly. So these hurricane force gusts, they are going to extend further inland. Not only a coastal storm, but also a storm that we have to watch out for further inland, close to the I-10 corridor and over into South Georgia. Let's zoom into parts of Taylor County, pushing into Lafayette County, also into Suwannee County. You can see those bands of heavy rainfall. They continue to rotate around the circulation of Hurricane Helene. Same story for the capital city in Tallahassee. Notice the yellow and the orange color. They continue rotating to the north and west, impacting Leon County, also impacting Crawfordville and McCulloch County. And the same story closer to South Georgia for our friends in Thomasville and Valdosta. Some wet weather, and the conditions will continue to go downhill as we go through the rest of your Thursday night, also early on Friday. Now, this is a relatively rare event. The National Weather Service has issued an extreme wind warning for the areas in this purple color. That is for places in far eastern Leon County, far eastern McCulloch County, all of Jefferson County, all of Madison County, all of Taylor County, and for Mayo and points to the west over in Lafayette County. Again, this is for the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. As this comes ashore, we could see winds upwards of 100, possibly more than 100 miles per hour. At this point, we are gusting to 51 in Apalachicola, gusting to 44 in Alligator Point, gusting to 43 over in Perry. But I do think we see these wind gusts really spike over the next hour or so, especially close to the coast. And again, if you are under that extreme wind warning, now is the time to take shelter. Treat this as a tornado warning. Go ahead and go indoors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible and stay away from those windows. Also, if you have a helmet, wouldn't hurt to put that on as well if you're under that extreme wind warning. Let's talk about those future wind gusts. This is from the graph model. Again, this is just one model run, so these aren't completely accurate. Don't take these to the bank to the exact number. But this is showing winds upwards of 94, possibly up to 100 or more than 100 miles per hour close to the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. And again, as we go past midnight, past 1 a.m., notice those strong gusts extend into parts of South Georgia, gusting to more than 75 or more than 85 miles per hour in some areas close to the I-75 corridor. Now, we are tracking some rapid improvement by Friday morning as drier air is on the way as we wake up on Friday. Until then, tracking several different threats. One of those, possibly a few tornadoes, and this is a tornado watch in place that will last until 10 o'clock this evening. But I am anticipating this to be extended, especially along into the east of that landfall center. We have a level 2 slight risk of severe weather in place from Thomasville to Tallahassee and back to the west, or back to the east, I should say, over those far eastern counties. That is a level 2 slight risk of severe weather. So again, we could see a few of those spin up tornadoes. Now, once you factor in tropical tornadoes, those are very quick to develop, also very quick to spin down. They don't last too long, so the lead time may not be the best. So be sure that you have a way to receive warnings, have that first alert weather app through this evening and to go into the first half of your Friday. We have a flood watch also in place. This will last through Friday morning. As heavy rain continues across the Big Bend in South Georgia, these numbers are on top of the rain that we had on Wednesday and also throughout the day on Thursday. We could still see rainfall totals of additional rain up to 1, possibly up to 5 or more than 5 inches of rain over the next several hours as Helene pushes further inland. A hurricane warning also continues for all the areas in this red color for most of our counties. Now, for Mariana and Jackson County, also for Calhoun County, this is a tropical storm warning. But like I talked about a few minutes ago, because Helene is so large, we're going to see those impacts well outside the cone. For the Panhandle as far west as near Destin, for the peninsula as far east, we have a hurricane warning close to Gainesville. So again, this is a very large system. Don't only pay attention to the center of circulation. A storm surge warning continues from Apalachicola all the way over to Steinhatchee. We are expecting those storm surge values to rise through the overnight hours as Helene pushes further inland over parts of the Big Bend, possibly between 15 to 20 feet from Carabel over to Steinhatchee. Once again, this is not going to be a widespread scenario where everyone sees storm surge values this high, but a few pockets could see storm surge up to 15 or 20 feet, especially along into the east of that forecasted cone where it comes ashore. So as you go further west over parts of St. George Island, close to Dog Island, this is a forecast of 10 to 15 feet of storm surge on the western side of that circulation. We're also watching out for this high tide that is coming in after midnight, after 1 a.m. for most of us. That's also working against us to go into the overnight hours. In terms of those impacts, the forecast remains the same as Hurricane Helene is approaching landfall over the next hour or so in the Big Bend of Florida. Again, closer to the center, we could see those winds over 100 miles per hour, possibly over 110 miles per hour in those gusts close to the center of circulation. Those widespread power outages, they are likely as the center moves ashore. Let's check in with Julie and Jacob at the desk. Guys, back to you.
All right, Cameron, you're doing an excellent job so far this evening. We are back here on the desk, and we'll take our viewers through landfall, and perhaps our weather team can let us know when landfall does occur so we can cut in and let our folks know when that does occur. And we're, of course, thinking about all our friends right now in Taylor, Madison, Lowndes, Suwannee counties, and beyond. And, of course, here in Tallahassee, we're seeing effects. So we're going to be tracking all of that over the next few hours as we see Helene move ashore.
Absolutely. And we were starting to hear really torrential rains outside the studio right now. You may have seen Josh and his, just sad umbrella earlier.
Yes.
It's the effects of this storm are really starting to come ashore now and affect communities all across our viewing area. So, there are community leaders and emergency managers that are going to be up all night tonight monitoring this and trying to make sure that they are ready to go as soon as it's safe to go out and help pick up the pieces from this storm. We want to join Tallahassee Mayor John Daly right now. He is spending the night at City Hall. Mayor, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. I know that you're being kept up to date on all of the things that are happening across the city. What's happening right now as we hear the rain on the roof?
Well, first of all, I want to thank y'all for your coverage. Y'all have done a tremendous job, and we certainly appreciate it. Yeah, now is the time to hunker down. As you said, Julie, the wind is extremely hard, and the rain is hard down here at City Hall. The storm's coming in. We want everybody to be very safe and stay in. The city is prepared to respond. Once the storm passes through, we'll go out and make our professional assessment and roll up our sleeves and get to work.
And Mayor, of course, the city and the county issued those mandatory evacuations for folks who live in mobile homes, a rare choice, but one that was done with safety in mind. Any indication whether folks heeded those warnings?
That's a great question, and you're correct. It was a county evacuation order. I can tell you that I believe we have about 1,500, 1,700 people in shelters that have been established in Leon County schools, which is a great sign that people are taking advantage of the shelters. So I think that people have been paying attention, and I think for the most part, our residents have taken this storm extremely serious.
Yeah, it's out there spinning with that Cat 4 marker right now. Intense wind, intense rain ahead. Mayor, at last check, about 2,500 people in the city of Tallahassee were without power, and of course we're expecting that number to rise in the hours ahead. How many crews do you have on standby to help restore power, and what has the city of Tallahassee learned from past storms that is helping it to make restoration quicker?
Yeah, great question, Julie. We've got over 2,000 employees in our utility department that is working hard around the clock. It is all hands on deck to keep everybody safe and to keep the city up and running. After every storm that comes through, we always do an after-action report where we study and analyze what works and where we can improve. And over the years, we know that preparation is the key to success. One of the reasons why we've staged our assets all across the community, we've staged our personnel across the community, we've called in our mutual aid agreements. 9 states, as far away as Oklahoma, have been sending their crews to Tallahassee to help us. So, look, again, we are prepared, and we're ready to get to work. But you know as well as I do that when you have a Category 4 hurricane come through your area, there's going to be significant damage. I want to remind everybody that recovery will be a marathon, not a sprint, but we're Tallahassee strong, and we're going to do it.
And, Mayor, storm anxiety is a real thing. A lot of us, perhaps all of us, are feeling it. Now, what's your message to residents who are worried right now as the worst of the storm moves inland at this hour? I know lots of folks are anxious about what they might see, as you mentioned, when the sun comes up as well.
I apologize. I had a tickle in my throat. No, I agree, and I think it's normal to be nervous when storms of this side come through. I want to reemphasize that now is the time for us to all be safe. Your first line of defense is you and your family. Check on your neighbors if you can and call them. But know that your city is prepared as an institution. The county is prepared as the institution. We're working with the state. We're working with our partners from across the country, and we're gonna make it. But you are correct. Now is a very difficult time as the storm rolls through, and I hope everybody stays safe.
All right, Mayor Daley, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Our best to you and all of the city employees who are working tonight to keep us safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we've seen communities across the Big Bend and a little farther south see impacts from Helene already. Michael Bobbitt is a resident in Cedar Key, where we've seen some pretty incredible images tonight. He said he was riding out the storm, but he had that same anxiety, that same fear about what his community will look like come Friday, especially after Idalia's impacts from last year. Take a listen.
It's not good. It's just in the last hour, really, things have started to come apart. The Gulf is rising up to swallow the island. During Hurricane Idalia a year ago, we got about 7 foot of storm surge, and it completely devastated the island. We're looking at between 12 and possibly 20 feet of storm surge. Luckily, I'm in a house at the top of a tall hill. I think I'll be okay, but I don't know that Cedar Key as we know it will exist in the morning.
That is certainly a stark way to put it, and that can be said true for our coastal communities in Taylor County as well.
I was going to say, across the Gulf Coast of Florida, so many of these communities have weathered serious, significant storms over these last few years. They are storm weary. They know how hard it is. They know how much damage they can do. And honestly, they know how hard it is to recover from them as well. So definitely our hearts going out to people tonight. And, as the Mayor Daley mentioned, there are a lot of people in this community who are going to work hard to help recover.
Right, and if landfall indeed is in Taylor County tonight, that'll be the 3rd hurricane to make landfall in Taylor County in just over a year. Now,
not going to be easy, but we'll be there. We'll get through it.
I know you mentioned the 1 fatality. Is that the only one that you know of right now?
It's the only one that we know of. But as I said, we wake up tomorrow morning, the chances are there will likely have been more fatalities. It's just when a storm is... this big and this strong, there's so many different...
And that's Governor DeSantis giving an update at the EOC here in Tallahassee. Again, the governor confirming Florida's first fatality in a traffic incident down in Tampa on I-4 down there. Also, we want to mention we have a sheriff reporting 2 fatalities in Georgia north of Valdosta. So we'll share some more information on that with you as well. And, saying that this storm, unfortunately, this very, very powerful Cat 4 storm, winds of 140 miles an hour, made landfall in Taylor County just minutes ago.
Around 11:10 p.m., the strongest hurricane ever to hit the Big Bend in recorded history, coming 13 months after what was then the strongest hurricane ever to hit the Big Bend in Idalia. So a heartbreaking gut punch, one after the other.
Yes.
And Taylor County is on our minds. We're going to check in with the Taylor County Emergency Management Director in a moment. He's going to join us. But we want to take a look outside if we can. I believe we have Madison County pulled up, but instead we'll go right outside our doors here in Tallahassee and check in with Josh Green. And Josh, what's the condition here in Tallahassee right now?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jacob, the conditions here in Tallahassee are not nearly as bad as what they are for our friends in Taylor County and what they are about to be in spots like Madison, even like Jefferson, Lafayette County as well. And even as we start to move further north into some of our South Georgia counties, spots like Brooks and Lowndes, they're going to be up next. If you're thinking about what's happening right here in Tallahassee, we've got sustained winds of about 30 to 40 miles per hour, and we do have wind gusts around 40 to 50 miles per hour. So those are enough to start bringing down some trees. Those are enough to start knocking out the power as well. Again, it's not quite as destructive as what it is right around the core of the storm, and especially on the eastern side of it. That's what's just going through spots like Taylor County right now. But you can see here in Leon County, still very gusty winds out here. The trees are moving, especially the really tall ones. I've already seen some reports of some downed trees as well. If you're wondering about the timing, what's the worst of it for Tallahassee, Leon County? That's going to be pretty much from right now up until about 1 a.m. Once we get to around 1 o'clock, that's when it's going to start to pull further enough north that the conditions will slowly but surely start to get a little bit better out there. So we've still got some time to ride this out, but if you're talking just in terms of Tallahassee, certainly missed the worst part of this storm that, as we are going to see once the sun comes up, caused a lot of problems there in Taylor County. And I do believe we're about to speak with some folks over there. So we'll continue to update you on what's going on here in Tallahassee over the next hour or two until this thing finally starts to pull back to the north. But again, just coming in right now, pretty gusty winds, again, around 40 to 50 miles per hour. That is tropical storm force winds, not up to hurricane strength. Still have that potential. We're still riding it out. All right, I'll have more updates coming up, but for now, we'll send it back to you, Jacob.
All right, Josh, thank you so much. And we want to turn things over now to the Emergency Management Director in Taylor County, John Lauk, once again joining us on the phone. Thank you so much for doing so. I know your county is under the gun right now, and we just made more history, the wrong kind of history, with another landfall, the strongest hurricane ever to hit the Big Bend. How are you, sir, and how are the deputies in the sheriff's office there and the other emergency management folks right now?
Well, everybody's still hunkered down right now. We're still monitoring everything. Of course, it's dark outside. It's hard to get any kind of ideas, especially about the damage. Most of the county is in the eye at the time, so we're, I guess, enjoying a little bit of peace. But we did have some horrendous winds coming through, and now we're waiting on the back side of the eye wall. And we're currently watching the water graphs and just watching those water levels as I'm afraid they're starting to creep up.
Yeah, Mr. Lauk, this, maybe a few moments of quiet before the storm continues to intensify there. The governor was just talking about Taylor County in his briefing, that you've had 3 landfalling hurricanes in 13 months. How are you feeling? How do you think residents there are feeling as you prepare to open the doors when the sun comes up and face what's there?
Well, I'm sure, it's just a natural feeling to be a little disheartened, and like you say, it feels like you've been punched in the stomach. But Taylor County is a strong county. It's a resilient county, and we're going to, like you say, open the doors in the morning when the sun comes up, and we're all going to get to work and help each other and just hit it running.
Yeah, we have no doubt Taylor County will respond, and the evidence is what we've seen this past year with Idalia and how folks there have responded. What can residents there do right now to make deputies' lives easier come sunrise? What can folks who are not in the county do right now, and folks that did ride out the storm do right now to make your lives easier?
Well, the most important thing that everybody can do right now is to stay off of the roads until first responders and the cut teams and the cut and toss teams can get out there, assess the situation, get the roads cleared, give times for our electrical companies to get out there and make sure that the power lines that are down are safe. We're going to try to be responding to help those people that may be injured, people that may be trapped. And it may sound harsh, but we just don't need a bunch of people out there in our way when we're trying to respond to help other folks.
Mr. Lauk, I'm sure you're probably getting calls and emails from folks who are concerned throughout your community tonight. Give us some idea. Do you have any reports yet of storm surge, of high waters, of roads closed, trees down, things like that? What are you receiving as far as information from folks who live there?
Well, right now, with the storm coming to us, it appears that the water was actually being pulled out. I've been on the phone with the National Weather Service, obviously, and at this time, we're just looking for that water to be pulled in by the backside of the storm, with now the wind changing to that northerly direction. So we're just, again, on standby, waiting to see what's going to happen with the storm surge.
Right, and we remember those images from Steinhatchee of the storm surge, the incredible storm surge from last year. So we could see that play out again, unfortunately, and as you said, that storm surge threat is still potentially in front of us. So any other message you want Taylor County residents to know right now, Mr. Lauk?
Well, we are starting to get, just a side note, we are starting to get water coming in 6 and 7 feet above ground in the southern end of the county. Just people, you just hang tight, and if you're in trouble, we are coming to get you. And like I say, we're all going to pull together and make it through.
Okay, John Lauk, the Emergency Management Director in Taylor County, joining us. Thank you, sir, for your time. I know it's been a very busy day. And
this is a tornado warning.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Well, we want to take a look now at Doctors Memorial Hospital in Taylor County. These are their front doors.
Right.
Jacob, tell us exactly what we're looking at here.
Yeah, that's a hospital bed wedged into the sliding doors at Doctors Memorial Hospital in Taylor County. I just received this photo from the CEO, Lauren Faison-Clark, who is going to hopefully join us over the phone in the next 10-20 minutes to talk about what she's seeing. She's riding out the storm. This is her photo, and this is a similar photo actually to what she sent me 13 months ago when I was in communication in the early morning hours of the Idalia landfall, and how they were trying to keep the patients safe and the facility safe, and they've had to do repairs over the last year to get the hospital in good condition. So no word on if the hospital was seeing any patients, storm-related patients. I'm hoping we'll get some information from her when she joins us live in a little bit.
And I recall during Idalia too, you could see the storm outside of those glass doors.
Right.
Just what a sight there. Certainly Taylor County bearing the brunt of this storm so far this evening as Helene makes landfall right there along the Taylor County coast.
All right, I believe we have another view outside in Madison County, another county under the gun right now, and hard to make out a lot, but you can tell it's a hectic scene out there. The camera is shaking from those strong wind gusts.
And is this Boot Hill that we're looking at?
It's the EOC there.
It's the EOC in Madison County. Yeah, really difficult to tell what you're looking at. You can see the intense rain falling there and the wind shaking the camera. Certainly Madison County impacted by extreme winds as well tonight. So even though that's a little bit further inland, they are feeling the full force of Helene as well.
And I know lives are the #1 priority right now. I am crossing my fingers, though, that new scoreboard at Boot Hill survives the storm, just because we were just out there a couple weeks ago to talk about its debut, and I was out at Boot Hill last week shooting football, so really hoping for the best for the stadium, but of course the people there as well.
Well, certainly for the entire community, all our communities who are in the line of this storm tonight, we just want you to know that we are here for you, and we'll continue to update you with the information be as helpful as we can throughout these next few hours. If power is out where you are, you do have some options to continue to receive critical information from our First Alert weather team and our news team as they are out this evening. You have the WCTV app, of course. We encourage you to download that now if you haven't done so already. Also, we want to mention we've been partnering with iHeartRadio, and there are 6 radio stations in this area who are simulcasting this information right now as another option for you to receive this really important information on Hurricane Helene.
Okay, let's check in again with Mike. And Mike, we now have landfall 11:10 p.m., so about half an hour ago.
Right, and officially it's in the area that was between the Osceola River and Deacle Beach, which is a relatively unpopulated, undeveloped area of Taylor County. So, but that also means that the stuff just to the right of that came into Deacle Beach, Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee. So Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, names that we've heard before from Idalia and with Debbie and now with Helene. So it has moved inland as a Category 4. We'll start to see some weakening. It's already started to happen. So that's the best news we can say. And it's still moving quickly, 24 miles per hour off toward the northeast. So that will race it up through South Georgia and get it up near Atlanta by the time we get to sunrise, still as a tropical storm, which means it will still throw some of incredible winds throughout a good part of our viewing area. So sustained winds. Farther north and west you go, no big deal. And a lot of these sustained winds, the one that it averages, are not that bad. But it's the gusts which have been bad. Now, while the current gust in Perry is 53, about 10 minutes ago, there was a gust to 99. We've already seen gusts from the weather stem stations at Wacalla High, hit 101, at Alligator Point, hitting 103. Madison High right now gusting to 61. So really from the Swanee River up to Valdosta to Thomasville. Thomasville's had some gusts over 50 miles per hour. Tallahassee right now gusting to 53. So these are all plenty strong enough to create a lot more power outages. So this is just exactly what was expected. If there's some good news is that right now the gusts farther north and west, not so bad. Now this area still has a lot more wind to come. Moultrie to Thomasville. You're not done with this by any stretch. Homerville especially. But Bainbridge to Quincy, I still think that as this center continues to move inland, you're still likely to see some wind gusts which could exceed 50 miles per hour. So the future cast winds as we go through the next hour or so, we could still see some gusts to 70 miles per hour in Tallahassee. And even though the center is moving inland, see the counterclockwise change in the wind direction arrows, look at Lafayette High and Live Oak. The worst may still be to come as far as those wind gusts. It's still possible that you could see some wind gusts getting up close to 100 miles per hour. And that could include Valdosta by the time we get to 130. Also up to Tifton. Here you can kind of pick out the center.
Good evening, this is David Etton in the Channel 1 Atlanta Command Center. Just letting you know that we are still here, we're still live, and we're going to be with you all night long as much as possible with continuing coverage of this very dangerous and life-threatening weather event as we continue to watch for quick spin-up tornadoes in the Big Bend area of Florida, across Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and eastern Georgia during the overnight hours. Looks like any tornado threat or isolated tornado threat would be east of Atlanta, but we'll have to watch areas like Eatonton, Athens, and Toccoa for the possibility of some brief spin-ups during the overnight hours. Right now we are continuing with tornado watches for most of Georgia except for the Atlanta area. And they also continue into South Carolina and, of course, Florida as well, where Hurricane Helene made landfall at 11:10 this evening, or 11:20, somewhere around there, at winds of 140 miles an hour, Category 4. Very strong and dangerous, life-threatening weather event is occurring right now along the panhandle of Florida. Unsurvivable storm surge of 20 feet happening along the coast there right now. Hopefully anyone that was up against the beach there, at least up against the coastline and nearby, evacuated, because that is unsurvivable to have water 20 feet above you basically. And so the storm is now headed into southern Georgia. It is currently in Perry, Florida, is where the center is right now, and is affecting areas of the Florida Panhandle and entering into southwestern Georgia. We're expecting the effects to begin here soon during the overnight hours, and the winds will begin to gust up to 40 to 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour in eastern Georgia. 40 to 60 is still possible in portions of the metropolitan Atlanta area. So again, we'll be with you all night, at least till 8 a.m. For most of the night, we may have some interruptions. And that being said, hopefully the power stays on so we can still be with you. We'll have to monitor that situation. And again, deadly Hurricane Helene is blasting Florida right now, making landfall with winds of 140 miles an hour. Let's go back now to a local affiliate, and we have live coverage from all over the place that we're going to give you during the overnight hours from local affiliates from Tallahassee to Atlanta and all over the southeast, along with the national coverage. Let's briefly go over to Cedar Key, Florida, with coverage there from Fox Weather. Before we go back, I did want to mention that we have one person that has died in the Tampa, Florida area. In Florida, as a result of Helene, unfortunately. And we also have 2 people, this is just coming in, that have died in South Georgia as a result of the storm as well. So 3 people dead as Helene is just now making landfall in the Florida Panhandle. So now let's go over to Fox.
And Georgia. And man, I'm looking at the radar right now, and you've got a little bit to go before you're in the eye wall. The worst of the eye wall might go just to your west, but I would imagine it's probably picking up, right?
Right, we know that conditions are only going to get worse in the next hour or so, but already you can see wind and rain really picking up in this area right now. We're going to turn on this flashlight just to give you a better look at conditions right now. You can see this rain coming down sideways and this tree behind us moving quite a bit in this area as well. Now we know overnight here the biggest concern is going to be major flooding as well as wind gusts that could reach up to 100 miles per hour in this area. We know that this area specifically has already seen quite a few inches of rain in the last 24 hours. So a big concern overnight will be trees toppling over onto structures or even worse, a family's home. We do know that the city officials here in Valdosta have told people to stay inside and shelter in place. We want to make sure that you guys can hear us out here. Conditions are wet and we want to make sure our cords are staying dry. But again, we do know that city officials have told people to shelter in place. Another message from the city officials: anyone inside a mobile home right now, get out and find a safer place to ride out this storm. As again, you can see behind us just some of these conditions really picking up, and it's expected to get even worse in the next couple hours.
Yeah, Caroline, I lived in Atlanta for the last 10 years. I'm pretty familiar with Georgia. I do remember with Hurricane Michael back in 2018, especially in southern Georgia, big problems with the crops, right? There's lots of pecans down there. I think the peanut farmers were preparing for this because a lot of water is going to get into the soil. They were putting fungicide on it and stuff like that. You've got the cotton crop down there also. And then in addition to that, you've got just trees everywhere. Explain what the foliage is like around there.
Yeah, well, of course, this is the peach state. This is a huge agriculture state. A lot of farms and a lot of businesses really depending on the weather right now. And of course, this is a concern. I mean, look at this. If you have any crops, any land right now, you are going to be paying, I imagine, for some kind of tree removal because, again, trees are really moving behind us. It's going to get even worse overnight. I will tell you, though, we do know a lot of farmers and a lot of business owners did take some precautions. I mean, driving around town earlier, we saw a ton of businesses boarded up in this area. People really taking this storm seriously.
Yeah, Caroline, I'm looking at the radar right now, and I want to make sure that I didn't poo-poo it too much for you, saying that the main eye wall might go to your west, because it's actually, look, I think you're going to end up in the eye wall at some point. The National Weather Service, they just issued something called an extreme wind warning, which was also put out for the area to your south, including Perry, Florida, when the eye wall came through there. That's something they only put out when the eye wall of an extreme hurricane is coming out. So I see all the trees around you. I just want to make sure you guys be careful. And, I'm just kind of curious, how many of these storms have you been out in then in like this, and how does this compare so far?
Yeah, well, I've covered a number of hurricanes. I don't know if you just saw that, but the light is flickering on and off in our hotel room right now. So I do think we are dangerously close to losing power right now. But for the moment, we will tell you, I've been in a couple storms. I've covered Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Idalia as well. But being this close to the eye wall is something I have not done before. You can really see this wind and rain is going to be very serious in the next 2 hours. So we are staying safe. We want to assure viewers we are being safe about this, but certainly something myself, my photographer, as well as everyone here taking very seriously.
All right, that is Caroline Elliott, Valdosta, Georgia. And just to give you an idea of where Valdosta is, thank you so much for the report, by the way. That was fantastic information. This is very close to the border with Florida. Maybe we can go out to the radar here real quick. We can show people where Valdosta is. So there's Valdosta. I'm going to grab the mouse here, Stephanie, if that's cool with you. And I'm just going to move this up here so I can show people exactly where the eye wall is. Look at this. So here comes the eye wall, and it's going to move right up into that area where Caroline is right now. And again, it was a little bit on the, not necessarily quiet, but it didn't look like an eye wall quite yet. That's going to be an area where things really get a whole lot worse in a hurry. So here we go. Let's just give you an idea of exactly where this storm is right now, almost like a little bit of a reset. Storm has made landfall. This is Hurricane Helene. It's still technically a Category 4 storm. Maximum sustained wind at last check, 140 miles per hour. It might be actually a little bit lower than that, and the Hurricane Center could be working on their next little update coming out here pretty soon. But those blue boxes that you see, that's called an extreme wind warning. That is not something you see every day. It's kind of a rare thing to see. It usually only comes out, you know, either in an extreme derecho thunderstorm that's going on, or the eye wall of a hurricane. So, guys, this is going to be a very dangerous situation, and we're going to be with you throughout the rest of it as well, 24/7. Fox Weather is always free. You can download the app, foxweather.com. You can always watch us live there as well. We've got the app that you can get on your TV. And look at all these people that we have out in different places. So we're going to check in with a lot of them over the next little while. We're going to be with you throughout the entire night, so stick with us. We'll keep you updated on everything with Hurricane Helene, historic landfall.
As they assess damage and help folks out. Thank you, sir.
And
thank you so much.
Thank you, Captain. And just to speak to Wakulla County, I was speaking to Jack Rudlow this time yesterday, or a little earlier yesterday, and he was talking about how his Gulf Specimen Marine Lab was boarding up yesterday. They shipped out the rehabbing sea turtles away from Wakulla County to try to protect them. The other marine life, though, had to stay behind. And as Captain Yarborough said, the forecast for Wakulla was potentially catastrophic, and Jack Rudlow told me he's just hoping there was a marine lab to return to. No word on what Panacea is like tonight, so I don't want to make any assumptions, but hopefully the Rudlows can rest at least slightly easier, hoping that their wonderful marine lab is still there.
Right, and we certainly hope that when the sun comes up tomorrow that the damages won't be extensive in Wakulla County or Franklin County, but again, we're waiting to hear more about the storm surge, and of course, anytime there's wind in this neck of the woods, there are trees coming down. So
right.
Captain Yarborough did mention the tree on a house there, and we're so thankful that nobody was injured. We want to go ahead and take a look at a weather cam right here in Tallahassee. This is pointed over downtown. You can see the Capitol there in the distance, both the old and new Capitals, and certainly the wind buffeting that camera as we speak, and it looks like there's still plenty of rain coming down here in the heart of downtown Tallahassee.
Yeah, not a time to be outside. Hopefully everyone has decided to call it a night and stayed inside as this storm moves through. As we had said before the hurricane arrived, that Tallahassee had never seen sustained hurricane force winds. We'll check in with Mike and Cameron in a little bit. I don't think that's going to change with this storm, which is obviously good news for folks in Tallahassee, but still those gusts can still cause plenty of outages, and we're seeing lots of power outages everywhere in our viewing area.
Absolutely, and as we're here in the studio, we kind of hear waves of water and waves of wind coming through. So, you know, as each of those bands and the storm churns through, we're going to continue to see these power outages rise. Let's check in right now with Abby Walton for an update on outages throughout our area. And Abby, more and more to report.
Well, Julie, you were just talking about those waves of gust. I actually just stepped outside of the WCTV studios maybe 20-25 minutes ago, and you could see it was like, oh, okay, it's raining, and then a gust would come through, and those winds are really starting to pick up. I was talking with some of our friends on Facebook, and they were saying that power across, you know, Leon, Gadsden, Wakulla areas, intermittent. They're starting to go out. People in our South Georgia counties, a lot of them are saying, you know, we still have power, but we're kind of bracing for it. We want to go through some of those outages because they are starting to get so immense. We're going to start with Talquin Electric right now. Again, this just went up. A little more than 25,000 people if you have Talquin Electric without power at this hour. Let's take a look at Tallahassee. Let's refresh this here and take a look. All right, this went up as well. Almost a little more than 30,000 people in Tallahassee without power at this hour. We're gonna go to Duke Energy as well and refresh that, and let's see where we are right now. Let's get it towards our area and open this up a little bit if we are able to. There we go. You can see towards Apalachicola area 3,000. This area near Crawfordville, Wakulla area, 6,000. This has definitely gone up. You can see as you get closer to where that landfall was made in that Taylor County, and as it kind of goes up, you're seeing the bulk of it right there with 12,000 people without power in that area. I'm going to cross over real quick to get to here. We are Swanee Valley. Let's take a look. Let's do that and refresh and see where we are here. Let's see. We have about 28,000 people without power right now. Let's take a look at the county. You can see Hamilton County, Swanee County. Take a look at that. Almost 19,000 people without power right now. Hamilton, you know, almost 4K. Lafayette County, a little more than 3.6. Let's go to finally, let's take a look. Let's see right here. Oh, I think we are finished right there. But as you can see, they're just continuing to increase and increase as the night goes on. And again, just because the winds, they're getting those gusts, trees are falling on power lines. Here's the silver lining out of all of this. Two things I want to leave you before I send it back to Julie and Jacob. The governor has stationed so many linemen. They are in Alabama, they're in Jacksonville. They are stationed ready to come in as soon as it is safe to do so and start restoring those power lines. Unfortunately, they've kind of have it down to a science now. They've been able to, you know, have so many storms, but that has been able to get things in a more streamlined process so they can get our power on faster. Also, if you know your friends, family members, if they are without power, text them. Say, hey, you can still watch WCTV through our Facebook streaming, our WCTV News app. If you turn on the radio, our iHeartMedia partners, you can turn on the radio. They're streaming us right now, broadcasting our feed. So lots of different ways to still
St. Pete Beach, but they're still formidable. It's less about the intensity, Ari, and more about the direction of this wind, which is pushing more and more water into Tampa Bay. We're awfully close to the overhang. This is the Tampa Museum of Art. This is Curtis Hickson Park in front of me. And if you live in Tampa Bay, if you've been down this way, this is where they host just about everything for big events in Tampa. When the Super Bowl was here, they had the Super Bowl Village at this one and the other park right across the way. When the national championship game was here, Bama and Clemson, this is where they had all the big events. It's this slope that goes all the way down to the Hillsborough River. Andy's hanging out under the overhang because our equipment, Ari, is at a longer day than we have. But I want to show you, if you can see this. We started off the day today. Yes, I was out in St. Pete Beach. Michael Estime was down there on the Riverwalk. It's one of Tampa's treasures. Beautiful addition to the city. I think it was about 15 years back, 10, 15 years back, they put that in. It runs miles all the way down to the convention center and into Hillsborough Bay. That's the Hillsborough River, and you can see the minarets of the University of Tampa lit up behind them. I'm not sure how well you can see it, but there's one line just beyond where they have the restroom there and the concessions. That's the railing of the Riverwalk, which is probably 3.5, 4 feet high, and then typically it drops off another 2 or 3 feet to actually get down to the Hillsborough River. So yeah, this is a record surge, not just at all these official gauges that we have going back to the mid-70s, but for the Hillsborough River, clearly coming up, makes it all the way to the bottom, the Riverwalk portion of Curtis Hickson, and then probably at least half the way up. You can see the park illuminated off in the distance there in downtown Tampa. is right behind it. I'm not sure, Andy, if you can see over there, but this is the shot of downtown Tampa. And I was lucky to call myself a Tampa resident for half a dozen years. Never seen anything like this. I don't think anybody going back to the great hurricane of 1921 has seen anything like this. It has been a historic and terrible day, and I'm not sure, based on what we've seen, Ari, the power flashes, billboards were shredded, multiple communities as we were making our way around Tampa Bay flooded that we saw. I don't have numbers on rescues or the amount of homes that have been flooded. It's got to be up into the hundreds, thousands. I'm not sure yet. We'll get those official numbers tomorrow. I don't think it'll be until daylight tomorrow morning that we actually know of the full scope of this, because it happened fast. It happened fast as we were on St. Pete Beach. You said it. We had about 50, 60 yards of beach when we got there. 2 hours later, we were up into the dune as St. Pete Beach was completely overtaken by the Gulf of Mexico. Then it got scary from there with water into the communities there on St. Pete Beach. We got over the byway, that causeway that takes you back to mainland Pinellas, and there were more flooded roads. All of the Tampa Bay bridges are still closed. It's very difficult, it's very dangerous moving around in this area. So if you can, I know Pinellas had the shelter in place order. Stay home, stay safe. We're almost to high tide, and the storm is racing farther off to the north. So I hope this is got to be close to tops for the water level here, and then we'll see those levels come down through the rest of the overnight hours. But Ari, again, this has just been an awful event for Tampa Bay, and this is just part of the story. This is the first phase of what we knew would be a multi-day, multi-hazard threat in Helene.
Yeah, it's been an unbelievable day, and you know the crazy thing is that the Tampa Bay area was 150 miles away or so from the center of where the storm made landfall. It made landfall up in the Big Bend, and we're actually going to go up there right now to a little bit closer to where the storm made landfall. Oh, I guess we actually lost Mike. We were trying to go to Mike Seidel. Let me ask you one more question here, Ian. Again, with you being so far away from the center of it, I know this was in the forecast, but is it still just weird to experience that, knowing that the eye wall is so far away, yet you still have surge that's this bad? What a wind field on this thing, right?
Well, when we were on St. Pete Beach, we measured it. It was about 85, 90 miles off the Pinellas County coastline. And we knew that the wind field, the tropical storm force winds, extended out. This was like the size of Irma, more or less. We had tropical storm force winds that were well out over 350 miles. And the hurricane force winds made it to the coast. We were on St. Pete Beach, Albert Whitted Airport, which is on the bay side of Pinellas County in downtown St. Petersburg, gusted to 82 miles per hour. So that was a full hurricane gust that occurred in downtown St. Pete.
I think the highest gust we've had so far has been 85 miles an hour that we've registered.
Any reports on how many people ended up at the shelter there in Jefferson County, and if folks heeded the warning to get out of mobile homes and evacuate?
So currently right now we have 90 that are in our shelter. Which is a decent number for our small county. I think a lot of people chose to ride it out. It's hard sometimes getting people to leave their homes, but we.
From Hurricane Helene starting to move into South Georgia now, and conditions are going to deteriorate overnight and through the morning hours across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. So we're going to have updates top and bottom of the hour approximately right on through the night and into the morning. Extended coverage, Channel 2 Action News, begins at 4. But let's take a look at it. The hurricane made landfall, Florida Big Bend, during our 11 o'clock newscast, so about an hour ago. And the center is now over north central Florida, about to cross that northern eye wall, crossing into South Georgia. Category 4 hurricane. And those Category 4 and then soon to be 3 Category 3 winds in South Georgia. Now notice the entire state covered up with the winds. What you're seeing here is a highlight from one flood warning that was just issued in Coweta County, one of many. Also, all the red on the map, that's tornado watches that are in effect through the night. Not for our part of Georgia yet, but I expect as these outer bands here in parts of East Georgia start to swing through in the hours ahead, we'll likely have a tornado watch for part of our area and potentially some brief tornado warnings. When a hurricane comes ashore, the types of tornadoes that form in them are usually fairly weak and brief, but a weak, brief tornado is a tornado nonetheless and can cause some significant damage. So that's something Brian and I are going to be tracking with you here through the night. At the same time, widespread heavy rain for now about a day and a half across metro Atlanta and North Georgia. We're transitioning from the rain that accompanied a stationary front to the rain from Helene coming up from the south. But it's a seamless transition, and we're not going to see a let up in the heavy downpours. We have some significant flooding already starting to develop across parts of metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Look at these rainfall totals: 3 inches just over in Atlanta, nearly 5 inches in Griffin, about 5 inches here in Pike County. That's the rainfall that's fallen within the last 24 hours. I want to come in a little bit closer into and through the metro area, and you could see all the flashing there. Those are active flash flood and river flood warnings as the heavy rain continues to fall. Just got word from emergency management that Nancy Creek near Sandy Springs, there's flooding there and some evacuations ongoing. So we have reporters that are, and our entire newsroom gathering this information, and Brian and I are going to bring you these updates through the night, and reporters scattered out around metro Atlanta and North Georgia. In fact, on WSB tonight, we had really a great piece of video that is a cautionary tale that I want to show you. Check this out.
Take a look at this red car right here. It went past the road closure sign, and look, it's trying to get through these flood waters right here. This flooding, we don't know if that driver, oh, see, there you go. It looks like that driver has stalled out. That's what we keep seeing here along Buford Highway, and the police officers, they keep telling drivers, this is why you should stay off the road. You don't want to be like these drivers.
Audrey Washington reporting about an hour ago live on WSB Tonight. Remember the phrase, turn around, don't drown. We say that because a flooded road you're familiar with, where it looks like there's not a lot of water on it, it is dangerous to drive through, and you need to just turn around. I know it's a hassle, it's inconvenient, but here's the problem. You don't know how deep the water is in general, but in particular, when you have roads that are washed out, sinkholes, we've had some of those develop today, or in cases, bridges that get washed out, that's obscured by the floodwaters. So what you may think is water that is just a few inches deep may be hiding a sinkhole underneath. And it's unfortunately all that rare that into it. And that, unfortunately, is how we often get fatality in flooding. It is because people drive into floodwaters and get into a situation they can't get out. This flood threat is significant now and is going to be increasing through the night and into the morning hours as that heavy rain falls. I want to show you the latest with Helene. It's a Category 4 hurricane crossing into South Georgia. I expect it will soon be downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane. That's still a major hurricane and very powerful. Look how fast it is moving. Forward speed, 24 miles an hour. So it's racing to the north. By 4 a.m., the center of what will likely be a Category 2 and eventually becoming a Category 1 hurricane in middle Georgia. But notice, heavy rain and wind precedes that, and by 4 a.m., we're going to have some significant impacts, tropical storm conditions across metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Center of circulation passing Atlanta, lifting to the north metro by 8 a.m. with winds sustained at its maximum, 65 miles an hour. But generally, I expect we're going to have winds 50 to 60, gust at times as much as 70 miles an hour. Those greatest impacts, those strongest winds are going to be mainly the eastern half of our area, basically bisecting metro Atlanta and North Georgia. To the west, still some flood threat. That's going to be significant, and we'll have some strong wind gusts. I expect some trees down and power outages western half of the area, but won't be quite as extensive. We'll have another update coming up in about 20 to 25 minutes here on Channel 2. Updates top and bottom of the hour through the night and live continuous coverage if a tornado warning is issued at any point, and certainly beginning on Channel 2 Action News this morning, beginning at 4 a.m. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Marshall's buyers hustle for the latest trends. From fashion, double denim is back.
Got it.
To beauty, so you don't have to.
That is the deal.
We get the deals. You get the good stuff. Marshall's.
Detect this. Living with HIV, Robert learned he can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why he switched to Dovato.
Knock out the power, and thousands of people across the Big Bend in South Georgia are without power at this point. Now, this is the brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of midnight. Now, those winds still sitting at 140 miles per hour. That may be a little bit of a stretch. We should see that weakening trend continue as we go through the overnight hours. And notice by Friday morning, this is a tropical storm close to Atlanta. This will continue quickly, pushing off to the northeast right now at 24 miles per hour, and that pressure is down to 938 millibars. So once again, this made landfall in Taylor County, and this is the strongest hurricane on record to make landfall in the Big Bend of Florida. We still have a hurricane warning in place for all the counties in this red color. So for most of our viewing area, this is a hurricane warning, a tropical storm warning as far west as Mariana and Jackson County, also into Calhoun County at this hour. Let's talk about the graph model. It did pretty well with this system. You can see still looking at possible wind gusts up to 60, 70, maybe 80 miles per hour as that center of circulation crosses over into South Georgia, especially in the extreme wind warning area, places like Valdosta, places like Quitman, places like over in Brooks County. We could see those really extreme wind gusts as Hurricane Helene continues pushing off to the north as we go into the overnight hours. But notice as we wake up on Friday, we are tracking some calmer weather out there as some drier air begins to filter in on the backside of that system. Now, this is the latest update on the tornado watch, and this will go until 6 a.m. for all the counties in red. Again, the better chance for this will stay to the east of the center of circulation. That's why all the counties close to the I-75 corridor have that tornado watch at this point. That's also where we find the level 2 slight risk of severe weather. Again, the rotation isn't one of the main things we're watching out for, but that's still a possibility. We could see a few of those rotating showers and storms to go into the overnight hours. Also watching out for this, heavy rainfall issues, and that could lead to some high water issues in some places inland, not only at the coast, but also inland for our Big Bend counties. And moving into South Georgia, this is a flood watch, and that will last until Friday morning. Again, we are counting down until we see that drier air on the backside of Hurricane Helene, but until then, we are tracking more heavy rainfall issues and more gusty wind issues, especially now moving close to the Florida and the Georgia border, north of I-10, close to Thomasville, close to Quitman, close to Valdosta. You guys, the next in line for the remnants, I should say, of the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. Jacob, Julie, back to you guys.
All right, Cam, thanks so much. Yeah, we continue to get updates as this storm progresses tonight. And of course, Taylor County bearing the brunt of the storm landfall along their coastline about an hour ago. And throughout the evening, we've been touching base with Cutter Martin with WANF. He's been in Perry throughout the night, and sometimes the view from his camera really tells the story. They're getting battered by the rain and wind out there.
Yeah, and Cutter joins us over the phone now. Cutter, what was that experience like as the eye wall passed through Perry, and how are you right now? Are you safe?
Yeah, we're safe. It's actually kind of interesting. We are in a sort of a lull, kind of the backside. You know, we're coming out of the eye, the true eye. A little bit of wind right now, a little bit of rain, but certainly the front half, what you were seeing on that camera feed, that was the most intense portion. And for those that are wondering exactly where in Perry we were, that is basically, you know, a few miles south and east of true downtown Perry, basically Plantation Road and US 19. You know, there are a couple of restaurants in that particular area. I'm looking at a map. We're near Mama's Italian Family Restaurant, and then there's several other restaurants. So a very common corridor, and we're at the Hampton Inn, right on US 19, and it was open to the wind, and winds were howling for a good, I would say 45 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes. We can smell pine, so obviously quite a bit of tree damage. Pretty common with a hurricane like this going through. Structural damage, I would say that's the best news. You know, we have no power, very hard to see, but no significant structural damage at the hotel. There was certainly some debris flying down the road and underneath the car canopies, but all seemed to be fairly small. You know, some siding, the top little spinner air conditioner, you know, where you get circulation in your garage, on your roof. This is random things on your home, kind of laying around outside. But guys, so far, that's all we've seen in kind of this short radius around the hotel.
Oh my goodness, Cutter, your description is so vivid there, and down to the smell of the pines, you know, really speaking to what you're seeing outside right now. Do you have any understanding of whether you're going to see the storm intensify as it circles around, or do you think the worst of it is past?
I would say I think the worst of it has passed. What's interesting, for better or worse, especially in a smaller community like Perry, so many storm chasers. I would imagine Taylor County OEM and local officials were having to, you know, enforce the law very stringently with some of these chasers out there, and they were all outside, some of them not even seeking shelter during the worst of it. And the discussion was how this seemed like a very front-heavy system as it was approaching, and indeed that seems to be the case. You know, on the backside, for those up towards Valdosta that are just getting into the worst of it, you know, last time I checked radar, good news on my end is that the backside, I can confirm, does not have, at least at my spot, quite the wind. And you can kind of tell that. Your meteorologist has been talking about that on the backside.
Boy, and yeah, you hate to think of the danger, too, involved when you talked about having debris and siding and air conditioners flying about there. You know, certainly the danger is very real.
Absolutely. Any sense, I know you were talking to Taylor County residents for quite some time this afternoon, didn't know if there were any around during the worst of it. Any sense of how Taylor County residents are reacting to this? Here we go again. Are they perhaps grateful that they're not seeing structural damage, at least from the first assessment? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so far it's kind of two stories. I did touch base with some that were boarding up and actually left, went up in, I believe, to Madison County, you know, 30 minutes or so away, a little bit further inland. They were texting me because we're going to do a drive-by at their home tomorrow just to check before they drive back into the county. Another that stayed gave me a call after, and I think that towards the end of the worst of it, they were kind of at their wits' end, and were certainly relieved once we were in the eye. I think now that they're past it, they're okay, but it kind of was testing the limit of comfortability there. It was getting a little rough. And what was interesting about this eye wall, the sustained winds were intense, of course, but these occasional gusts, and where the hotel sits, again, it's in a very open area, so we had the full brunt of it, were really intense. And honestly, and I've been in several hurricanes, you know, a little scary, so I can only imagine, you know, at home with kids writing it out in the noises you hear.
Absolutely, yeah, and sometimes it's that trying to figure out what's happening outside that can be, you know, add to the tension and add to the anxiety of the moment. Cutter, we do have some video right now we'd like to share with our viewers that we filmed from your camera earlier tonight. You can see really just the rain beating not only the lens of your camera, but shaking the bushes and shaking the trees too.
Yeah, so this is actually interesting, and I know it may look like they weren't being safe, but I was in my live unit, and the photographer was behind a wall, and in order to do our 11 p.m., you know, break-in or update for the station back in Atlanta, I had to do a phoner while he was outside protected shooting kind of through a corridor. And again, the sustained winds were crazy, but it was the gusts that went through that area that were especially intense.
Right. And did they knock you off your feet, or did you have to brace yourself? What did that feel like?
I wouldn't say it knocked me off my feet. It was a little, the most nerve-wracking part was probably, you know, you watch crazy weather videos or even running, you know, crazy weather videos on news programs. That sound of sheet metal scraping the pavement as it flies down the street. When you start to hear those sounds, you really have to think, you know, am I making a wise choice? Am I setting a good example? And that's why we kind of got into a position where we could bring the shot, still stay safe. It wasn't the strength of the wind, per se. It was the noises that we were starting to hear in the dark, you know, without power by that point. They were kind of the most nerve-wracking.
Well, Cutter, we're so thankful that you're safe, and we appreciate really the the very real picture that you are painting of conditions there.
Yeah, and Cutter, we appreciate it. Thank you for visiting our area and telling our resident stories there in Taylor County, and safe travels home back to Atlanta, which will also still feel a decent amount of Helene. So we appreciate your time.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cutter. We want to check in right now with our Capitol Bureau reporter, Cody Butler. He's been at the State Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee all day today. Cody, fill us in. What's happening there now as all of these emergency managers are waiting to see what happens next?
Yeah, right now the state agencies are all working together to fulfill the requests that they've gotten from the local governments for after the storm. They've been working on post-storm responses since before the storm made landfall today. And just a little bit ago, the governor gave his final update for the day, and he did confirm that this storm is deadly. There was someone who was driving on I-4 in Tampa earlier today, and a sign fell and they died. So this is a very serious storm. I also asked him, since this is the third storm, the third hurricane that hit Taylor County in the last 13 months, I asked him what his reaction was. He said that this was a very unfortunate event, that these people had to Dahlia. They get back up, try to rebuild. Then Hurricane Debbie hit last month, and now they have Hurricane Helene here. So they are really feeling it in Taylor County over the last 13 months. So again, the state is working on getting its resources, and once it is safe to do so, they will have their crews to clear the roads, to help rebuild power, restore power. Right in after them. They'll work in the dark if they have to, but they're really hoping on waiting till daylight to get a lot of the stuff done, so it will be safer to do so. And the state prides itself on getting power restored very quickly after these storms, and we're hoping to see it within a couple days versus a couple weeks, with tens of thousands of linemen are stationed across the state ready to go into these areas once it is safe to do so. So again, the state is working around the clock to make sure that they are able to quickly recover from this storm. Reporting live at the State Emergency Operations Center, Cody Butler, WCTV Eyewitness News.
All right, Cody, we expect an incredible mutual aid response for utility crews all across our area. And of course, the state plays a big role in organizing all of it.
Absolutely. And as he mentioned, Florida did confirm its first fatality in the Tampa area, Ybor City, as a motorist there was struck by a falling or flying sign. So those dangers are real. Also, we wanted to mention there are 2 confirmed fatalities in Georgia as well, both in a possible tornado in Wheeler County. The emergency management director there confirming 2 deaths near Highway 19. Apparently, their trailer was picked up by the tornado. A man and a woman confirmed dead there. So Hurricane Helene already proving deadly in the early hours after making landfall here in Florida, and of course spawning tornadoes and severe weather across the state line as well.
Absolutely not the news we wanted to hear, and we're certainly going to hope we don't have to report any more fatalities related to Helene, but we'll of course wait and see. We want to check back in with our Josh Green now. He is outside our studios here in Tallahassee. And Josh, even though the storm's moving closer to the Florida-Georgia line, we're still seeing a lot of action here in Tallahassee.
That's right, Jacob. You know, the center of Hurricane Helene is actually 50 miles due east of Tallahassee right now. You can draw a line directly across to the center. Now, even though the center's 50 miles away, Tallahassee Airport just recorded a wind gust of 67 miles per hour just about 20 minutes ago. So that's just a few miles per hour away from hurricane strength. We've got sustained winds here on the northeast side of town, at least around 30 to 40 miles per hour right now. Wind gusts around 50 to 60. So this is still knocking out power for some folks. You still absolutely cannot be out on the roadways here in Leon County, but I'll tell you what, since the storm did pass well to the east of Tallahassee, Leon County, got spared the worst of it, right? Our friends in Taylor, Lafayette, Suwannee, Madison, Jefferson, and now eventually up into some of our south central Georgia counties. That's where the brunt of it is. Here on the west side of the storm, not quite as bad, but still, we've had reports of trees down across the capital city. We had that wind gusts over 65 miles per hour, and it's still going. If you are in Tallahassee, Leon County, and you're looking for a timetable of when things are supposed to wrap up, or perhaps you evacuated and you kind of want to know an idea of what's going on, right now we're sitting at around 12:30. Things here will start to improve by the time we get to around 1:30, 2 o'clock. By the time we get to around 4 o'clock this morning, things are going to drastically improve. It'll still be breezy, still could see some rain, but these tropical storm force winds, and even close to hurricane force winds, will start to dissipate. So again, of course, we're focusing on all of our area across the Big Bend in South Georgia, but I'm here live in Tallahassee. Again, still in the worst of it right now. We got to wait a couple hours or so, then things will start to improve here, and then eventually, once we get to later this morning, things start to improve in South Georgia. All right, so that's all I have from here. Again, if you're in Leon County, we are still staying inside. We are not going out on the roadways. Still have some very, very strong wind gusts. Guys, back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you. You know, and he mentioned evacuees who are anxious for information that may be watching tonight. Also, people who have loved ones here, you know, they are watching tonight. So a lot of people keeping tabs on what is happening right now throughout the evening in hopes that they can rest a little bit easier once they know the worst of this is past.
Okay, let's check back in with Mike McCall just to reset. Mike, we've been on the air for over 10 hours covering Helene. Back when we first started, it was way down in the Gulf, and as we said, it was going to move quickly to get to our area, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and it's still moving quickly, but it's just so darn large that it's still taking hours for the worst of this to get through the region. By the way, so Josh, literally from where I'm standing, if you could walk in a straight line, he's probably only about 30 or 40 feet away. So he's safe right outside the door. But while he was talking, we could hear the roof shaking with some of those gusts that were coming by. So yes, Tallahassee missed the worst of it, but the wind gusts, keep in mind that the strongest wind gust during Michael in Tallahassee was 71 miles per hour. And Tallahassee so far, could still get higher, has had a gust of 67. But I've seen several reports of wind gusts from 80 to 103 miles per hour from reliable weather stations, including 3 different Suwannee County reports between 80 and 90 miles per hour within about the last 20 minutes. So it's still ongoing by a sure thing. It is. I think you can kind of ignore the whole 140 mile per hour thing. That's not happening, but we are seeing some wind gusts possibly still exceeding 100 miles per hour for a little while longer. Not much longer. It will get better, but it's not going to be good. It'll just get better. And then the center will continue to race off, not as much toward the northeast like it has been. It's going to kind of round because of an upper level low. I won't even get to all the meteorology, but it'll kind of pinwheel it around and aim it more toward Atlanta so that by 8 a.m. the center will be way up there. Let's talk about the current winds. Right at tropical storm force in Valdosta, sustained 40, 47 Madison high. By the way, you may not know this, but the highest sustained wind ever recorded in Tallahassee is only 46 miles per hour. The highest gust is 83. So both of those will likely be safe once again, although I've seen Tallahassee get sustained at 41, but because that core was just a little bit toward the east, we've seen those higher winds just to the east. But right now, Perry sustained at 52. I have seen a measured gust at Perry at least to 99 miles per hour. So we're talking at least a half a dozen reports so far. And these are just where the reporting stations are. We know that there are spots in between that are getting these kinds of winds where there's not an anemometer set up to send it out on the internet or send it to our graphic system. So we know it's still brutal out there over the eastern parts of the Big Bend and into South Georgia. Look at these current gusts. The most recent gust, Madison High, 80 miles per hour. Most recent gust in Perry, the earlier 99, still gusting to 76, gusting to 56 in Tallahassee, gusting to 47 in Thomasville. You head farther northwest, can handle this as long as they stay in that 30 mile per hour range. Although I guarantee there were some higher gusts in that 50 to 60 mile per hour range, especially with this one band that I'll show you on radar in a moment. What's expected? The futurecast, it's still showing this 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts over the western half of the area, even an hour from now. Eastern sections, it's still going to be ugly stuff. Could see some gusts 65, 75, perhaps it's still spitting out that possibility of a 90 mile per hour gust around Valdosta. That's when that core is up here. That's why you see Tifton at 86, but only 25 in Moultrie. Again, it's a model forecast, but it's done pretty well, all things considered. As far as when will the roads start to get cleared? Well, crews can't go out and the first responders can't go out until those winds start getting below 40 miles per hour. As a general rule, 35 to 45. So even at 3:30 in the morning, most areas still likely going to be seeing some gusts above that range of 35 to 40, sometimes 50 or more, but it is getting better and it will continue to get better and better. So by mid-morning tomorrow, we're talking late morning, now we're talking no problem with the winds, 20 to 25 miles per hour. The center, the eye, if you will, moving through Madison County. In fact, just about right on top of Madison. Probably some light winds there. That last report, it's from Madison High. Now that I look at this, that's an old report. They're not getting an 80 mile per hour gust now. So my guess is that 80 mile per hour gust probably knocked the system offline as it came on by. But here's another little interesting feature is while the main core is here, which is large, from the Clinch County line, just now getting into Clinch County, all the way back through the northern parts of Jefferson County. But then we have this other band that's kind of wrapped around, and it's kind of stuck. It's not moving very much. So from eastern parts of Decatur County, up into parts of Mitchell, down through southwestern Tallahassee, Fort Braden area, then on around to around St. Mark's. That band right there, that's kind of just because of this, the whole physics thing of this thing spinning, has been kind of stuck here. So we're going to have this narrow band of some really heavy rainfall causing some flash flooding. And with heavy rainfall rates and the dynamics of this whole system, probably some pretty gusty winds embedded within that. So it may not hit any of the official stations, but not too far from Bainbridge or Quincy, certainly close to you, not too far from Camilla. So yeah, if you're anywhere near any of those cities, especially where I showed you there, you can still see some wind gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour. We'll start looking at the rainfall across the Big Bend. There's that heavy band. The other heavy stuff, I mentioned the reports from Suwannee County.
O'clock in the morning, our wind and rain impacts at that point increasing here in North Georgia. And then as we head toward 8 o'clock, the center of a strong tropical storm moving right across the heart of metro Atlanta. After about 9, 10 o'clock, the worst impacts from Helene should start to push out. So let's finish up here looking at the wind. Right now, gusty and breezy occasionally, and some of these heavy downpours coming across North Georgia. But in the coming hours, let's say after about 3 o'clock, that wind is really going to pick up. We're going to be here with you again in Severe Weather Center 2, keeping you safe ahead of these very strong winds that move in. Gusts 60, 65, even better than 70 miles per hour across North Georgia. I expect wind damage to be extensive, power outages to be extensive. You've still got time, by the way, in these early morning hours to get those devices charged. There's still time to make those final preparations as the center of Helene moves across North Georgia before sunrise and then staying gusty, but overall the winds will start to come down as we head through your Friday afternoon and into your Friday evening. Coming up in the next half hour, we'll have another update on Helene. For now, back to regular programming.
Told the public he received no gifts, even though he was secretly being showered with them.
Accused of corruption, fraud, and taking more than $100,000 in bribes from a foreign nation.
I look forward to defending myself.
The shockwaves through the government of America's biggest city. And
take the long way. All three of the Bay Bridges are closed, but yeah, this has been a long and devastating day for the Tampa Bay area and point south, really all the way down to southwest Florida, with a record surge recorded both inside and outside of the bay. And now, as you told us, up in Cedar Key, we're up to record territory now, and that's a function not just of the intensity of Helene, but this giant wind field. It grew in size throughout the day today, and of course it grew in intensity too. But we did make it from St. Pete Beach, where there was a huge surge. It cut off, it flooded a portion of the island, We made it back over into mainland Pinellas, up and around the bay, and we're back in downtown Tampa. I know it's dark. I'm not sure how much you can see. This is Curtis Hickson Park. Downtown Tampa is right there. This is one of the jewels of the city of Tampa. Most times when there's a big event, when we had the Super Bowl down here, when we had the national championship game.
Right now. So that's the most intense wind. But that whole area in light blue, that's really strong stuff too. And then we get to these areas. So this, not as intense, but we have proof from the weather sim stations in Suwannee County of 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. We had that wind gust at Madison High of 80 miles per hour. So this has already happened, and we still know it's blowing 70 plus miles per hour in gusts around Perry. So is it getting better? Yes, but it's such a big system, it's going to take a while. There will still be some gusts which exceed 50 miles per hour from Cairo to Tallahassee and points west, but they will be sporadic. But Tallahassee recently has had a gust to 67, and what I expect is that persistent band will start to work its way maybe just a little more eastward. It'll move a little bit, but I think that will kind of enhance some of the wind gusts. So the wind is not done. The storm surge, we haven't talked about that in a while, but Cameron, I'm going to ask you, because you mentioned to me about the rapid rise at the Steenhatchee River. Can you give me an update on what you've seen there?
Well, the thing is, it hasn't updated in an hour, so I'm wondering if maybe it's been knocked offline, but the last update we had was a jump to 9.6 feet.
And that was over a very short period of time, correct?
Right, yes, that was a very quick jump, and that was on the Steenhatchee River at Steenhatchee. That's the gauge there.
Right, so, and then that's at the river, so it's not necessarily a gauge of what kind of surge they've seen along the Taylor County coast, but it does show that at that spot, which now is not reporting, which means that sudden jump, it has very likely added several more feet to that. So the wind out over the water is getting better. It's coming in more from the northwest. On this side, it'll come in from the west as the center continues to pull away. That's still going to push some water up into Taylor County. And even tomorrow morning,
this is shaping up to be a catastrophic hurricane for Florida's Big Bend. Here in Tallahassee, the rain, it has been consistent for hours now, and the winds are starting to intensify. We know they'll get worse throughout the night, and that's what we have to watch so closely. They can become incredibly dangerous here in Tallahassee, and here's why. Florida's capital is known for its trees, its canopy roads. Just take a look above me here. With powerful winds like what Helene is packing, those trees can come crashing down on top of homes. They'll be blocking roads and bringing power lines down. We fully expect power outages increase exponentially throughout the night. For the south of us, along the coastal areas of the Big Bend, it's the historic storm surge that is so incredibly concerning. Officials say we could be seeing 20 feet of storm surge and say that would be unsurvivable. At this point, the time to evacuate, it has come and gone. It is hunkered down time. And whether you are riding this out at home or in a shelter, if you are in Helene's path, bracing for a long night ahead. Juju?
Victor, thank you. We go now to ABC's chief meteorologist, Ginger Z in St. Petersburg. Ginger.
You know, Juju, we've been seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts just rocking us here around Tampa Bay area, but we're in St. Pete, and for 18 hours, we took offshore flow, big time coastal flooding. The seawalls around us were breached. We can't even be near that right now. But obviously, we're still very gusty with a storm that is making landfall in the Big Bend, or has, that was so far from us. That's what's wild about this part of Florida. We did this in Australia, and the beaches outside of St. Petersburg on that side where they're getting the onshore flow, Treasure Island up to Clearwater, that's where we're going to see that big damage happening here. As the winds stay with us, then we'll start to dwindle, because by the time we wake up, 5, 6 a.m., the center of the storm's up in northeast Georgia, western South Carolina already. So it's moving really fast, screaming across the states. It's going to impact so many people. Juju.
Ginger, thank you. Joining me now is ABC meteorologist Samara Theodore. Samara, give us the latest.
All right, so this storm, Juju, has made landfall in Perry, Florida, about 10 miles south of Perry, Florida. And it came in as a Category 4 storm, extremely strong. One thing I do want to note is it's moving so quickly to about 24 miles per hour to the north-northeast. That's very fast for a hurricane. It's zooming into southern Georgia, and by early morning, before daybreak, places like Macon, middle Georgia, Bibb County, they're going to be seeing hurricane-forced winds as it continues on its trajectory towards places like Atlanta.
You've been tracking the storm for hours. How much further northwest is it headed?
Well, we're actually going to see this storm kind of end its life towards the Tennessee Valley. So by tomorrow afternoon, heavy rainfall is battering places like Asheville, North Carolina, parts of Tennessee. Not just any rainfall, this is going to be catastrophic and historic there. This is historic flash flooding that they're on the brink of in places like Asheville. Wherever you're seeing that pink on your screen, we have an extremely high risk for flash flooding. They could see totals up to 20 inches.
We know about the storm surge and the danger of flooding, but tell us about the power that this storm packs and how it ranks.
That's a great question, Juju. So at 2 a.m. on Thursday morning, this was a Category 1 hurricane. By the afternoon, it was a Category 4. So we saw this rapidly intensify, a lot of that attributed to the warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico, about 2 to 4 degrees above average. The barometric pressure, that is what we use to help rank on how strong a storm system is, dropped to 938 millibars. So that means that it is now ranking in the top 10 strongest storms to make landfall in the state of Florida.
That's incredible. And we know that you'll be watching and tracking the storm every step of the way. So thank you, Samara, for joining us. And of course, we'll continue to follow the latest on the impact of the storm on ABC News Live overnight and on GMA in the morning. And we're going to turn now to the story that has rocked America's largest metropolis. In New York City, Eric Adams has become the first sitting mayor ever to face criminal charges. The indictment
winds too. Look at that. And you know, we were just talking with Cutter Martin just a few moments ago as he was trying to describe the intensity of the winds that he was seeing and the debris flying through the streets. So this gives you just a small taste of what that may have felt like.
Right, you can see the power pole was slanted there, and then this again, that shocking video, literally. But hopefully everyone there in Taylor County either was out of town or hunkered down and is okay. We had checked in with the emergency management director there earlier. He had not reported any reports of injury there. This is Steinhatchee, and this is a lot of wind moving a lot of debris.
I was going to say, this is new video that we're seeing just for the first time. I don't know what that was, a piece of metal or a piece of siding, but it takes off with the wind there and flies through the streets. You catch it, it happens pretty quickly. So a lot of dangers out there this evening. Please stay inside. But again, this video, you can hear the wind. I'm going to stop talking for just a second so you can hear it more clearly, but you can hear the wind, but you can certainly see it as it is moving through Steinhatchee, Florida tonight with incredible intensity.
Now let's just take a moment to listen. Wow.
Oh yeah, you can hear the metal as it's crashing through the street, and that was one of the things that Cutter mentioned. He goes, that was one of the scariest things about these last few hours is you could hear things. You could hear things in the street. You could hear things happening, and so, boy, there.
This is also Steinhatchee. You can see it's from a Blink doorbell security camera type thing during the worst of it, and sideways rain, that tells the story right there. We were wondering what the storm surge would look like in Steinhatchee with Helene. Everyone remembers the scenes of Adalia a year ago with the entire town underwater, it seemed. No word yet on what the storm surge may have looked like or the damage caused from that, but the wind alone enough to create some major headaches.
I was going to say that's one of the things that we're going to have to continue to check on throughout the night tonight and early in the morning. The storm surge, of course, a very serious concern along our coastal counties, Franklin, Wakulla, Jefferson, Taylor. The original potential for that was 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, which can be deadly. That is rapidly rising water.
It is.
And it's coming in the dark. So we hope to get some more information from our emergency managers in those counties throughout the night to share more with you about what they're actually seeing. And of course, that storm surge compounded by the fact that a lot of these communities were experiencing high tide at about the same time.
Yeah, just worst case scenario in many ways for our coastal communities, but it will take daybreak in many cases to decide how bad things were. Let's turn it over now to our Ava Van Valen. You've been busy tonight, Ava, checking in with our power companies. Safe to say we've seen a lot of folks in the dark.
We certainly have. Okay, we're going to do a quick check now. I just refreshed all of this. Now, if you have Talquin Electric, 58% of customers are without power right now. We're going to check in with the city of Tallahassee, and it looks like almost 43,000 without power here at the moment. Now, we're also going to check Duke. Near Crawfordville, we've got 7,000. And then, of course, in Taylor County, about 12,000 people that are without power. Now we're going to hit Suwannee County Electric, and if we do our summary here, you can see that there are almost 29,000 customers without power. Now if we do it by county, you can see here Suwannee, 18,000, almost 19,000 customers without power. Lafayette, about almost 4,000, and Hamilton is about 4,000 without power. And then we're going to go to Tri-County, and you can see here we have about 20,000 without power. So of course there are linemen and they are standing by, so bright and early tomorrow morning they can start to get those lines repaired.
All right, Ava, thank you for that update. And as I mentioned a while ago, I spoke to Tri-County Electric about a month and a half ago about their lessons learned during Idalia. And one of them was how difficult it is to organize a base camp to invite those power crews in and to do it quickly and efficiently so those crews can come in and out shift after shift. And they learned a lot about how to set up a base camp at Perry's Airport that they also did in Debbie earlier this year that I was told really was efficient and made life easier. So hopefully they can take that lesson learned from last year and make lives easier for our linemen as they get ready to arrive.
And some of them are here in our community, but some of them are waiting outside for the all clear to come in, though when the roads are clear, when the weather is clear. A friend of mine sent me a snapshot of power trucks waiting in Pensacola tonight. I mean, dozens and dozens and dozens of them. So help is on standby, and I'm sure as soon as it's safe to move in that they'll be here. So hopefully that'll be days, could be longer, but hopefully that'll be days. And certainly with the frequency of the storms that we're seeing over the last few years, you know, sadly we're getting better at doing this. We're getting better at restoring power and doing so more efficiently.
Certainly a silver lining. The potential loss of power was a reason so many decided to leave their home tonight in Leon County and head out to one of several shelters that was set up, including in Childs High School. Our Capital City correspondent Matt Hoffman, one of our team members who rode out the storm and is still currently riding out the storm there at Childs. Matt, what's the night been like for you?
Yeah, folks, Jacob, folks here who came to Childs here on the north side of town should consider themselves extremely lucky. The power here went out for about 30 seconds total. All the power is back on now. Things here on the north side, just talking about this area, never felt life-threatening. Anyone who came to the shelter, any of the animals, all of them are in good shape. Now, of course, the sheriff's office is still asking folks, don't travel, even though conditions have calmed down here quite a bit. Don't travel on the roads yet. Let the storm make its way through. Let them respond to calls. But here, right now, light rain, a little bit of wind. There's a very, very minor amount of damage to the roof of the school, but we did speak to one of the employees here, and they say that this is very common, even for storms that are not of this intensity. So I think the bottom line is folks who went to shelters are definitely the winners of tonight, and they've had an overall good experience, or as good as you can have riding out this Category 4 hurricane.
All right, Matt. Well, hopefully, I don't know if they're sleeping easy tonight, but maybe some of them are getting a little bit of rest. I'm sure they're anxious for the sun to come up and head back home to check on their homes for sure.
All right, we've certainly appreciated their reports throughout the afternoon and into early Friday morning. Now, as the storm moves into Georgia, Thomas County Emergency Management letting us know that all emergency personnel were grounded once the winds reached a certain speed. This is certainly expected. We first saw our coastal counties shut down their emergency responses as the storm neared landfall, and then that continues into our South Georgia counties. They do still want you to call 911 for actual emergencies, though. That way, dispatchers can pinpoint where you are and let deputies know when it's safe to return out there.
Absolutely. They also may be able to give you some really critical advice in some critical moments. So glad to hear that they are just a phone call away, but it may be some time before first responders can actually respond in person. We do want to check in. Our Brea Ruffin and Stacey Inez have been in South Georgia throughout the evening, and we want to join Stacey Inez right now. Fill us in, Stacey. What's the scene there?
Well, a very different scene here over in Decatur County. We're at the sheriff's office, and some deputies actually just went out about 5 minutes or so ago to start assessing some of the things. Of course, if it's unsafe to do so, they're definitely going to be coming back. But here we've seen it's been more of a light drizzle that we've been seeing, but the winds have been the most significant thing that we've noticed. So the winds have picked up over the past several hours, but it has been a little bit of a back and forth. There are moments where we can hear the rain pouring down on the building, and obviously we can look right outside and see that. And then there are moments where it seems to not be raining at all, but then you'll get those wind gusts, and that's kind of what we've been noticing here. And in terms of the power outages, we did check with Grady EMC as well. We were getting some reports about power outages. So right now with Grady EMC, it appears that there are about 5,600 or so people without power just on Grady EMC alone. We've been checking with all of the other power outages throughout Georgia, Georgia Power, 3 Notch, Mitchell EMC. We're checking with all of those. Right now it's looking like just a few hundred people, but the biggest power outage that we've seen in this area is with Grady EMC, about 5,600 people or so. In terms of the conditions, though, really not much has changed. The off and on rain that we've seen with the steady winds picking up, that's kind of been the scene here for the past several hours since we've been here. And of course, as more deputies start to go out, or if they decide to return, we'll keep you updated, because that, of course, will determine the conditions, or that will speak to the conditions outside as they're trying to go out and assess. But overall, been relatively quiet here, but we're not going anywhere. So of course, we'll continue to keep you updated. Julie and Jacob, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Stacey, and that's the nature of the beast. When your day began and we were shipping out to Thomas and Decatur counties, the forecast cone, it was still a distinct possibility that Thomas and Decatur could see extreme wind, as well as Tallahassee. And since it shifted east, Decatur, one of those communities that was likely spared from the worst of the worst. So certainly good news for those folks there, but the deputies will still assess the scene as they would for any situation.
We'll get a much better idea of the extent of damage in all of our communities once the first responders are able to return to the streets. And honestly, once the sun comes up, I think we'll all have a much better understanding of the damage done by Hurricane Helene. Now, this is video that the city of Moultrie shared tonight online. They're asking people, of course, to stay home for now as strong winds and rains continue to come through tonight. The city says trees are falling, and they do have hundreds of people without power right now.
And with tens of thousands of folks without power, one final reminder, or at least another reminder, if you're in the Tallahassee area and you've lost power or about to lose power, 1015, 1053, 1071, 100.7, 94.9, and 96.5, all iHeart radio stations that have been simulcasting our live coverage of Hurricane Helene. So not too late to tune in and perhaps listen while you try to fall asleep tonight, if that is your game tonight. Might be hard for a lot of folks, though, to get any shut-eye tonight, though, as the storm continues to move through.
And Cam Aaron's joining us again. Cam, fill us in. Where is the heart of the storm right now, and how much longer will people in our region be feeling the effects?
Well, some good news, Jacob and Julie. This storm is booking it to the northeast, so within the next couple of hours, we should see some improvements, but that doesn't mean that the storm will be completely over. We're still tracking some residual rain bands, also some gusty winds out there. At this point, the center of circulation is close to Valdosta, close to the I-75 corridor, and this is the worst of the weather, pushing through parts of Lanier County, pushing into Eccles, also Clinch County, and into Lowndes County at this hour. Let's take a closer look at that center of circulation. You can see Valdosta, you can see Hayhira, you can see Lakeland, also Statenville, all these areas getting in on some really heavy rainfall, some very gusty winds as well. A heads up in Fargo, a heads up in Homerville, also in Jasper over in North Florida. We are tracking some gusty winds and heavy rainfall pushing into your direction. Same story for Quitman, pushing into parts of Thomas County as well, close to Coolidge. And again, that is the western eye wall here, as Helene continues pushing off to the northeast. Going further to the south, close to the coast, over parts of Taylor County, pushing into Lafayette, also into Suwannee County. You see here the rainfall not as heavy as earlier, but still tracking some gusty winds, and that is the same story, all thanks to this band that Mike talked about earlier, from Bainbridge pushing into Cairo, close to Grady County, pushing through parts of Gadsden County, also sitting on top of Leon County, moving through the capital city at this hour. And also this other band close to the I-10 corridor from Jackson County, this one pushing off to the south into parts of Calhoun and Liberty County at this point. But again, the worst of the weather at this point is close to the I-75 corridor over those far eastern counties from Valdosta to Statenville to Lakeland and back into Clinch County at this point. This extreme wind warning also continues like we talked about. You should treat this as a tornado warning. Go ahead and go indoors, stay sheltered, stay hunkered down as the center of circulation pushes into South Georgia, and that is for Thomas County, Brooks County, Lowndes County, also for parts of Eccles County as well. And that also extends into the Big Bend from Jefferson County into Madison County and for parts of Taylor, Suwannee, Lafayette, and Hamilton counties at this hour. But again, some overall welcome news. Helene is losing strength as it moves further inland, but still we are tracking some very high wind gusts, gusting to 64 in Perry, gusting to 62 in Valdosta. We had a gust earlier tonight of 88 miles per hour over in Lowndes County. So you can see, even though we are far away from the coast in Lowndes County, still gusting to more than hurricane force, over 88 miles per hour over in Lowndes County earlier this evening. Now this is the advisory as of midnight. Again, the National Hurricane Center is still listing this as 140 miles per hour, a little bit of a stretch. We should get a new update from the Hurricane Center at 1 a.m. That's coming up here in the next few minutes. But overall, this will continue quickly moving off to the north. And by Friday morning, we see Tropical Storm Helene close to Atlanta, Georgia, still producing winds possibly as high as 50, maybe 60, 65 miles per hour over in northern Georgia later on Friday morning. Let's go hour by hour on Futurecast, and notice this model did a pretty good job with the center of circulation over Valdosta, and look how quickly by 2:30 in the morning the center of circulation pushing into parts of south central Georgia. But still we are tracking those leftover rain bands, the leftover gusty wind out there. It's not going to just completely stop once the center moves to the north. We're still watching out for the leftover rain, the leftover wind, but some welcome news. Once that wind pushes out of the west and northwest, we are tracking some drier air to wake up on Friday, and some overall better weather is on the way to go into Friday. But until then, again, tracking the heavy rainfall, tracking the strong straight line winds, but also possibly a few of those rotating showers or thunderstorms. This is a tornado watch in place until 6 in the morning from Thomasville to Monticello and back to the east over parts of the I-75 corridor. All the counties in this red color, the threat for tornadic storms very, very low. But again, it's not zero when you have a landfalling hurricane. They can sometimes spin up those quick spin up tornadoes or things like that. So just be sure that you have a way to receive warnings and you stay weather aware to go into tonight. Also tracking this as well
this morning as we watch Helene make its way northward across the southern part of the state, and we're here to keep you safe, keep you prepared as Helene moves in. Made landfall late last night, just after 11 o'clock on Florida's Panhandle, about 213 miles away from Metro Atlanta. That's the center of the storm, and it is racing across South Georgia. So on this track and the forward speed increasing, we're talking about the center of Helene as it weakens from a hurricane to a strong tropical storm being right here in North Georgia and overhead, let's say by 6, 7 o'clock or so this morning, and we're going to be following it for you every step of the way. Now, way out in advance of Helene, we've got heavy tropical rain falling. Again, this is not directly associated with the hurricane, but that heavy rain having a big impact with already water evacuations along Nancy Creek and Sandy Springs. Additional rivers, creeks, and streams continue to come up with several active flash flood and flood warnings all across North Georgia and Metro Atlanta. So that flood risk extensive, and then the wind threat's going to be going up in the coming couple of hours. But for now, the heavy rain, the focus right now from Commerce and Jefferson and then down toward Metro Atlanta. Wind gusts picking up now through Athens and Eatonton, still 30 miles per hour or so or less, but these gusts are really going to be picking up after about 3 o'clock this morning. And we're talking about widespread 50 to 60 to perhaps 70 mile per hour wind gusts. We'll be tracking that for you through the night and have forecast updates for you again in just about an hour.
Tomorrow morning on Good Morning America.
The app tonight, but 153,000 people at this hour without power.
And just to emphasize the warnings to stay off the roads, we mentioned some debris on the roadway in Leon County. That's also true on I-10 in Jefferson County and in Madison County right now, according
officer in Perry. He was sharing this video at the height of this storm, right? Oh my goodness,
wow,
and you can see
Winn-Dixie
debris
there.
Literally like tumbling across the parking lot of the Winn-Dixie, right there in the heart of Perry tonight, and the sparks flying from those lights. You know, we got a different view of this earlier, showing the lights just exploding and the power going out. So he obviously had an up-close look at that, and you noticed he had goggles on there as he was out and about. Certainly wind and rain pelting the city of Perry tonight.
Extremely dangerous to be out there as the sparks fly and the debris flies. Certainly why we don't send our own reporters out there into situations like that one, but certainly incredible visuals nevertheless. Well, we want to talk about hotel evacuations that happened in the south part of Florida, southern Florida. We want to show you some video, I believe, as storm surge made landfall or made a big mess of things down in the Sarasota area. Jordan Litweiler from our sister station down in Sarasota had this report earlier.
We are here at the scene of a Ramada Hotel in Sarasota, just north of the airport here in the area. We talked to some of the deputies here. There's a heavy law enforcement presence, a lot of first responders on scene, and they say it's because of a fire situation, a little bit of a fire scare going on right now, as they say the storm surge has breached some of the hotel rooms here at the Ramada Hotel. And they say that's actually caused some of the hotel rooms to start smoking. That's why they've evacuated the entire property, and you can hear those fire alarms going off in the background. As we walked by, we saw a lot of the people who were evacuating sitting on the sidewalk. And now here in the parking lot is completely underwater as that storm surge continues to move in. We've seen a number of people trying to wade through the parking lot to go help people out. The deputies on scene trying to help people get to their properties and belongings safely. You can also see there's a car in the middle of the parking lot. That car's not going anywhere for a really long time. It's stuck in the middle of the parking lot right now with water well above its rims, now breaching the top or getting to the top of the wheel wells. And obviously we've heard from our meteorologists who say the storm surge is only going to continue to get a little bit worse throughout the rest of the evening. So this is a developing situation, but for right now that's all we know here in Sarasota. We'll toss it back to you guys.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, certainly we're focused on the impacts of Hurricane Helene here in the Big Bend and along our coastline, but this storm is so massive and so powerful. It's really dealt a blow to all the coastal communities along Florida's Gulf Coast today.
Yeah, earlier this week we saw just how many counties were under that emergency declaration for the state, so you can certainly understand in the aftermath why that was done. Speaking of state leaders, earlier tonight Governor Ron DeSantis confirmed the first hurricane-related death we've learned about. Here's what he had to say.
We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway, car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway.
We also want to let you know that down in Lee County, the sheriff there, Carmine Marceno, shared videos on X of deputies there performing a boat rescue. You could see that high and rapidly moving water there. The sheriff says a resident called 911 and asked to be rescued from the water inside his home. He says it was rising quickly. Deputies were able to get to him using those rescue boats. Look at the churn and the pace of this water. This is what everyone is so concerned about, especially after dark, how quickly waters can rise. They did get to that gentleman using the rescue boats tonight, and at last word, the resident was doing well. So we thank Sheriff Marceno and the deputies there for potentially saving that man's
Yeah, our
life.
first responders are miracle workers in times like these. Amazing scenes out of Lee County. Let's turn things back closer to home. This is a live look at the highest of 7 hills. FAMU's weather stim camera showing lots of rain and still the wind a factor. This, of course, a quiet campus, class shut down for the rest of the week. The Lawson Center set up as a shelter for the FAMU community, and folks hopefully staying inside there as the rain continues.
Absolutely, and a lot of the students and college students in this area, you know that their families, wherever they may be, are watching this storm very closely, and I'm sure keeping close tabs on their children, some of whom may be facing a storm like this for the very first time.
And let's not forget FAMU and FSU in the direct line of those May 10th tornadoes, so as well as Indian Head Acres neighborhood and so many other mobile home communities in Leon County. They were all especially weary of what might come today, so we'll be checking in on those communities in the days ahead, but hopefully they were all able to avoid the worst of it. But we're still experiencing lots of rain and lots of wind here at the station, so certainly not out of the woods yet.
Well, there are a lot of people who are working all night tonight, and they'll be working all day tomorrow as well, making doing their best to keep us safe and to document any damages that they may need to address once the sun comes up. We did speak with Leon County Emergency Management Director Kevin Peters earlier tonight. He did experience his full confidence in the team that they have working tonight, and that'll be working again tomorrow.
We have a room full of professionals here with us in the Emergency Operations Center. We've been activated for a few days now. They are very long days, but it's a lot of people working together, sharing information, and doing everything we can to keep our community as safe as possible.
And Peters also talked about some of the preparations they made to make sure that they're ready to respond in the morning.
Throughout the day, our crews have been staging their emergency equipment, and we have personnel throughout the community. So as soon as this storm clears our area and the winds are at a level that are safe enough, we're going to immediately get out onto the roadways, begin cutting the debris, making the path so our responders can respond to emergency calls. They can begin to assess and begin to make repairs to the infrastructure network.
Okay, and we want to thank Kevin and all of the emergency management officials, the sheriffs, the hospital CEOs who've been nice enough to borrow some of their very busy time to talk with us over the last 5, 6, 7 hours. Mike, we're going to sign off. Julie and I, we're going to trade out with Ava and Abby, and
made them one person.
Right, one person, a couple named there. Just a sign of how long we've been talking today. It's been a long day here at the desk.
What's that like to talk a lot today?
I know you would have it, but we really do appreciate our time up here, and Mike will be on the air for several more hours still.
Yes, we're not done with the coverage by any stretch. Watching the sound bites from Kevin Peters, I did want to, I don't know if they're watching or if some of the other folks are watching, but some of those that you may not hear about. Kevin Peters, he's a meteorologist by trade and now in emergency management, so this is right in his wheelhouse. He does a great job with that. Amy Godsey, the state meteorologist stationed here in Tallahassee, does a fantastic job. And her husband, Kelly, works for the local National Weather Service office in Tallahassee. And too many fantastic men and women at that office to stand here and name. But so much of the great data that we get, that we share with you, comes from all of them. So all of them and Ed Mansuri with WeatherStem providing all that great information, the data that we're getting to show what it's really like at all these different stations. So all kinds of folks that you never hear their names but have really helped out in getting the information to us so that we can share it with all of you so that you know what it's like, maybe not where you are, but what's near you and coming your way, or maybe what has already happened and moving away so that you can start to relax. So that's where we are for some of the viewing area. The worst of it is by. You can start to relax a little bit, but not everybody by any stretch. So the 1 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. So yeah, it's still showing those winds at 110. I have not seen any gusts above 90 for about the last 30 minutes, but that doesn't mean they're not happening. It's certainly possible. I was a little concerned about the band that was going through Eccles County. That looked really intense on radar. So it's in this kind of a setup, you're not getting hail. You're not going to get hail from these kinds of warm core systems, the tropical system. So that was some super heavy rainfall, which was probably accompanied by some of those winds aloft getting down to the surface. So we don't have a station that we can see in Statenville, but my guess is you probably had some of those gusts that were around 90 miles per hour. So the latest location as of 1 a.m., just about on top of Valdosta. That's where the center is located. So along and north of that, east and west of that too, is where we have the most intense band. South of that is a whole lot weaker. And it's moving quickly toward the north-northeast, 26 miles per hour now. Before too long, it's a little more toward the north. In all deference to our friends up north, we just wanted to get it out of our viewing area, and it is rapidly doing that. It's still going to be a rough night from Macon to Atlanta as we head toward daybreak tomorrow. It'll be tropical storm force winds and some heavy rainfall, but nowhere near the intensity of what we had. Making landfall about 11:10, at 11:10 officially, along the Taylor County coast between Deacle Beach, that's near Keaton Beach, and the mouth of the Osceola River. That's right there is where it made landfall. Here are the current sustained winds, definitely getting better quickly from Tallahassee to Bainbridge to Apalachicola. Now we're seeing those sustained winds 25 to 30 miles per hour. It's still not that bad. I'm happy to see them dying down faster than I thought they would from Thomasville to Moultrie. I'm hesitant to buy into all of that just yet. I still think there could be a little more to wrap around this, but Madison High to Valdosta, we're seeing this. Now, the Madison High one, in fact, we can throw that one out. It's been stuck for a while. So the gust, also, you can throw that out. That's not a recent one. But this is a recent one in Valdosta at 62, and still 64 in Perry. So Perry had a gust as high as 99 officially that I saw. We saw a couple of gusts along the Wakulla and Franklin County coast in excess of 100 miles per hour. I saw a 90 mile per hour gust in Suwannee County. So we had lots of those really dangerous ones that were around. But the gusts that at or above hurricane force lasted about an hour and a half in Perry. So it wasn't just a quick shot of wind. It's pretty prolonged when we're talking about those kinds of winds. And we still have some gusts near 50 in Thomasville, near 50 in Moultrie, near 50 in Tallahassee. But now it's that west wind. So if you've got those trees that survived the north wind that Tallahassee had for a long time, now it's becoming that west wind. But the west wind, maybe I don't know if you could make this into any kind of a nice saying, but it is the beginning of the end of the worst of it. When you're getting the west wind, it definitely means you're on the downside of this, literally and figuratively, as far as those expected wind speeds go. Now, the futurecast wind still shows we could see some 60 to 70, perhaps 90 mile per hour gusts during the next hour or so across mainly South Georgia, up and down the I-75 corridor. That's the best shot. There could be a few farther west, but I think most of them are going to be closer to I-75. So Valdosta, Lakeland, Adel, Moultrie, Tifton, Homerville, I think you're all still in that area. In fact, I'm going to back this up so we can kind of look at these forecast winds one more time so that the folks there understand that we're up. All right, I'm a little trigger happy on the button. Let's try one more time. Okay, so there we go. So here's what we think is possible within the next half hour or so. Probably not going to see that in Thomasville, but I'm not going to rule it out. But now we're starting to see more of the expected gusts staying below a dangerous range. Now, they're still going to be strong enough. If you've got some limbs that were weakened by all the winds tonight, you could still have additional power outages to what's already been happening. Here's your radar look. This one persistent band has been gradually working its way eastward. I haven't seen too many dangerous winds with this, but there were still some that were gusting over 50 in Tallahassee, and some of that getting into Jefferson County, into the eastern parts of Grady and through the middle of Mitchell County. But here's where we're seeing the worst of it. And so I'll put this into motion. That was that real intense part right there I mentioned, coming through Statenville and Eccles County. Look at the south side. Now, this band is wrapping around, and there could be some pretty gusty winds with that, but it's fairly narrow. The rest of this is just some plain old light to moderate rainfall. So that's what most of the Big Bend has, again, with this one exception. So these showers getting closer to Shady Grove, and this will likely kind of work its way up toward Greenville, Monticello, Wassissa, just about on top of Chairs and Lloyd, all getting some of those gusty winds up to around Lake Ammonia, moving over to Miccosukee. You can all still expect some wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour for about another half hour or so, and then it will get better. Strongest winds very likely to be with this eastern section now. So from Statenville to Homerville to Lakeland, and then getting out of our viewing area up into Atkinson County around Pearson. Go farther north, Moultrie getting some of the heavy stuff, although I haven't seen the winds nearly as strong as what we saw back here. And then here's the northern part of the other band that's going down through Tallahassee from Camilla to Spence to Cairo. Still some 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts are possible, and for about another half hour or so, then conditions will get better for you. Let's look at, here's the Doppler radar imagery, and where you see these light blues, we don't see as intense. We don't see the dark blues. Remember when we saw those, if you watched earlier, when it was coming in over the Big Bend? That's when we had a lot of those Doppler radar estimates of winds 119, 120 miles per hour. That's what we saw earlier. Now we don't see those same colors. These kind of brownish colors, we initially saw some of those when we had those 100-mile-an-hour gusts along the Franklin and Wakulla County coast. There's only a little bit of that left. So here's a query. Still, that's 106-mile-per-hour gust. It's pretty high up because it's a considerable distance from the Tallahassee radar, so we're not seeing those kind of winds getting down to the surface. But I still think we could see 80 to 90. I think that's certainly possible. This area, a little bit weaker, as I mentioned, around Moultrie, but still could see some gusts 60 to 70 reaching the surface up here. So just keep that in mind for about another 1 to 2 hours, maybe 2 hours across South Georgia. Some good news, this map had purple areas on it indicating extreme wind warnings. Those have all expired. So at least we're not seeing widespread threats from that. And certainly as the center continues to move at 25 or better miles per hour off toward the north-northeast, that's where we'll see these conditions getting better and better. That's what will continue for the next couple of hours. Here's the long look over the last 6 hours and show how much it's changed. So we had the landfall around 11:10 along the Taylor County coast, third time in 13 months with the Taylor County hurricane landfall. The heaviest bands of rain, a couple inches of rain falling in a short period of time. The strongest winds roughly from Jefferson County and points east. So while Tallahassee saw some gusts that got near 70, I didn't see anything measured above that. So I consider that a win for parts of Tallahassee, but just awful news yet again from Perry to Live Oak to Madison to Jasper down to Mayo. Yeah, all seeing the heart of this, and Valdosta with some gusts that still could hit 80 miles per hour before it's all said and done. So we're in the home stretch. We're not quite there yet. We're not going anywhere. We'll continue to cover it all night long, meteorologically speaking. So Abby and Ava, now it's back to you.
All righty, thank you so much, Mike. And as you were saying, you know, people in the North Florida Big Bend area kind of winding a little bit down for them. But again, I'm just talking to people on my Facebook page, South Georgia, you're seeing that. They're going, oh, okay, it's in our neck of the woods now. We're hunkering down. We're starting to see some of the debris. Let's take a live look outside right now. This is in Lowndes County. This is a camera where it looks like a utility, some kind of either a cell phone tower or a radio tower has flipped over. This is the weather stem, one of our weather stem cans. Oh, this is at Lowndes County Utilities. Okay, so we're not sure what kind of tower this is, but again, some kind of tower has gone down, which could, you know, knock out cell phone, that kind of thing. It just shows you the power of those winds, and it definitely drives home what people have been saying to me through Facebook is just they have never heard winds like that in their life.
Yeah, let's take a look at some video from a 511 Georgia cam that's in Valdosta. Now you can see there the strength of that wind there, that rain, sheets of rain, the traffic lights are swinging in the wind there. Definitely not a place you want to be outside in any way, shape, or form.
All right, let's go to Fort Myers Beach. This is further south. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is from the Lees County Sheriff's Office. This is a first responder doing this. Let me be very clear on that. This is not just a regular people, regular Joes going through the floodwaters. Don't do this. They're doing this because they want to make sure to get to people and make sure that they're safe. Let them do that. You do not do that.
All right, we're going to take a look. This is a scene outside of Tampa General Hospital. There's a fence there that you can see, and that fence is keeping the water from rushing up against the building there. Look at the water.
You can see it. And we actually ran a story about this earlier in the week when they were building this. Mike and I were looking at it. We were like, that is such a cool idea and invention for someone to think about this, because they were saying we can't leave. There's no way we can evacuate. We want to make sure we give our patients the best care. They are so close to the water, and so they have these special barriers that they put up to keep the water out, and it's working in that case. That is incredible.
Yeah, and people living in these conditions with the flooding and all the rain and the wind, they're sharing their thoughts on this flooding.
A lot of wind, a lot of rain, lots of debris, almost getting knocked down out here. It floods sometimes when you have a bad storm, but this is the most I've seen it here in a while.
All right, well, earlier, okay, this is from Manatee County. This was way earlier in the day with some flooding there. And again, that was very early on. You can see some of that, again, first responders driving through floodwaters. Again, not you, first responders. That's very important here. Okay, take a look at this. We actually showed earlier when we were doing this a view from space.
That's right. This is Hurricane Helene shown from cameras aboard the International Space Station, looking very calm, which of course it was not. The storm almost beautiful from this angle, but we do know the threat of it, of course, here on the ground.
Just look though, take a minute and look at this. Look how massive that thing is from space. It is huge. That's just, it's incredible to see from that point of view.
Yeah, it really is.
All right, well, back on the ground, a lot of people in the coastal area spending their night in shelters here in Leon County. A lot of them said, you know, we have been through different storms. We're not taking any risks with this one. We want to be out with the potential for historic storm surge. And here, actually, we have our Zach Dahlheimer, Matt Hoffman. They have been at a shelter in Chiles, talking to a bunch of different people who are actually, they don't live in Leon County, but they came here to escape the storm. Let's take a listen.
I'm not that much of a risk taker. My dwelling is not hurricane proof, so it didn't make any sense for me to stay.
And again, at the latest update, Leon County Schools, the shelters there holding over 1,000 people and over 100 pets. And again, they made all those shelters pet friendly, so people were able to bring their furry family members, which probably a lot of people went because they knew they didn't have to leave their pets.
Absolutely. And I think there was a total of about 253 pets, they said. And, you know, we saw parrots, we saw hairless cats.
Yes, we did. We saw everything.
So they brought it, and they were really accommodating. The owners of the pets said how accommodating they were, giving them their own classroom for the pets and everything. So it was really great. So we're going to go to South Georgia now. Our Abrea Ruffin is there, and she's going to tell us what is happening there. She is at Decatur County Sheriff's Office,
yes.
right? Yeah. Abrea, what's going on there now?
Abby, Ava, at last check, according to Grady EMC, there are over 8,000 power outages right now. And just 30 minutes ago, when we checked in with Stacy, she reported that Grady EMC had over 5,000 outages. So you can kind of see that significant difference. People are seeing effects from the storm, and hopefully soon, you know, we'll see that power get restored once roadways are clear and we have first responders on the ground. We have been talking with the deputies and the sheriff here in Decatur County, and they're actually heading out on the ground to try to check the roadways, clear debris, and also get some rest since we aren't seeing much of an impact here. There's no rain, there's no wind, so we're kind of just waiting it out to see what they say about the roadways to make sure that there's no debris and that it's safe for people to go out if they can. So we're gonna kind of stay put, and we're gonna see what they bring back from their damage assessment, and then of course we'll bring you guys updates as we learn more. So I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Abrea.
Well, okay, the storm kind of is making its way through our area, and again, we said once it was here, it was going to be fast moving.
Yes.
And so for a look at where it is now, we want to send it over to Cameron Aaron. Cam?
Thanks, you guys. Yeah, we are still tracking the center of Hurricane Helene, now a Category 2 storm with winds of 110 miles per hour. The center not too far away from the Interstate 75 corridor in Lowndes County, pushing into parts of Lanier County as well, very close to Valdosta, very close to Hahira. That's where the worst of the weather is at this point. Let's zoom into that eye wall, moving through parts of Homerville, close to also in Statenville, from Clinch County into Eccles County, also into parts of Lanier County. But notice in Valdosta, after some very gusty winds, starting to get a little bit of a break as the worst of the weather pushes off to the north and the northeast, and still tracking a few more of those heavy rain pockets close to Thomasville over in Thomas County, and pushing into Brooks County close to Quitman at this hour. Let's go further off to the south, tracking more of those heavy rain bands pushing through Monticello and Jefferson County, also coming into parts of Shady Grove for Taylor County and into Madison County as well, and close to where I-75 and I-10 come together, close to Hamilton and Suwannee counties. So tracking more of those gusty winds, also more of those light showers as well. Let's go back to the west over parts of Jackson County, moving through parts of Quincy and Gadsden County, also into Liberty County. This band here producing some gusty winds and some heavy rainfall issues. But again, some welcome news. The winds aren't as strong, aren't as severe as earlier this evening, but we're still watching out for this band pushing through parts of Grady County from Cairo into Thomas County. So a heads up as this rotates off to the southeast. A heads up in Thomasville. Another round of gusty winds knocking on the door as that backside of Hurricane Helene pushes off to the north and the northeast. Right now, gusting to 48 miles per hour in Thomasville, gusting to 36 in Bainbridge, gusting to 41 for Tallahassee. Again, the Madison County sensor likely not working, but we did have a gust of 80 earlier this evening and a gust of 62 over in Valdosta at this hour. This is the advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of 1 o'clock this morning, and still a Category 2 system. We talked about this because Helene is moving so quickly to the north. This is sustaining.
Meteorologist Brad Nitzen, Severe Weather Center 2. Very heavy rain, strong wind gusts about to move in as we track Hurricane Helene making steady progress inland from the Florida Panhandle, now across South Georgia with very strong wind, damaging wind, and likely hundreds, if not thousands, of trees coming down first in South Georgia and Middle Georgia, and then that risk is going to spread into North Georgia, especially on the east side. Now, a lot of heavy rain with this system. It's really adding up, and we have some new video in. I want to show you this. Let's look at this together. This is Peachtree Creek. This is near Northside Drive, Northwest Atlanta, I believe, in Buckhead, and you can see all of that high water. This is new video into us, and these are scenes we're seeing across a lot of North Georgia and Metro Atlanta this morning. We've had a lot of rain Wednesday, a lot of rain Thursday, and now into Friday morning, several inches of it, and that's the impact of the water rising so quickly. So much rain in such a short amount of time. You can see how high the water is there, the flooding extensive, and other areas of Metro Atlanta also having some significant flooding now. So let's come back to Live Storm Tracker 2 HD radar. Let's come in close. So before the wind threat from Helene gets here, after about 3 o'clock or so this morning, we've got the heavy rain falling now from Calhoun to Bartow County, down through Paulding County. All of these green boxes that are flashing, those are active flash flood or flood warnings, and we're going to see many more of these in the hours ahead as this heavy rain continues to fall. Right along 85, pouring rain through Noonan, through LaGrange, coming through Meriwether County, through Barnesville and Thomaston, and then there's that rain that continues to fall on the east side, well ahead of Hurricane Helene. Now, just updated this graphic for you. I want to give you some perspective of what's happening along Nancy Creek, another creek in Metro Atlanta that's having some flooding issues. Along Rickenbacker Drive, getting reports of minor flooding there, pushing toward moderate flooding. Flood stage 11 feet. We're at 14 feet. Water continues to dump into Nancy Creek there at Johnson Ferry. We're at minor flood stage. And also along West Wesley Road as you make your way through Buckhead, flood stage 12 feet. We're at 13 feet there. Rising levels. This is along Nancy Creek, but again, also seeing significant impacts along Peachtree Creek as well. Now, the latest on Helene, expecting the center of the storm to move across Middle Georgia as we head toward the wee hours of the morning. So over the next few hours, the rain will continue to fall heavily and the wind risk will go up. Now, coming up in the next half hour, we're going to get a brand new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, an update on Helene, and I'll bring that to you, plus an update on Storm Tracker 2 HD radar as we keep you ahead of the storm and prepared for the storm. We'll talk to you in just about a half an hour.
At your address, it indicates that
Pierce home for now. As they check out the waves at Jetty Park, they are thinking about their trip over.
They dropped the news on us and they were like, you guys got to be out of here by Wednesday.
They attend Eckerd College in St. Petersburg. Classes were canceled to allow these students time to evacuate.
We can see the storms coming from the bay.
So they packed their important belongings and drove across the state, some staying at this hotel a few blocks away.
It was only about 3.5 hours. It wasn't too bad. I feel a lot better. It's still stormy, but I can't imagine what it's like closer to the storm, so I feel a lot safer being away from it.
For these young ladies, it's their first hurricane experience.
I am really nervous about our dorm, I'm not gonna lie. Being on the water, I mean, we have our own beach. It's gonna flood really bad, so it just depends on that. Luckily enough, we had somewhere to stay. Our friend let us stay at her place, so we didn't have to worry about getting a flight back home.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling the residence in Port St. Lucie.
Ronnie Nichols has been preparing for the influx of guests. She's a general manager at Residence Inn by Marriott in Port St. Lucie.
Today alone, I picked up 12 reservations just in the day.
They're offering special rates for evacuees that are already planning to extend their stay, as the full extent of the damage is still unknown.
I really want my hotel to feel like it's a home with 125 bedrooms, so we're very family oriented around here.
These families traveled as far as they can to find a safe haven in our area.
It's very important they get here for us to let them know you're safe, you're secure, you brought your family, your pets. We're going to take care of you if you need to hunker down for as long as you need to.
And we heard from a spokesperson in Okeechobee County. She tells me at least 3 hotels are almost at full capacity and more than half are Helene evacuees.
And you're seeing that all over the area. We had so many people call us prior to the storm and asking, where should we go? And so, people have gone to Alabama and just all over the place. And so you're probably seeing people that are still in your neck of the woods, just in another area to just ride out the storm.
Exactly. All right, and even as Florida and South Georgia deal with Helene, our neighbors are getting ready to extend a helping hand and a full plate. Rachel Hanley reports from New Orleans.
The pallets of water tell you they know what they're doing. And the pallets of Tony Satcheries tell you why. These volunteers are from Louisiana.
Everyone's helped Louisiana. These people in Florida are going to need help.
Jamie Lutz runs One Voice NOLA. Friday, he and his team will load the water, fuel, cooking pots, and hundreds of cans of food onto these trailers and head for the Florida coast.
We know that without power, people get desperate, so food and water when stores are closed are crucial.
One Voice works with businesses year-round to get these donations. That way they're ready by the time a storm's in the Gulf.
There's one of the trucks that we're loading right there. There's a bunch of supplies there.
The United Cajun Navy does the same thing. Its volunteers have already started shipping out from Baton Rouge. Founder Todd Terrell says it has 15 semi-trucks full of water, food, and toiletries staged in Pensacola, with more on the way.
A lot of people are going to wake up tomorrow and their lives are going to be forever changed.
It's something volunteers from Louisiana know all about. They also know hurricane victims have a lot of different needs during and after the storm.
We have rescuers, guys in boats and airboats, high water vehicles. We're also on standby with several medical facilities to do assisted living transfers and also medical deliveries of time-critical medicines.
Also bringing medicine is the Louisiana Red Cross, which has been training local volunteers to go to shelters. And to get the power back on quicker, more than 100 crews from Entergy Louisiana and Clico are heading out to Florida too. Like them, Lutz is preparing for a long haul.
I see this restoration going into possibly weeks.
And he and the Cajun Navy are still looking for people to help bring some Louisiana food and love to everyone in Helene's path. Rachel Handley, WWL Louisiana.
Oh, we love the Cajun Navy.
We love the Cajun Navy, and it's so wonderful. Of course, like she said, they know all about storms and needing help and helping others, and it's so heartwarming to see everyone come together like that.
Absolutely, and I think this is one of the things where, unfortunately, we've had a lot of storms and a lot of damage, but on the positive side of that, they've really refined bringing in people and staging people to when a storm does hit, we already have power crews stationed in different parts of near our area. So once daylight hits, bam, they can be at the ready to start fixing things and getting power more quickly. So instead of weeks, it just takes a few days. I know Salvation Army has people ready to come in. Red Cross, our Operation Barbecue Relief, they've come several times to our area to cook meals to send out to people. So don't fret. There are people that are coming to help all of us as we recover.
They sure. They have it down to a science.
They really do
point.
now. They really do.
All right, are we taking a live look out there? Okay, out there over downtown Tallahassee, and it looks like it's still raining. It's still windy. I mean, it definitely, you can hear the raindrops. They're not as heavy, not as hard on the station here.
It is true, and when you would walk outside, it just kind of, the air felt thick, it felt heavy, and at one point, our assignment manager was like, step outside. It just feels like salty air, and it kind of did. Soup. It really did. All right, we want to head out now to one of the 8 shelters in Leon County. Our anchor reporter, Zach Dahlheimer, has been out there since very early this afternoon. Zach, tell us what the mood is like now.
Well, Abby, Ava, it is quite a change as to where it has been pretty much all day. If anything, it's a little bit of a drizzle out here over at Childs High School. We've had like a few gusts here, but really things have calmed down quite a bit here on the north side of town. A little bit of misting going on right here. We've got some, it looks like some security, maybe some LCSO that have been here all day as some of the resources here at the shelter, but much quieter than it's been for the last 4 or 5 hours or so. And this just goes to show that, you know, these resources are always good to invest in if you live in an area, especially a mandatory evacuation order. To come
right
to
now,
shelters
far
like
west
right
Georgia
here
not
behind-
included. As you go east and out to Athens and down to Eatonton, not included as well. Inside the perimeter right now, we have a flash flood warning that is considerable. And we are seeing scenes around the metro of people that are stranded or at least being impacted by the flooding water that is happening right now because of over 7 or 8 inches of rain. I want to get a look at some of the wind gusts and the huge wind field with this storm. It's gusting to 63 miles an hour right now in Jacksonville. Valdosta gusted to 62. I haven't seen that number change though, so it's possible that that's an older reading there. We're also starting to see right on schedule some wind gusts that are picking up over 30 miles an hour, not too far from the Atlanta metro out in Athens. And that's going to continue to increase through the next several hours. Rain bands coming through 4 o'clock in the morning. Notice the banding nature of the precipitation. If you step outside right now, it has a different feel than it did about 6 or 8 hours ago. Instead of feeling kind of cool and rainy, it feels tropical out there. And these downpours are capable of producing 2, 3, 4 inches of rain in just an hour as they move through. 5 o'clock in the morning, still heavy rain throughout most of our area. Center of the storm is going to move east of Atlanta. It may not move very far from Eatonton or Athens as it moves to the north overnight. This is 7 o'clock in the morning. I would say that the center of the storm, which will likely be a tropical storm at 7 o'clock in the morning, will likely be basically due east of Atlanta. On the back side of it, the southwestern side of it, we're going to see the winds pick up out of the west, northwest, and that's when we'll probably get our strongest gusts in the Atlanta metro area. That will occur sometime around 7 o'clock in the morning. Notice the rain starting to wind down for us as the morning goes on. A few spotty showers possible in the mountains during the afternoon, but some sunshine will be breaking through in Atlanta. Let's look at the wind gust potential. 3 o'clock in the morning, about 90 minutes from now, I think we're going to start to see those gusts getting up over 45, 50 miles an hour east of Atlanta, 60 miles an hour in Athens, possible by 4 o'clock in the morning. Still not crazy wind gusts around Atlanta at that point, but once we hit 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, and as I mentioned, on the back side of that storm, so the center of it is right out here near Athens, we start to see these really powerful gusts. And with the ground so saturated, probably only going to take the 40+ mile-per-hour gusts to start downing some trees in the Atlanta metro area. Some of these stronger westerly winds will actually make their way into the areas that see strong easterly winds overnight. So we'll have two different wind directions, powerful over 50 miles an hour, moving through the eastern part of our area during the overnight and into tomorrow morning. By about 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, we go from really windy to just breezy to windy with wind gusts between about 30 and 40 miles per hour. We want to check in with First Alert meteorologist Patrick Pete, who has been keeping an eye on the rainfall totals. And Patrick, these numbers just keep going up and up and up.
Yeah, Fred, that happens, day like today. We actually set record rainfall at Hartsville-Jackson. We picked up over 3 inches of rain today. That's on top of the rain that we had yesterday, which was also over 3 inches. So we're definitely close to that 7-inch mark here in the city of Atlanta at Hartsville-Jackson, but many other locations have picked up more than that. No wonder that we have so many flash flood warnings that are in effect right now. That's to say nothing of some of the creeks and rivers that are also under a flood warning for the potential for those to rise and crest at minor and even near moderate flood stage as we head through the next couple of days. We've picked up nearly 9 inches of rain in parts of Lamar County. And First Alert radar is really interesting because it can show a lot of things like rain, wind, power outages, but it can also measure how much rain has fallen. And I mentioned earlier this evening, I was in communication with a couple of people from Lamar County that are actually part of our observation network, and they were telling me before this number jumped up to 9, it was 8.8, but more rain has fallen since then. At that moment, whenever First Alert radar was showing 8.8 inches of rain, they were confirming 8.7. So the radar is just really good at pinpointing not only what's happening as far as rain and wind, but also those totals for you. Over 8 inches of rain in Henry County near McDonough, 8.5 near Buckhead, and near 5.5 out to the west in South Fulton. We're picking up nearly 3.8 inches of rain south of Athens, and those totals are really just more spectacular once you zoom in. You can see that some of our communities like Fairburn picking up 6 inches of rain. We've picked up 8 inches of rain in Meriwether County. And Meriwether County, if you have the First Alert weather app on your phone, you just received an alert because you were just drawn into a polygon for the potential for flooding, because more of this water will be lifting northward as we head through the overnight hours. It is just a mess out there, and that will continue to be the case. Now, we mentioned the rain, and that's very important because we are under not only just regular flash flood warnings, but some of those warnings for folks that are in Metro Atlanta, it is marked considerable. That means that it can cause some serious issues for folks. We've actually already seen imagery of that in portions of Sandy Springs, where some folks actually have nearly 5 feet of water in their backyards. We were told earlier by some of our sources there had been evacuations in that region earlier this evening as well. So our thoughts for those folks as more rain will be compounded to the rain that they've already seen. So rain is part of the equation, and so is wind. And the wind has just not been that aggressive. It has been gusting near 20, 22 miles per hour at times here in Atlanta, but the gusts for the most part have been in far east Georgia. But they've already caused an issue for us. It doesn't take a whole lot of wind when the grounds are saturated to start causing power outages. And we're talking about 7,500 customers in Fulton County being without power. That number in DeKalb County has not changed for the last couple of hours. 12,000 people without power in DeKalb County. And DeKalb County is a very interesting situation because earlier this evening we actually had multiple reporters in 2 different locations where the rains from the day had caused for essentially sinkholes to form in 2 different areas. So not only are you dealing with sinkholes and you're dealing with some flooding potential out there, but you're also dealing with power outages. Next door in Gwinnett County, there's been a little bit of improvement since 11:30. We had more people without power, roughly 2,500 people. That is now down to 1,500 people, still 2,000 people out in Hall County without power. And we're watching folks in Clark and Oconee counties right now. Clark County, it looks like it's about 1,000, only 200 people in Oconee County. But the winds are going to be picking up. And as we've been telling you for, I would say, the last day or so, we believe that Helene would take a more easternmost track through our viewing area, which means that some of those strongest winds will be out towards the east. And I'm looking at you out in Clark and Coney County, but I'm also looking at folks that stretch all the way up to Rabun County. Those winds, a lot of the guidance hinting that could be very, very significant, 60 to 80 miles per hour winds. It is only just beginning. Tracy Blair whenever these situations happen, we're concerned about rain, we're concerned about safety, and wind is just really going to help to make this a conversation that we're going to be having on multiple fronts as we head through the next 12 hours.
Absolutely, and as you all point out, what you all are seeing. We have a team of reporters across North Georgia right now checking, one, on the conditions that our meteorologists are talking about with that flooding and the rain coming down and the wind that will eventually follow, but also checking on the reports of damage that we're getting here tonight.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of flooding, heavy flooding. We want to head out to First Alert our Atlanta News First reporter, Sarah Hammond. She's on Northside Drive right off Peachtree Street. Sarah, what are you seeing there? We see a lot of water behind you.
There is a lot of water in this neighborhood. I'm going to move so you guys can see. We've been here as this family has been having to get out of their house, their hole. They tell us the basement of their house is now flooded. This man has been bringing out his children, everybody in his house on his shoulders, and that water's up to his waist. That's how deep this is. We were also over at Peachtree Creek down the street. That water over there is rising quickly. It's almost above cars. It's almost to the bottom of the stop sign. It is so deep over here. We've seen trash bags floating everywhere. This water on the street here is no joke. So if you can stay off of the roads, please do so. Please be careful if you're out driving. Again, this water right here that we're looking at is about waist deep. And it's getting into houses. The house across the street from where we are is, we are also, they are leaving their home. We just saw them bring their dog out, bring out suitcases, get in their car. Thankfully, their cars are not underwater yet, but it is rising and the rain is falling. So again, we can't overemphasize the message to please be careful if you have to get on these roads, but really just stay home and be aware of what's going on in your neighborhoods. Live in Atlanta, Sarah Hammond for Atlanta News First.
And Sarah, before we let you go, if you're able to speak to that man there, we're hoping he was able to get everyone out. We do want to remind everyone it is not safe to go through water like that. I know he's very concerned about his family wanting to get them out, but are you able to find out, did he get everyone out? Are you able to speak with him?
Yes, we talked to him just a few minutes ago, and he said that they have gotten everybody out. That whole ground floor they had to get out. We saw him bringing suitcases out earlier, but it seems that everybody is out of the house. We're going to go speak to him momentarily.
So he was going back and forth to get family members out of that, and as we were watching that, I mean, that's just scary to watch, and that's the situation. That's the reality for many families. They feel a sense of desperation, and as I know Fred was watching this, and it's scary to watch because we know people shouldn't be doing that. It just speaks to the desperation some people are seeing right now with these floodwaters.
Yeah, and in those situations, if we're hoping this is not happening for you, but if you can get to a place where you can be safe and then call in rescue crews to come and get you safely, because again, you can't tell what's underneath that water. There could be a huge hole, a huge, anything that could take both people under. I know he was trying to carry them out on his shoulders, and we were both cringing, just hoping they could make it to dry land.
And remember, as we talk about this storm, you can count on Atlanta News First. We're going to take you through this storm and through this damage together, because Hurricane Helene just starting to make its way across our area. The wind that is still yet to come is another concern in this. And if you lose power, it's important you're still getting your First Alert forecast here on the Atlanta News First app. And you're able to do that, and you'll be able to, if you text this number, 470-777-WANF. And we also, if you can safely submit some of your photos and videos, we can possibly share some of those. But, some people, a tough reality for a lot of people right now trying to weather this storm, whether they're prepared or not.
We do have team coverage, and we do have Atlanta News First, Blake Devine. He is out there covering this storm as well. Blake, we know earlier you were in an area that was flooded. Do we have Blake? Okay. I know he's in the First Alert Road Tracker, really kind of looking for those areas where the water is very high, maybe some areas where, okay. Blake, if you can hear me, where are you at now? What are you seeing?
Tracy, we were over in Buckhead kind of monitoring the situation. Luckily, nobody in danger over there. The roads obviously are very wet and slick. A lot of tree branches. We saw, you know, a lot of slick roads. But got to take you back to the house. Obviously, we saw just about half an hour ago in Sandy Springs where you had the entire first level covered in water. I mean, that is the sad reality for some of these folks who are going to wake up this morning, and there's just been a lot of rain within the last 8 to 9 hours. It has just been constantly going, and if you're on one of those sloped neighborhoods, that could be the reality. Obviously, it seemed like the people in there were safe at this time, but we're gonna keep looking around. We're gonna head back over to the Sandy Springs neighborhood and check out if, you know, there's any more areas that have been affected by the flooding. Keep in mind, the Windsor Parkway Bridge over Nancy Creek, that is currently closed off. We've gone on both sides of that. There's barriers just keeping people away, which is a great sign because that is not an area that you're going to want to cross over at this point in time. So for now, in Sandy Springs, Blake Devine, Atlanta News First.
Thank you so much, Blake. Let's bring back in our meteorologist, Fred Campagna. And Fred, you know, one of my concerns, we were talking about this earlier, is as we get into these overnight hours, most people are sleeping and they're going to wake up to seeing some of this damage. They're going to maybe wake up to flooding. They may wake up to no power. And you worry about what people could potentially be sleeping through.
That's right. And definitely one of those nights to keep your phone on the charger and keep your phone off of mute. You want to have a way to be alerted. All of our phones right here inside the perimeter, they blew up earlier as a result of the considerable flash flood warning that was issued because of the flooding that we're seeing, that we just saw our Atlanta News First reporters bringing us video of. We saw that desperate situation with that man carrying people out of the house. Where, you know, I just felt like that was the best thing to do at the time. But with rising floodwaters like that, you can never quite tell how swiftly they're moving. That can be a big issue. You can never tell if there's anything dangerous beneath those floodwaters that could really exacerbate an already bad situation. So as Tracy was saying, the best thing you can do is call for help and then let the first responders rescue you from wherever you are stranded. And sadly, I think it's a situation where we're going to find more and more stories like that evolving during the overnight hours because we're by no means done with the rain. It's 2 o'clock in the morning or coming up on 2 o'clock in the morning. And I think that we have a good 5 to 7 hours in Atlanta of moderate to heavy rainfall, tropical rains coming down. This is where we have a tropical storm warning. Now you see Jackson County here, which is labeled in red as a hurricane warning. It's not. It's tropical storm warning out that way. Although, believe me, Jackson County, you're going to see some really strong winds coming in later on tonight. Hurricane warnings, though, for Upson, for Butts, for Jasper, for Pike Lamar, and for Spalding counties. I think those areas stand a good chance of seeing some of the stronger winds moving through. In all told, 6 to 14 inches of rain likely from this storm. Now, those are the final numbers. So the lower end of that range is 6 inches. The higher end of the range, I think we're going to see some 10 to 14 inch rainfall totals. And as a result, a lot of flash flooding. So it's a historic rain event alone. And then we need to bring the wind in, which we've barely talked any about because it just hasn't really started to develop yet. But it will and is right now, and it will get worse in the next few hours. 45 to 75 mile per hour gusts. So West Georgia will probably make out the best as far as this storm is concerned. East Georgia the worst as far as the wind goes. And Northeast Georgia, you could have some of the higher rain totals, but also some of the higher wind gusts. And should also mention that east of the storm's center, there is a low risk of seeing some isolated tornadoes. So we've been keeping an eye on these wind gusts. And at the last report, 30 miles an hour, Athens, 33 miles per hour for Gainesville. And you can see the waves of rain continuing to move through. Now we're starting to see more of a banding nature to the rain. And earlier, what led to this a considerable flash flood warning over the metro and the flash flood warning that extends all the way down to Griffin, we had a nearly stationary area of very heavy rain. Now these bands are more on the move. So that means that you'll get some downpours, but then at least you'll get a break. But when you get those downpours, that's when we're going to start to see some of those stronger wind gusts moving in. Another update now from the National Hurricane Center. Winds for Helene down to 90 miles per hour. So still north-northeast at 26 miles per hour as far as the forward speed of it. And you can see here, at one point, the Hurricane Center's track had this going over Atlanta. It's going to go east of Atlanta. The question is, will the center of it go east of Athens? And will it go east of Eatonton? Because the east side of the storm is where the worst winds are, and that exact track is going to be critical for those areas. I mentioned those storm reports because of the considerable flash flood warning, and you'll notice that there are several, about 8 or 10 there, that have happened within the last couple of hours inside the perimeter. By 4 o'clock in the morning, still seeing lots of heavy rain around. By 5 o'clock, it's still with us. 7 o'clock, here's the center of the storm out here, somewhere between, say, Covington and just to the east of Athens and Eatonton. I actually think it's more or less going to be over or just east of those areas. We'll start to see the wind shift and coming more out of the west and northwest as the storm lifts to the north. In this rain band right here, some computer models have been projecting some pretty strong wind gusts coming right into the metro. And I want to show you those hour by hour as they move in. So 3 o'clock in the morning, about an hour from now, I think we're going to start to see those 30, 35 mile per hour wind gusts that we're finding in Gainesville and Athens, getting up in the range of about 50 to 55 miles an hour. 4 o'clock in the morning, those gusts may be getting closer to 60 miles per hour in some cases. And by 6 o'clock in the morning, it's the same story. So you could have hours of wind gusts over 45 or 50 miles an hour as you go east of Atlanta. Notice the wind's not as strong northwest Georgia. By around 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, I think that's when the winds are going to start to pick up in Atlanta. And we are looking at an hour or two when the winds will gust between about 45 and maybe as high as 60 miles per hour with some isolated gusts. The storm continues moving to the north. Real rough ride in the northeast Georgia mountains late tonight, early tomorrow, as the strong winds last a little bit longer up that way. By late morning tomorrow, we're finding wind gusts between about 25 and 35 miles per hour in most spots by late morning and early in the afternoon. So still several hours to go. First Alert meteorologist Patrick Pete with us as well during these overnight hours, keeping an eye on that radar behind you. Patrick, what's the latest?
Yeah, I'm looking at the storm reports that we're already seeing coming in, but I'm also looking south of us because there are multiple counties in extreme South Georgia near where Valdosta is, Thomasville, that 100% of those counties are without power. So this storm is definitely packing a punch. It's not something that you see every day, pretty much a fully intact Category 2 storm moving through South Georgia. So we're going to have to deal with this storm as it's weakening, but we are still going to get quite a lot of activity out of this. And we can just see this from the precursor to it. We've seen multiple warnings produced, multiple alerts across the area, specifically talking about the flooding. We've already seen some images of that where nearly 5 feet of water in some backyards out there, causing people to have to leave their homes late at night, having to evacuate because that water is still rising. I wanted to run through some of the reports that we've seen come through out in Fulton County. Lake Forest Drive Northwest has been closed between Barber Lane Northwest and West Wyuka Road due to flooding. The water has just continued to rise in that area. That is not something that is uncommon, and it is not just isolated to Fulton County. Checking out DeKalb County, we've seen flooding on the road at the intersection of Old Constitution Road and Constitution Road. Earlier this evening, if you were with us during the 11 o'clock newscast, we actually have flooding on I-85, a couple of lanes on I-85 moving into the La Vista area, moving into DeKalb County. We had parts of that shut down because of flooding on the roadways. And then there have also been reports of some flooding that has caused some vehicles to be stalled out. Earlier in the evening, if you were with us, we were bringing you the story of someone being rescued out of a vehicle in the vicinity of Six Flags. We're talking about the intersection of Fairburn Road and Benjamin E. Mays Drive, where there was a stalled vehicle in water. This is a good time to remind you folks, whenever you see water collecting on the roads, it's not a good good idea, especially this late at night, over the course of the next few hours. You're not going to be able to determine the depth of it. You want to turn around because it can cause some issues. You turn around, don't drown. It sounds silly. It sounds very childish, but it's the way to keep you and your families safe. And with that same regard in mind, some folks are still going to try to get out on the roads tomorrow. I understand. I get it. We're going to be coming to work. First responders are going to be going to work. If you have to get out, which we're recommending that you don't, slow down a little bit. It does not take a whole lot of water on the roads to cause you to hydroplane. We've already seen multiple accidents happen this evening. We had an accident on 285 that slowed down traffic tremendously, and we had an accident on I-85 as well. So whenever you have slippery road conditions, especially something like this where there's going to be a lot of ponding on the roadways, it's just not going to be a good idea to race through the water. I want to bring in our anchors because you guys have been with us. You've seen the power outages. We've been talking about this. This has been first alerted since the weekend, but we've been talking about it since last week. We knew that this potential was coming, and unfortunately, it's, we never want to talk big numbers. We never want to say 10 inches, 11 inches, a foot of rain possible, but we've already had several places that have verified 8-9 inches, and the core where the heaviest rain isn't even here.
Yeah, and we're at 2 a.m. and we still have a long way to go. We still have hours and hours to go. There's already been some power outages, but as these winds pick up, more and more people will lose power.
Yeah, the one big concern has been the flooding we've seen play out, and those wind speeds that Fred was talking about is what will be playing out over the next few hours. We want to bring in Atlanta News First anchor Carly Burnett, who's joining us here in the studio. I know you're going through some of the data, looking at some of these power outages. So how significant is it at this hour?
Well, Blair, Tracy, since the last time we spoke, I mean, in just about the last 2 hours, things have gotten really bad out there. I just looked at the numbers. The power outages right now, 193,582. That has more than quadrupled in 2 hours. Georgia Power makes up about 122,000 of those. So as you mentioned, we have been talking about this. We have been warning about this. This is why we've been saying to have your batteries, to have everything charged up, because you can likely anticipate to have your power go out. First Alert meteorologist Patrick Pete was talking about it, particularly in the metro, also talking about our southern counties. Those are the ones that are most affected right now, but continue to stay with the Atlanta News First app for any updates on that. Tracy, Blair.
And so much of that focus is going to be on those power outages over the next few hours as people start to wake up and may be without power.
Yeah. We do have some breaking news we want to tell you about right now. A woman has been hurt after a roof collapsed at a home. This all happening on Hammond Drive in Griffin. It happened at 11 o'clock tonight. A tree fell on the home. Again, we've been warning people about this. A lot of people have been able to call out tree trimmers and tree cutters to come down and remove those trees that they know could fall down. And this, unfortunately, worst case scenario, that tree falling on that home there in Griffin. The woman now is in stable condition. Atlanta News First will continue right after this.
When we know, you know, with First Alerts, days, hours, minutes before weather impacts you. At Atlanta News First, our agenda is you.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Ace. You overdid it on the loaded fries, and now your gut is in the gutter. Undo it with Pepto Fast Melts, so you can keep on rolling. When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that sore throat. Vapocool drops? It's sore throat relief with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapocool Drops.
Good morning with Vocalax. Good morning. Hey. Yeah. Try Vocalax Chewy Fruit Bites for fast and gentle constipation relief in as little as 30 minutes. Making your good morning even better with Vocalax.
Your skin is ever-changing. Take care of it with Gold Bond's healing formulations of 7 moisturizers and 3 vitamins. For all your skins. Gold Bond.
Did you know the first signs of aging start around your eyes? Try Olay Super Eye Serum, the serum that targets top eye concerns. It hydrates, brightens, refreshes tired eyes, and improves fine lines and puffiness. Try Olay Super Eyes Serum.
Did you know sweat from stress is actually smellier than other kinds of sweat? That's why I use Secret Clinical Antiperspirant. It works on sweat from stress, heat, and activity. It provides 3 times stress sweat protection. Secret works.
When you smell the amazing scent of Gain Flings, time stops. And you realize you're in love.
Steve!
With a laundry detergent. Gain Flings. Seriously good scent.
Feeling from a backed up gut? Miralax works naturally with the water in your body to help you go. Free your gut and your mood will follow. For 8 grams of fiber, try Mirror Fiber Gummies.
When you're hungry, you don't get random text messages or calls from a fast food restaurant telling you what to eat. You choose your own food. Same goes for when you're hurt in an accident. When you receive a text message or a call from a law firm you've never spoken to, it's like getting a burger you didn't order and don't want. You deserve a say in your future, not some law firm looking for a quick buck. Choose a law firm that cares about you and one that can get you more money. Choose Montlick Injury Attorneys. Get more money with Montlick.
Right now, we continue to follow breaking news. Hurricane Helene moving its way into North Georgia. Right now, we are seeing rescues play out. People taking their chances through some of the flooded waters. A number of roads closed down.
Yeah, we've seen trees topple onto homes, roadways flooded, roadways collapsing as well and crumbling. We want to head over to First Alert meteorologist Fred Campagna. Fred, you know, we had talked about a lot of these scenarios happening, and we are 2 a.m. now. We still have multiple hours to go.
That's right. The rain part of this storm has definitely panned out as expected. The wind part is highly contingent on the track of this storm. The storm was as intense as we thought it could be, making landfall as a Category 4 storm with winds of 140 miles per hour. And you'll notice now it's down to a Category 1 storm with winds of 90 miles per hour, moving to the north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. So it's going to continue to move to the north. It is going to pass east of Atlanta. Flash flood warnings across our area, and those are likely to continue for several hours into the morning. Winds are gusting right now over 30 miles per hour east of Atlanta, and they are going to pick up much higher than that as we go through the next several hours. So by 6 o'clock in the morning, we are looking at wind gusts between about 50 and 60 miles per hour east of Atlanta. As we go into the later morning hours, or at least around sunrise, that's when I expect the highest wind gusts to be happening in the Atlanta metro area. So 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. If you live in Midtown, if you live downtown, anywhere right around the perimeter, that's when you stand the chance of seeing some wind gusts in the 45 to 60 mile per hour range coming in out of the west-northwest on the backside of the storm, because the storm is going to be east of us. Strong winds continue up into north and northeast Georgia as we go through the mid-morning hours. It'll quiet down but not get completely calm by later on in the morning and early in the afternoon. We'll continue to keep you updated throughout the night. Stay with us here on Atlanta News First. We'll now send it back to regular programming.
Montlick is who I call if anything ever happens where I need a personal injury lawyer. I know I will receive the best possible advice and care. And it's not because my name is Monica Kaufman Pearson. It's because Montlick goes all in to make sure everyone receives what they deserve. That's why I'm here. Nothing like Montlick.
Replacement by Pella is the right choice. We back our products and installation, unlike other window companies.
Pella has the highest quality windows that are tested to protect against extreme weather so they can handle my family and help keep my home quiet.
Yes, and they're backed by some of the best product and installation warranties.
Pella is the only thing in this house I don't have to worry about.
Save on replacement windows by Pella now. But hurry, our sale ends soon.
An injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back. I'm just a nobody." I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
When Morgan said nobody is a nobody, I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan.
Massive amounts of dangerous drugs and fentanyl seized in Georgia.
This ain't your local drug dealer. This is a drug cartel.
Sent in shipping containers from other countries.
One thing we are noticing is the drug cartels are stepping up their game.
Atlanta News First is on the front line with U.S. border agents stopping dangerous drugs before they hit your community, because our agenda is you.
When we find narcotics, it is a tremendous amount.
You won't believe how much they find. Right now on AtlantaNewsFirst.com, our agenda is you.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
First Alert Weather alerts you first, days before the storm, helps you plan with Atlanta's most accurate forecast, 10 years in a row, and updates you before it matters. When we know, you know. Atlanta's only locally owned news and weather team is Atlanta News First.
Our weather team was built here to handle Georgia weather. Our agenda is your safety.
Signs of rotation here.
Your plans.
We're going to see rounds of storms.
Your peace of mind.
At Atlanta News First, our agenda is you.
Atlanta News First Books to Kids. Brought to you by these sponsors.
Any chemicals. Oh my gosh, look at this. It has actually pulled the cat hair off.
It blasts everything right out of my grout. Better than anything I've ever used.
It's beautiful. Oh my gosh.
So easy to just change from the floor to the top of the stove.
It gets the grime and the dirt and the grease off immediately.
It's lightweight. It's effortless.
Look at all that thing. Is that crazy?
It's incredibly effective at killing germs, bacteria, viruses.
I don't have to worry about harsh chemicals around my baby.
And it doesn't leave toxic residues.
I can make sure my entire home is safe.
The X5 is a game changer. It's a game changer in home cleaning.
With over 13 million satisfied users worldwide, now it's time for you to meet the H2O X5 steam cleaning system. Your next generation of total home steam cleaning care. It's the easy-to-use, super lightweight, maneuverable, and transformable, powerful, green, clean steaming machine. A total of 5 steamers in one. And stay tuned to find out how you can get a bonus 6th steaming special feature included absolutely free. Now, here to tell you more is your home cleaning expert, Anthony the Sanitary Sullivan.
Hi, I'm Anthony Sullivan, and today I'm going to be talking about cleaning with steam. And if you've ever thought about owning a steam cleaning machine, the new X5 takes steam cleaning to a whole new level on every level. Firstly, at the push of a button, it'll turn ordinary tap water into steam in less than 30 seconds. You'll be cleaning at 230 degrees. It'll even kill up to 99% of salmonella and E. coli without using chemicals. But the X5 is more than just a mop. First, it's a multi-surface floor steamer. Second, it's a carpet steamer. Third, it's a handheld steamer. Fourth, it's a window, glass, and mirror steamer. And fifth, it's a great garment and upholstery steamer. Now, the X5 uses ordinary tap water. You can use hot water or you can use cold water. There's no pressure. It heats up in less than 30 seconds, and you can adjust the steam, and even when it's full, it weighs less than 5 pounds. It's easy to use, and it's lightweight. And remember, when you clean with steam, you sanitize, you deodorize, and you clean all at the same time. The steam will break down the dirt, and when you combine the dirt-trapping power of microfiber, you've got double trouble for all your floors. In your kitchen or your bathroom, the steam will break down the dirt, the grease, and the grime, and the microfiber will trap it in there. Clean with the power of steam. At 230 degrees, it's chemical-free. Think of the money you'll save because you're only cleaning water. And if you have pets and children, safe. Now for marble floors or stone floors, turn to the power of steam with the X5. The steam will loosen the dirt, the grease, and the grime. It'll clean and polish all at the same time. And this floor will dry in less than 60 seconds with a streak-free shine. Now on laminate floors, pergo floors, you can always depend on the power of steam. Watch it cut through the stain, dirt, grease, muddy footprints, grime. I'm not cleaning with chemicals. I'm cleaning with only water. Get off your hands and knees and clean with steam at 230 degrees. Now, I've been using this on maximum setting. All I'm going to do now is use the adjustable steam control and turn it down to a lower setting, and we're going to go to work on this wood floor. It cleans and it polishes, leaving a streak-free shine and no chemicals. Whether you've got scuff marks or just dirt and dust, you can use steam all day long. But I've saved the best till last, tile. If you're looking for a streak-free shine, you can depend on the power of steam and the power of microfiber to trap the dirt. It cleans and it polishes all at the same time, and it'll even kill up to 99% of salmonella and E. coli. When you clean with the power of steam, you clean, you sanitize, and you deodorize using just the power of steam.
My X5 is not only great for my hard floors, but it's excellent on my carpet. I'm able to deodorize and sanitize them and refresh them. So easy.
Now, you've just seen me clean all these hard surfaces using the X5, but it's also an amazing carpet steamer, and it comes with a glider for using on carpets. Then wait till you see how the X5 works. I'm actually going to draw on this carpet using this wax pencil. This could be dirt, could be grease, grime, or muddy footprints. Now, even when it's full of water, the X5 weighs less than 5 pounds. It's lightweight and it's easy to use. And when you put it in the glider, it glides effortlessly over carpet. The steam penetrates deep into the carpet, relaxing the nap, and it'll break down the dirt, the grease, and the grime. You're cleaning at 230 degrees. That stain is gone. So if you've ever thought about renting a big carpet cleaner or hiring professionals, save your money and your time and keep it clean using the power of steam.
The X5 is so versatile, I can use it to clean anywhere in my house on any surface.
You can use it in the bathroom, you can use it in the shower.
Hardwood floors, the carpet.
Use it in the kitchen. I can even use it outside on my grill.
The X5 is the only way I deodorize these shoes.
It's actually pulling the cat hair from the cat condo.
It comes with everything I need to clean my car.
The X5 is a cleaning machine that cleans everything without chemicals.
Now I want to show you how the X5 goes from being one of the best steam mops you'll ever use to being one of the best handheld steamers you'll ever use. All I got to do is unclick the handle like this, push the button on the base of the mop. Now I've got one of the best handheld steamers you'll ever use. One-touch operation will heat this steam up to 230 degrees in less than 30 seconds. You can use this to clean every surface in the kitchen, and I'm going to start with the kitchen sink. Come and take a look at this. If you've got a garbage disposal and you've got odors, all you got to do is place the X5 handheld unit down one side and look at the steam rise out the other side. You're cleaning, you're deodorizing, and you're sanitizing using the power of steam with no chemicals. Now, all I'm going to do is turn it off and grab the jet nozzle. Now, I love the jet nozzle because what it does, it actually concentrates the steam. Look how quickly this fires up. Now, if you've got fixtures and fittings, which I know you do, you've got chrome, you've got the mold and the mildew, look at the way the steam concentrates. I get excited when I do this. It breaks down the buildup, the dirt, the grease and the grime. It'll even kill up to 99% of salmonella and E. coli, and it polishes without using chemicals. Look at that. It's clean. Now I want to talk about chopping boards. You can't put a wood chopping board in a dishwasher because it'll warp. Watch this. Think of all the food preparation that you do on your chopping board. Don't use chemicals. Blast it using the power of steam. Look at it break down all the mess on this chopping board. Get rid of bacteria from raw chicken, from fish, neutralize the salmonella. Look how this just cuts through the grease and the grime. That chopping board is clean. And I've done this right before your eyes right here. Look at that. There's your before and there's your after. All clean using the power of steam.
I don't like to mix chemicals around my food products, so it's great that I can use the X5 to steam my countertops because I know that it's safe.
The jet nozzle also comes with a brush attachment. I want you to think about this. Cooktops, whether you have gas or electric or a glass one like this, they are hard to clean. The food stains get everywhere. Okay, my crew have burned this on. This could be baked on, burned on. Use steam. No need to rub. No need to scrub. No need to use chemicals. All I'm going to do is wipe that away. It gets into all the nooks and crannies. Whether it's baked on or caked on, the proof is right there on the rag, all using the power of steam with the X5.
It gets the grime, the dirt, everything off immediately.
Using the X5 means that I don't have to
County right now to make sure that they can be of assistance to you all so you can do your job?
So what we need them to do now is to stay in place, stay in their homes, give us an opportunity to do our damage assessment, and to start working on clearing the roads. Our emergency vehicles are one of the most valuable assets that we have, and we have to keep the roads clear of a lot of traffic so that they can work as fast as they can and coordinate with the utility crews to be able to start restoring power.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time, Mr. Jones. Thank you so much. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have begun to share some photos that viewers have sent in, and we have one of viewers sent in of a tree on a car there. That's from Jasmine Bristol. Not sure exactly where that happened, but certainly some strong winds there crushing the top of that car, it looks like.
And you are starting to see some of these photos trickle in of, you know, trees on cars. There was one I saw on, you know, Living Tallahassee Facebook page of one on an apartment complex. This is flooding. Where is this guy? Oh, this is...
Those are floodwaters.
Okay, this is out of the Hudson area in Southwest Florida. This looks like it's from a ring camera where you can see, you're like, oh, there's someone's front door. And then you go, oh, wait, there's a river rushing out in front of it. That shouldn't be there. So again, the floodwater is extremely high there.
All right, here's Steinhatchee and those extreme winds there. Really just whipping.
Absolutely. This is from our own area. This is where the same area where Adalia came through about 13 months ago. We know they have worked so hard, the people in Steinhatchee, to repair that area, and we know there might be more substantial damage there, and so our hearts just go out to them. And much like Taylor County, you know, Perry area, Steinhatchee, really tough people, and they'll recover.
All right, and so Publix has said that they want to open as soon as it is safe to do so that people can, you know, get the things they need to replenish. Several Publix locations are going to be reopening tomorrow morning. Okay, they're after closing on Wednesday for the hurricane. Now, all Leon County locations open at 9 a.m. Crawfordville and Live Oak also 9 a.m. Valdosta, Thomasville, and Moultrie. So you can visit the Publix website there if you want to check and see if your store is going to be open or not, and that's on the Publix website. So good news for people who need to get things.
Absolutely.
I've been in, you know, for the last couple of days and eating all their stock.
Yeah. All right, where are we going next? Oh, okay. All right, well, if you still don't have power, or in the coming days, and you know your friends, if you have power and you're still watching us, but you know your friends don't have power, Tell them to download the WCTV News app if they haven't already. They can just scan that QR code or go to their phone's app store and download it for free. That way, we'll continue to be streaming our newscast in the days to come to make sure that we get information out about where you can get hot meals. I'm sure, you know, where you can wash your clothes or take a hot shower and that sort of thing. So download the WCTV News app. You'll have that. You'll also have our WCTV Facebook page. The great thing about a lot of these telecompanies like Comcast, Verizon, etc., they have opened up hotspots. Comcast has opened up several Wi-Fi hotspots. You see all the counties there listed on your screen. That's going to help people stay connected after the storm. And again, here's more hotspots. Basically, our entire viewing area has Xfinity hotspots open. And Verizon, too, has actually said it's going to waive cell phone data usage now through October 5th for all of the Big Bend and most of South Georgia. That's a really great thing because we know so many people who have lost power. The phones, that's going to be the way they're going to communicate and find out information over the next couple days and weeks.
Hey, if you have to contact your insurance company, if you have
Absolutely.
I mean, everyone needs to be connected right now.
Well, and I feel like a lot of insurance companies, too, you have that app. So you do everything through the app.
Absolutely.
So you need your phone to do that. So again, they'll be waiving those cell phone data fees.
Okay, we're going to take a look. Okay, this is a tipped tower in Lowndes County. We said it was a radio tower. Didn't we have some sort that the wind was so strong it pushed this heavy metal tower over? That's one of our WeatherStem cameras.
Yeah, we've taken that WeatherStem cam before, and now there is the tower. And we're kind of looking at the camera. As you can see, the camera that was on that tower has kind of leaned over, so we're having a sideways view there.
Yes.
And again, several people on my Facebook page saying the winds they could not believe the winds in the Valdosta, Lowndes County area. They were just howling, they said.
I can't even imagine because I opened the door here.
Oh, yeah.
And I shut the door immediately.
Yes.
I wouldn't have gone out to my car.
No.
So, you know, let's take a look at this storm damage from Valdosta. Angela Hodge sent this in. And you can see there are some branches down by the house. Just the wind just tore those off, it looks like.
There's going to be a lot of debris cleanup in the near future. You can see, you know, a tree on a house right there. It's really going to be neighbors helping neighbors on this one because the debris field is so big. Okay, now we want to take another look at where this storm is right now. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Mike McCall. Mike, okay, I want to paint the picture for people real quick because I was telling you this and I can't get over this. There was a meteorologist in Indiana saying basically the entire state, my home state of Indiana, could fit inside the storm of Helene and would be feeling the tropical force winds from the top of the state to the bottom of the state, and that they would be getting like 40 to 60 mile per hour winds from Helene in Indiana tomorrow or today, Friday. That storm is huge.
It is, and it's one of the things that at conferences we've talked about things about how to when you talk about other storms, they're not all equal. People talk so much about the wind speed. Okay, so how does this one compare to other ones? So yeah, this one had the same wind speed as say Hugo, the big one that hit South Carolina, had 140 mile an hour winds. Hugo was one that came in over Charleston and spread those kinds of winds all the way up into the mountains of North Carolina. But it was, relatively speaking, a more compact storm. This was definitely one of the really large ones. We've had some, Charlie, for instance. Charlie had stronger winds, but was really small relative to the size of this one.
We're seeing these bands of tropical downpours moving for the last couple of days. So many flash flood warnings now, and this is only going to continue. Brad and I are going to be here through our morning newscast and through sunrise this morning and beyond as we track this system in Helene moving North Georgia. So heavy downpours across metro Atlanta. Embedded within this, some strong wind gusts, but The wind still a couple of hours away here in North Georgia. Gwinnett County through DeKalb County, down through Atlanta, going through South Fulton County. Heavy rain coming down with these tropical bands moving around Helene. Those bands extend down to the south through Coweta County and Troup and Meriwether counties. Also heavy rain through Athens and Monroe and Watkinsville and getting down toward Covington. And as we go a little farther to the south, here are the real outer edges of the closer to the core of Helene. These are moving into middle Georgia now, and as this gets closer to us in the next couple of hours, our wind is really going to start to pick up. Now, let's check in on our wind speeds. These are really starting to increase, especially from Atlanta east. These are our wind gusts right now to about 30 in Atlanta, 30 or so in Athens, and gusting to 31 in Gainesville. These are going to come up markedly over the next couple of hours. In fact, by 4, by 5, by 6 o'clock in the morning, as the center of Helene, weakening from a hurricane to a strong tropical storm, passes across East Georgia. Wind gusts from Atlanta east, 50, 60, even 70 miles per hour or better across our far eastern counties. That is going to have the potential to bring down hundreds, if not thousands, of trees over parts of North Georgia and cause significant power outages. That's why right now, you still have time to charge those devices. Make sure you have a way to get weather warnings. Of course, we're going to stream for you live on our WSB TV news app in the event that you lose power. We're not going away. We're going to be with you to guide you every step of the way as Helene moves through. Still strong gusty wind at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then those wind speeds are going to start to ease off as we head through your Friday afternoon. So over the next half hour, we're going to be working with Brad on our updated forecast. I'll bring you another update on Helene's progress through North Georgia and what we can expect over the next few hours. That's coming up in just about a half an hour. For now, back to regular program.
About it a lot. Should I get bangs? Should I not get bangs? Do I want
all of this? Go back 12 hours ago, so 2:30 p.m. There's some gusts, 20 to 25 down toward the coast. You move ahead toward 6 o'clock. We're starting to see some gusts over 30 down toward the coast. The center was still well offshore, so no biggie at all. Then we started to see 8 o'clock. Now we're getting those gusts 40 to 45. So that's the first real appearance of tropical storm force gusts. And then it starts to go downhill quickly. You get to 10 o'clock. Now we're seeing those gusts from Perry to Live Oak. Excuse me. My voice is getting done. We started seeing those 50-plus mile per hour gusts. And then it really came ashore. Now that's when we saw that gust to 99 in Perry. So 11:10 is when it made landfall officially between Deacle Beach and the mouth of the Osceola River at the Gulf of Mexico. That's 5 minutes later is when the 99 was reported in Perry. Continue on. Now we're seeing the gust to 67 in Tallahassee just after midnight. Still seeing gusts to 62 in Perry, seeing 62 in Valdosta. Now these were at the official reporting stations. We know there are lots of places in between that probably saw some winds that were higher than that. Then that jump, so I guess maybe they're catching up here, but had that gust to 76, 75 in Perry. You get to 2 a.m., yeah, so now we're seeing gusts 40 to 48 miles per hour, and we're talking about how much better it is. It is still really windy out there. You don't want to be driving a high-profile vehicle if it's blowing 45 to 50 miles per hour. So while it is a lot better than it was, it's still kind of nasty outside. So then we get to the most recent gusts, and this is what we have as of 2:33. Yeah, still seeing a gust of 48 Thomasville, 41 in Tallahassee, still 41 in Perry, 43 in Moultrie. But these winds coming in from the north, that means that that center is continuing to move away. So we'll continue to see some more gusts through 6 a.m. in that 25 to 35 mile per hour range. And it'll still be relative to what is a normal day for us, a very breezy Friday afternoon, but nothing that we can't handle. In fact, let's start talking forecast, after Helene. Yeah, so yeah, we'll go AH is that as far as that goes. Here's the 12-hour loop. It became a Category 4. Made landfall as a Category 4, but again, most of the winds that we saw, the ground truth that was measured was in that 100 to 105 range. There are probably some spots that got higher than that. Regardless, it was an intense hurricane. And certainly aloft, there were higher winds. And I guarantee that whatever the highest wind was measured from the anemometers, there were winds that were 10 or 20 miles per hour, stronger than that at treetop level. And that's really what it was those gusts that was causing all those power outages. We've heard all those counties that are 99 or 100% without power. That's why, because the infrastructure just can't handle the widespread 100-mile-an-hour gusts. As far as what happened with the leftovers from this, a couple little bands of some moderate showers coming through Moultrie, another little thin band coming through Quincy and Tallahassee. That's why we're still getting some gusts at 40 to 45 miles per hour. That's watch it kind of develop right there. So even though the center is out of our viewing area now and still departing, it's big and it's still got a lot of spin to it. It's just that we're on the right side of this where it's getting weaker. So we'll still have some very wet roads and going to have all kinds of debris on the road. So just don't go out driving yet. Don't do it. While the center is gone, we have a few bands of these heavier showers. The heaviest going through Colquitt County, approaching Moultrie. And this will likely hold together and get toward Adel and Nashville, but not expecting anything severe. But there could still be some gusts that go in that 40 to 50 mile per hour range, which again, on a normal day is really windy and you wouldn't want to go out. So just keep that in mind. Center keeps moving, the rain keeps moving, our conditions keep getting better. So just to recap all of this, it is departing. The rainfall amounts over the last 2 days, the pre-Helene stuff was big over the western parts of the Big Bend. Well, from Quincy to Fort Braden to the western parts of Wakulla County, Apalachicola National Forest, down to Apalachicola, 10 inches or more of rainfall. And then still, within the last 3 hours, we've had some spots that have picked up 3 or 4 inches of rain. But we're not going to see those kinds of big totals left over anymore. There's the current radar. There's the loop again showing the other stuff departing, and still some areas of moderate showers. And while that continues to depart, what does that mean for the forecast? The wider view of the forecast, here's what happens tomorrow. The air really dries out in a big hurry in the upper levels. There's still some low-level moisture, but I'd say 10% chance of rain, maybe a 20% chance for a couple of showers, a 10% for the weekend. So basically, we're looking at a dry weekend ahead, still kind of hot for the afternoons. Haven't really talked about these kinds of forecasts, but look at what the highs are expected for Saturday and Sunday. And we're talking upper 80s to around 90, but those morning lows, they're getting better. Might even have some mid-60s. So we're over the hump. We're definitely past the worst of it. The cleanup's going to take a long time. A lot of folks are going to be without power for days.
Seeding starting to happen, and we're also seeing that here just a little bit. So to show you that receding, Mark, I mean, we have all this bark right here that's floated up, someone's shoe in the bark, but we have this sidewalk right there. I'd say about 45 minutes ago or so, the water was actually on top of that sidewalk. It was about maybe 2 inches or so. So just to give you an idea, this little sign right there that's knocked over, that was covered in water. So that's good news that the water is finally starting to go down. But just look at how much we are seeing. This is an entire block. We have the Hillsborough River that is just down the street, crossing underneath that overpass that we can see off in the distance. Now, I want to show you guys some video of the same scene, but this was a couple of hours ago, and showing some of the scenarios that people caught themselves in. You can see there was a red truck stuck in the water, and there was actually 2 cars really ending up trying to make their way through this water, the drivers having to push their cars through, and eventually they got towed out. So it's been a pretty hectic situation for folks. I want to also show you where we were earlier today on Bayshore Boulevard. That's on the other side of this river. That area, I mean, it was flooded for blocks and blocks and blocks, and the police also blocking it off so people wouldn't drive into it. But what they couldn't really stop were the people getting into the water, some actually swimming around. We met 2 guys that were out there earlier today just getting their thoughts on the impact from this storm as it was still daylight. Take a listen to what they said.
Oh, it's crazy. I've never seen it this bad. I don't know, I've just been walking around and it's gotten worse. Earlier I was walking during the day down here and it wasn't as bad. And now it's just completely flooded.
Well, for me, this is the worst. Originally, I'm from California, moved to South Carolina, and coming here, seeing this, I'm used to fires, not water. So this is totally different. Yeah.
Right. All right, and just to give you guys some perspective of how people have really thought about this storm, some folks, they were preparing, doing the necessary things, but also thinking, oh, we'll be okay. Just, in the past, things have kind of gone around us. Haley, I know you're talking about the bubble situation. I lived in Shreveport, Louisiana. They also had the Barksdale bubble, I believe. They thought the weather went around the spot. But in this case, this was record-breaking storm surge. And so this time we were not missed. You can't get past this if you are trying to get home across this bridge, unfortunately. And it's not just the flooding. We had some pretty strong wind gusts. So there's a lot of palm fronds like this right here that you can see. That's, this was obviously a dead one, but there's a lot of that around town. And then you have the power outages. I can't tell if there are any in this immediate area. I mean, you can see the street lights are on and the bridge, but there are just over 92,000 power outages just in Hillsborough County and 1.2 million across the state. So, I mean, a lot of people in the dark tonight going into tomorrow, unfortunately. Back to you.
Brandy, have you seen any response efforts going on? I know it's really late, but are bucket trucks maybe trying to come out? Are you seeing people trying to remove some of the debris just in light of folks waking up tomorrow? And I'm also curious, yesterday you were showing, I believe it was a hospital, and they had these like aqua fences, I think is what it was called. Yeah. Not sure if you know how they fared in something like this. I thought it was a really interesting thing that that hospital ended up deploying.
Yeah, well, starting off with the hospital, they posted to X about an hour or two ago that their fence is actually held up. It's a pretty cool video because you can see the water on one side of the fence and there's a man standing on the other side just kind of testing it out, I guess. And it so far, it sounds like it's been working for them, and it has in the past. When it comes to the response, well, right next to us, you can see there's a police vehicle. So they're at least making sure people are not getting into this water. They haven't let anyone drive into it. And even if we were to look down the road, you can see there are more police cars stopping anyone from coming into this area. But as far as rescues go, we haven't heard of any reports, but I have seen people posting to X that there's water in some of their homes. So there may be that scenario going on that we just haven't seen reported just yet. So we'll have to wait for that to, I guess, come to light. But I would imagine that there may be a needed response. There are high water vehicles out and around because we did see them earlier, and that was about 4 or 5 hours ago at this point. So it's just a matter of getting that information from the police department here.
Well, Brandy, thanks for staying out there in the dangerous conditions and bringing us the live reports as it's been happening tonight. We'll be checking back in with you. Thanks for sticking up with us.
Of course.
Well, here's how things look out in Atlanta. This is a live picture. Hard to tell exactly going on with the camera. I can only imagine rain is starting to come down, especially in South Georgia. Atlanta still has the worst of it yet to come later on into the early morning hours.
Yeah, Georgia really getting ready for a lot of rain, especially into the higher elevations as well. You head to Stone Mountain and north of there, up into the Great Smokies, the Blue Ridge Mountains. This is going to be widespread as we go through the next several days. River flooding, potential landslides in the higher elevations. And when you think about the amount of wind that's still with Helene, of course, I think a lot of trees continue to come down over Atlanta, over North Georgia, South Georgia, into the Appalachians, North Carolina, even into Tennessee, the great state of Tennessee, the Great Smoky Mountains will be dealing with some flooding.
Yeah, I think in total 5 different states declared a state of emergency. I believe maybe a portion of Alabama might have as well, far eastern Alabama, but definitely Florida, Georgia. Helene at this point still 90 miles per hour with that max wind, so it's still a Category 1 hurricane. When you have such a powerful Cat 4 upon landfall, even though rapid weakening is happening, and I mean it rapidly weakened over the last few hours, Category 1 hurricane still exists and moving through Tifton, Georgia, right about at this point in time.
And look how far the hurricane winds extend outside of Tifton, and the, of course, tropical storm force winds way out into the Atlantic. And that onshore push is still moving through behind it. The storm to the north, remember that counterclockwise rotation? You still see that onshore push into Tampa. Tampa gusting up to 32 miles per hour there. We also have some of the buoys at 40, all the way to Lake City. The entire state being affected by this. And you go down to the South, Key West, since yesterday, 50, 55 mile per hour gusts continues to be the story today. You can see why we have widespread power outages, and this is just one spot.
And it's even to the not only the Big Bend region, but out on the eastern seaboard of Florida as well. Not necessarily as big in terms of the power outages, but starting to see some of those numbers trickle up. The hurricane winds still continue even as far north through Macon.
Right.
By Atlanta, the hurricane gusts are going to be the story. We've already seen, I believe, 86 miles per hour on that top wind gust.
And how about the timing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're feeling it now, but you're really going to feel it close to 8 o'clock. So it's best to work from home, stay home today. If things are closed, that's probably good for you. We'll see the forecast track continue going up into the north, strong winds with it and a whole lot of rain. Eventually we'll interact with another area of low pressure and drop even more rain over portions of the Tennessee Valley.
Yep, so wind, rain, tornadoes, another threat that we'll be tracking throughout the rest of today. Far from over with our coverage with Helene. Well, here's the picture from Valdosta, Georgia. Took on the eastern eye wall of a weakened Helene, but still very powerful. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ, and we are tracking this catastrophic storm all night long.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Go to InventHelp.
There are just under, as you can see, all those little dots there, 2,000 outages there. And over 200,000 customers affected. And they'll be working diligently tomorrow to try to get everybody back.
Absolutely.
Back on.
And that's just a little taste of all of the people that are without power right now. We want to send things back over to our Jacob Murphy, who continues to monitor the power situation. And it seems like, Jacob, even though the storm has kind of gone out of our area, the winds are still there and maybe are starting, trees that are become waterlogged, and now the wind is blowing them over, and you're kind of starting to see even more power outages with that.
Yeah, to think you might get through 99% of the storm, and then it's the last little bit where the tree knocks out the power line and there goes the power. This is a new and improved update, by the way, from the last few I've done, because we've added a couple extra Georgia co-ops for our friends in Thomasville, as we heard Chris Jones, the emergency management director in Thomas County just a little while ago, talk about how the spike in outages came later in the evening. They also illustrate their power outages with that big spike on the graph here. 8,100 customers in Thomasville without power. They serve about 16,000, so about a 50% rate. So that's better than a lot of our Florida counties and better than Valdosta, as Thomasville is farther west. But still, a lot of cleanup and a lot of crews will be visiting the Rose City and Thomas County in the near future. We also just added, let's see here, we added the Colquitt Electric Co-op. This is, they serve Valdosta in addition to Georgia Power. They serve Tifton, they serve Moultrie. They also serve Brooks County, which is why I was checking in, because we had seen the Georgia Power Valdosta numbers were very widespread. So I was curious at the Brooks County numbers as well. And I believe they're grouped in with the Valdosta numbers. Combined Valdosta and Brooks, it's roughly 30,000. Actually, they might be grouped in with the Moultrie numbers. The way they split up is a little funky. But bottom line, about 30,000 Colquitt Electric members without power right now in Valdosta, and about 15,000 Moultrie or Brooks County Quitman without power. So they are also feeling the hurt tonight. We'll go back to the old list we've looked at earlier today, including the city of Tallahassee. Right now, 54,000. So maybe an hour and a half ago, it was 49,000 in Tallahassee without power. Then it trickled up to about 52,000, and then now it's 54. So those are the folks who thought they had gotten through the worst of it, and only to have the lights turn off here overnight. We'll continue to look at Talcon. Talcon was one of those that had about a 99% hit rate in Wakulla County. That's still true. I don't see any major changes. Killarn substation in the Talcon area is about half out. Lake Jackson about 78%. Buck Lake, 2,500 meters in the Buck Lake area, all out. So just some updates for Talcon. We'll double check Duke Energy. Duke Energy seeing widespread outages, especially in South Florida and in the Tampa area. 234,000 out in the Tampa area with Duke Energy, about 100,000 when you just travel to Ocala. And then in Orlando, we're seeing outages. even as far as perhaps New Smyrna Beach, the land, we're seeing some issues. So even closer to the Atlantic coast, Helene, not escaping them either. And then closer to home, as we journey up here, about 6,000 in Taylor County with Duke Energy without power. So it's going to be a long road ahead. Last year with Idalia, I was in Monticello as Duke Energy used some staging sites in Monticello to bring in a lot of power crews. That allowed them to quickly access Perry and Madison and Monticello and other places. So they could take that strategy again this time around. We'll check in with Colquitt. Actually, let's go Swanee Valley here. I see Swanee Valley was already 100% hours ago, so I would suspect it's still 100%, and that is basically the case. They serve 20,083 customers, and 20,074 of them are out. So 9 customers are still with power in Swanee Valley Electrics. And then we have Tri-County, the last one I'll check briefly here, and they were also at essentially 100% outages. That is still the case. Lafayette, Hamilton, Swanee, Columbia, 99% or 100% without power. And these are rural co-ops. They use a lot of mutual aid when these sorts of situations happen. They have a lot of agreements in place. They have
a little bit in the last couple minutes, but this wind is still an issue tonight. I will tell you, in the last 20 minutes since our last live shot, I should say, we did lose power in this hotel. You can see that the area behind us is still a lot darker right now. So hotel without power. We haven't had any lights on or any power in about the last 20 minutes here. And that's really the case right now for the entire area. We just checked in with Lowndes County Emergency Management, and right now in this county is without power. In the state of Georgia, around 160,000 customers are without power. So this is certainly going to be an issue throughout the night. I will also say city officials right now are saying that they're already seeing a lot of downed trees in this area. And that goes to say something, because visibility is not great right now. So we really won't know the extent of this damage until sunrise tomorrow, or until we get power back on in this area. So again, we do know that city officials, that was their big concern tonight, that trees would topple over, possibly on a structure, possibly on a family's home. So that was the message, and that was the concern from city officials. But we do know in the last couple hours, there have been several wind warnings telling people here to get inside and also find that interior room inside their house just for safety reasons. Haley?
Well, Valdosta, Georgia is a somewhat larger town. We're talking about 55,000 people, but Atlanta is next on Helene's hit list, really, and that's just about 500,000 people. Have you seen any emergency response efforts taking place right now? Have you heard of anything? And as you mentioned, you're in the overnight hours, and it's hard to really be able to tell exactly what's taken place damage-wise until the daylight comes. So have you seen any damage in your immediate area?
Well, Haley, that's something we're definitely going to keep an eye on here in the next couple hours and really throughout the night. But we do know there are several areas right now in Georgia under a tornado watch, and many other areas underneath a wind advisory as well. So we do expect, again, that conditions are going to get worse. Conditions are going to keep moving north overnight. But again, that message to a lot of people is to not take this storm lightly and to really emphasize safety in this situation. Haley?
Yeah, I think that's a really great point, too. I feel like in the precursor of this event, everybody's focused on Florida, but Atlanta, Valdosta, and into the Carolinas are certainly going to be feeling some massive effects. You went through it in terms of the outer eye wall. I mean, heavy rain, winds. It looks a little better, but again, I hesitate to even say a little bit because it still is not a nasty night for you out there. But Caroline Elliott, thanks for joining us tonight and sticking up late with us to cover your end of this storm. We've got more video coming out of Lamont, Florida. This is live. This is what's going on down across Florida's panhandle. This is just towards the east of Tallahassee. We keep coming back to this. We've seen quite a bit of debris on the road, just vegetative debris, but enough to stop quite a few cars.
Yeah. Take a look at it. You're driving, that are driving out there, debris down on the road. The rain's still coming down. I think a lot of these trees have lost a lot of their either limbs or portions of it. I worry when you think about this because we talked about the crops also with all of the winds. We've got the cotton almost in harvest in portions of Georgia. Peanuts are big as well. Hey, what we've got going on, by the way, are the flooding concerns over for the rivers. The rivers are going to be rising. And not only that, but it's going to take some time for the rivers to come back down.
Yeah, we've got multiple inland locations set to experience some major and moderate flooding. In addition to the storm surge, we're still tracking out across the Florida Peninsula. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned to get this ultra nonstick bakeware set and these razor-sharp chef's knives free from Granite Stone. Has your old set of pans lost their slick? Does everything...
Overnight hours, notice that drier air, it continues to filter in behind Hurricane Helene, and as most of us wake up and walk out the door, we are tracking more mainly dry conditions, but we could still see a few of those spotty showers, a few of those sprinkles as well. But in terms of the widespread nature, that begins to fade away as you wake up on Friday. But again, maybe a little bit breezy out there. Notice those winds out of the west from the Panhandle pushing across the Big Bend into South Georgia, so a few more of those breezy winds. They're likely into the overnight hours, also throughout the day on Friday, all thanks to that strong pressure gradient. But again, we are waiting for that drier air that will finally arrive to go into early parts of your Friday. Now, those rainfall totals, these are radar estimates, so don't take these numbers to the bank, but the radar estimating possibly up to 7, 8, 9 inches of rain in the orange color from Liberty County, moving into Gulf County, also into Franklin County. Now for the purple color, for most of us, this is the radar estimating upwards of 3, possibly 4 inches of rain across most of the Big Bend and South Georgia. So again, we've had heavy rainfall issues, not only today, but also for parts of Wednesday as well. I guess I should say Wednesday, Thursday, and for parts of Friday at this point. That's why we have a flood watch in place for the entire region, and that will last until Friday morning. But again, the bulk of the rain beginning to move out, still watching out for a few more of those leftover showers, also those breezy winds. So just be sure that you kind of stay indoors, stay off the road, and if you have to be on the road, just remember to turn around, don't drown. You never want to go through flood water. Abby and Ava, back to you guys.
Again, such a good reminder, Cam, because it's so easy to think, oh, I can just drive through the floodwaters. You could, but you do not know how deep it is. You do not know how fast that water is moving, and rushing water can move a car, and so it's not worth it. So just turn around and go a different way.
Just a small amount of water can move a car.
Yes.
Well, life-threatening storm surge, destructive winds, flooding rains are concerns for many with, of course, the landfall of the hurricane. Trees, of course, they tend to topple over in those conditions. Now, Fielder Tree Service is sharing a few tips on what you can do immediately after the storm. If a tree falls on or near your yard or on your home, you can call a tree company and get some bids. Now, the sooner you can call in with a tree removal service, the better your chances of being served quicker. Now, take photos of the damage for your insurance, and the tree service will remove the tree from your home and connect you with someone for tarping purposes if necessary. Certified arborist Mike Cross says it's important to be situationally aware in the immediate aftermath.
The aftermath is dangerous. You know, trees are not always done falling in the immediate aftermath of a storm. There's going to be leftover issues, a lot of uprooting, partially uprooted, hanging branches. Don't let the kids outside and wait till the sun comes up.
And Cross does not recommend climbing the trees or cutting off the branches yourself, but to contact professionals. Fielders has 14 crews and 7 cranes on standby for immediate boots on the ground once things are safe to do. And you know, I actually had a tree removed quite recently, and I definitely recommend getting, if you can, 3 estimates, because they were quite different.
Okay, that's good news. And also, too, chainsaws. There are a lot of people who hurt themselves with chainsaws after storms because they think they can use them. But if this is your first time ever using a chainsaw, maybe have someone else do it who's a little more experienced. We just, again, Don't want you to get hurt. We know people are like, I want to get out there and do it and get things out of the way, but make sure you're just doing so safely.
That's right. Now, Florida Highway Patrol, they are reporting quite a few crashes on the roads. And again, just reminding people that, to try to stay off the roadways, they really need to be assessed, and there's a lot of debris. Every county is reporting debris on those roadways. So we definitely want to make sure that we're very careful. So you see right there on that map.
Unless it is an emergency situation, don't do it, people. Just do not do it. Do not go out on the roads. There will be time that you can look at different things if you need to, but unless it is an emergency, stay in your home. Let the first responders do what they need to do and help the people that really are in crisis right now. That is how you can be of service to others right now.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at what Pasco County looks like right now. Now, about 40, look at that flooding. About 40 people have been rescued from rising waters during the hurricane, and that's according to the Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
That is just incredible.
Yeah.
And again, you're seeing these images of just the water, and we're seeing Pasco County and in Tampa area, and just the flooding is just incredible.
40 people rescued. That's a lot of people. All right, we're going to take a look at the Tallahassee outage map there. There are 54,000 people right now without power in Tallahassee.
Yeah, and that stayed pretty steady for a bit. So that's the good news right now. I've checked it a couple times and it hasn't really moved in a little bit. So it's a lot, but let's hope it just kind of stays there.
I agree. Since the storm has passed through, if your lights are on, hopefully they will stay on.
Yes.
And if they are not on, they will be fixed very quickly.
Maybe brew some coffee right now, so if you do have power, just in case it goes off, so you have some for the morning, just in case. All right, are we gonna look at some resources? Yes, we are. Okay, post-storm resources, as Ava was saying, that is nice to say. We are post-storm now. Available after the storm. Florida State Helpline, you see the number right there on your screen, 1-800-342-3557. The Red Cross in our area, always available, 850-878-6080.
Yep, and as Helene continues to move from our area to other parts, we're going to gather more information on the resources that are available to you immediately after the storm. That's where we pretty much are now.
Yes.
Earlier, the governor and Kevin Guthrie, the state's emergency management director, gave out the statewide helpline phone number. So we gave that to you, and we'll continue to give you resources as the days go on.
And because we know it will, and then we'll compile a list, and of course, we'll put it on our website, we'll put it on our news app, we'll put it on all of our socials, so you'll be able to find that information very quickly in whatever county you may be in, whether it's the Big Bend or South Georgia.
That's right. Georgia Power monitoring Helene and tracking outages statewide. Now, they say that the threats that Helene poses are rare in the Peach State.
Absolutely.
We do experience hurricanes in this state. Often it's a regional impact, but this is going to impact everybody. And so I really hope that everybody watching is preparing their family to be able to go a few days without some power.
Yes, hopefully everyone's prepared and they have the supplies they need if they have to be without power for a few days. So we're going to check right back in with Cameron Aaron right now for another check of what is happening with the hurricane, where it is, and what we can expect.
Cam, I have a question for you.
What's up?
I was looking at the high tide for Apalachicola, and high tide was about now. So is that something that, even though the storm is out of the way, we're still going to have to deal with in our coastal areas? I mean, we're at high tide now, so we're going to have to deal with more of that storm surge.
Absolutely, and the winds are still coming out of the west and the southwest, so that's also helping to put the water back up against the shoreline, especially for those areas that saw the landfall earlier this evening. Places like Jefferson County, Taylor County still dealing with the high tide, but also the winds that are start building that water up into the coastline. So the storm surge warning, that also continues for those coastal counties. Now we are awaiting the new update from the